Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is the final part of The Legend of Zelda, Twilight Princess Tremor 230 style. Summary. In this alternate universe, after absorbing the Juubi to save the Shinobi Alliance, Naruto is betrayed by the very people he bled to protect. Fearing his godlike power, the Kage and Konoha force him into banishment. 10 years later, a guilt-ridden Konoha finally realizes their catastrophic mistake. They want their hero back to restore his clans and use his power once again. But when Tsunade sends a letter demanding his return, the reply she gets shakes the village to its core. Naruto isn't waiting in the shadows. He has built a new life in the kingdom of Hyrule with his wives, including the Twilight Princess Midna and his ten-tailed companion Yadajime, and he has a chilling message for the Leaf Village: leave me alone or face the wrath of all of Hyrule. Welcome to a world where Konoha's biggest mistake becomes Hyrule's greatest protector. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Tremor 230, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. Lemon warning. I tried to make this story lemon-free. However, they were simply too many. Yes, they happened to be quite graphic, and despite my better judgment I kept them. Once again, the algorithm will punish the video, and I will require your help by dropping a like or comment to make this series popular. Also, if you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to share it with your friends. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 15. I Believe I Can Fly. Visiting the Oocca Flying City. Hyrule Royal Castle. The heavy steps of the towering form of Ganondorf echoed dully in the almost deserted palace as he walked with a brisk pace towards the lonely tower he knew was housing the disgraced Princess Zelda, and the warlord's snarl of fury was making it clear that anything standing on his path would be torn asunder by the angry Dark Lord, making the Gerudo's servants hurry to move aside so to let him pass. I know there must be her behind this. Who else would have asked for help to those pitiful, so-called goddesses to take away my Triforce shard? She finally stood so low to ask for divine help. And those fools obliged. Ganondorf bellowed, kicking down the door, and even while lacking the Triforce of power, his kick made the solid wood of the thing explode into tiny splinters, no matter the fact that the whole thing had been reinforced with iron. Get over here, woman! The Gerudo roared as he marched inside to find an empty room in front of himself, thing that made his frown grow deeper to the point of twisting his face in a mask of fury similar to the one of a deranged beast. You can't hide from me, Zelda! Show your face! He said, growling as he grabbed her simple bed and threw it with ease against the opposite wall, destroying it into small pieces. Honestly, I have no time for your little games. I will take back what you others took from me, with the interest, and as soon as your chosen hero comes here with my Triforce shard, I will recover it, along eating his heart in front of your eyes. Ganondorf hissed as he walked with uncaring heavy steps on the woman's secret stash of magazines that was hidden under the bed. Like bisexuality and you, how to cope with it, and score the threesome of your dreams with the boys and girls you fancy. And cute maid outfits through the ages, dress them pretty before undressing them hungrily. Or so you think you masturbate to pretty girls and boys? 10 easy steps to know if you are doing it the right way. Bisex Princesses Edition. I promise you it won't hurt. I will just tear away from your soul the Triforce of Wisdom so to strengthen the few sparks of power those pathetic goddesses left me with just to humiliate me. You won't feel a thing as I will simply tear your soul apart, the Gerudo said with a mocking gentle tone as he teared open Zelda's closet to find only her clothes inside, and her collection of adult-hugging pillows and the ownership papers for the new bathhouse down in Hyrule Castle Town she took from Jiraiya in its secret compartment. TCH. So be it. I will play your game and hunt you down, little rat. Ganondorf uttered in distaste as he marched outside, ready to hunt the escaping Zelda through the castle himself. Luckily, he didn't come across Zelda's secret collection of pictographs she took in the maid's changing room while the girls were changing. She would be especially saddened had those been ruined as well. Be quick, Midna! Naruto! The fate of Hyrule rests in your hands. Zelda thought in alarm as she sneaked away unseen by the various monsters patrolling the corridors. Meanwhile, city in the sky, landing pool. Yay! A chorus of voices filled the sky as several people fell from a great height to center, with astounding precision, the small pool of water acting as landing point and entrance to the city in the sky of the Oocca tribe. Splay away awash. Fwaoa! Is everybody okay? Naruto asked, gasping for air as soon as he re-emerged. Splay away awash. Splay away awash. Gwa! Good God, what a trip! I almost prefer Midna-san's spell. Jiraiya gasped as he too climbed out of the pool on shaking legs. I'll take that as a compliment. Midna answered, coming out from the blonde's shadow just in time to see Shad, Agatha and Ashe land in the water right after them. All of them could not fit inside the cannon all at once, so they had divided into two groups to be shot towards the city, and as for Link the Wolf Ghost, he used a different method altogether. Here I am, I brought here your giant friend, Miss Agatha. The spirit of the past chosen hero said, jumping down from the head of the giant moth Agatha had brought with her. Thank you. The poor dear wouldn't have been able to find us otherwise, the girl replied happily. You think we'll need that thing? Ashe asked, curious. We are in a flying temple, we may need help to traverse the thing so she can fly us around. And while we are inside, she will follow us by clinging to the walls outside, so if we need, she will be always ready to help. Agatha explained, proud. Well, thank you then, Agatha-chan. Naruto answered, grateful. Hi. Doesn't it mean I deserve a reward? Like a kiss, she answered, giggling. What about instead you jump down the city? Utsukushi answered with narrowed eyes. That is a mean thing to say, Miss Utsu. Crap. She heard me. And my name is not Utsu. I made sure everybody hears you, Furball. Midna explained simply. I still can't believe there is another entity sealed inside you, Shed said, looking at Naruto's stomach where the fox seal was. I even left you study it while we waited for the cannon to be ready. What's still so hard to believe? The blonde man replied, chuckling as he simply patted Agatha on the head, so to make her happy without pissing off Midna and Utsukushi too much. Because it is such a different brand of magic. Oh. To be able to visit your land to study your people's texts? You will geek about it later, now we have a mirror shard to find. Let's move! Ashe answered, pointing at the waiting Oocca, signaling to reach him in front of a near door. Here you are! The bird-like creature in her, honestly kind of creepy, Baby said, elated as soon as she saw the group of heroes. We did it, Oocca! We took you home! Naruto said, smiling. Gracious, yes we did! We made it back, finally! The small thing said happily. So this is the legendary Flying City, Shed said in wonder as he looked around to the various ancient constructions floating together like an artificial archipelago thanks to the giant propellers above and under the various sections keeping everything afloat. Yes. And as a representative of the Oocca tribe, I welcome you to our Flying City, Oocca answered proudly. This is not the Skyloft, Fi said, coming out of the sword to look around, and the others could almost swear she looked depressed. Yes and no, Oocca answered. Skyloft? Naruto asked. The birth land of the first Hylians, master. The land that housed the ancestors of the people of Hyrule. And my previous resting place, Fi answered. Following our elders' stories, after the first hero chosen by the goddesses defeated the ancient evil Demise, he moved to the land below to populate it, and soon after, others joined him. Soon, though, the magic holding the flying continent of Skyloft started fading away as the heavens and the earth were finally connected, causing much damages to the whole continent and the structures on it. But my people, under the request of the old population of Skyloft, used its knowledge in arcane magic and science to rebuild as much as we could to keep it afloat as a way to remember the origins of the Hylian race, Oocca explained. Amazing, Shad muttered as he rapidly took notes of what was being said. Then why the place is falling apart? Jiraiya asked as he looked with sad eyes at the poor conditions everything was reduced into. All this happened thousands of years ago, even before our people came to look like we do now, and now we have not the means to maintain it. Soon, in fact, I fear we too will be forced to let it land before it gives in completely and collapses to pieces. The bird creature answered, sighing ashamed. You okay, Fi? Naruto asked, concerned. I will be, Lord Naruto. The hidden chamber I was sealed into is no longer here. There is the 60% chance it had been made land so to turn it into a temple on the ground below. And that way there is supposed to be the barracks where my first master used to sleep. She answered, pointing in a direction in the empty sky where only a broken bridge at the end of one of the many floating parts could be seen. His legacy still lives on, Lady Fi. In every holder of the master sword the blade deemed worthy, in all of them resides part of him. We all are his children, his reincarnation, or his equal. Link said, talking about his ancestors, himself, and then Naruto. I bet he is watching you and is very proud of you. Naruto added, hugging the spirit, and resting his chin on the top of the spirit's head. Thank you, Master. Fi answered, grateful. Master? Yes? The scent of your skin is nice and warm. It is pleasant. Oh my! Thank you. Your hair smell nice too, he answered, amused while kissing her forehead. TCH. Come on, Midna. You can't be jealous of a sword, what? Are you afraid she may get pregnant with his baby, or better, his dagger? Jiraiya asked, smirking at the fuming Twilight imp. Wham! Splayawawaj. Worth it. The smirking, and groaning in pain, Sannin said as he landed once again in the small pool thanks to the punch of Midna's hair hand. Come on, Ero Sennin! Stop joking like that! Naruto said, laughing, and may God bless his obviousness. He completely missed Fi's face turning slightly purple before she hurriedly returned inside the Master Sword. Small theatrics aside, Oocca said, a bit in discomfort from the situation. I guess I can give you a tour of the city, since you came all this way. We would love to, Oocca. We may need your help to find the mirror shard we need. Ashe answered, nodding. Sigh. And Shad may have tons of questions to ask you. She then added, sighing in defeat. Thank you, Ashe. Yeah? Roar. It was then that a deep, ferocious roar pierced the sky as a giant creature flew above the group before starting circling the main building of the flying city. Eek! Soon followed by several voices screaming in fright as various Oocca were seen dive for cover in a very chaotic manner. A dragon? Agatha said with wide eyes. Since when dragons have wings? Shouldn't they be more snake-like? Jiraiya asked, curious. Maybe is a Hylian variety? Naruto answered, unsure. Perhaps. Can it be Argarok? Shad gasped in shock. Who? Argarok is a mythical figure in Hylian folklore, usually used as a way to threaten misbehaving children with the idea he would swoop down to take them away if they keep throwing tantrums. But with how detailed his description is in every version, I should have suspected he was instead real, the scholar answered. And that thing reeks of corrupted Twilight magic. He has the shard we need, Midna added with narrowed eyes. Chances are he was given one on purpose to make him stronger and stop whoever may try retrieve it, Ashe commented. It's a possibility. Eek! Another shriek was heard as an Oocca, looking exactly like Oocca, rushed towards them. Hashtag D2. And %/ And 9. 2 £% /pound. / smiley face 0/J? Oocca answered, worried. Jiraiya asked, confused as he cleaned one of his ears to better listen the rapid salvo of questions and answers the two things were going through. That must be Oocca language, Midna answered, unsure. Ooh, goodness! Brave adventurers! You won't believe it! Oocca said in distress while the other Oocca hurriedly returned inside the small construction it exited before. Let me guess, Argarok is not just another inhabitant of this city? Link said, worried. Exactly. That dragon is raging outside the city walls. Oh, now I am terribly worried about everyone. We need that mirror shard and Agarak has it, so we will help you deal with him. You can count on us. Naruto answered in determination. Then, if you want to navigate the city and reach that thing, take me too. In case of need I will warp you others back here, Oocca said, jumping inside Jiraiya's clothes. Thank you, Oocca. So, you others are coming? Naruto asked. Of course. I will assist you, Ajitha answered immediately. We'll come too. Shad? I may not be a very powerful warrior, but I am the one that has the most knowledge about this place and its legendary knowledge, even if in a small part only. I can help you. We are all in this then, good. I say we have no more time to waste. Let's go, Link answered, making the group nod as one. So, outside the pool we arrived in, that small shop and the cannon that will take us back on the ground. We can only move forward, just be careful to the wind, it will blow very strong and if you are not careful it will throw you down, Oocca explained. If that happens my moth will catch you, have no fear, Ajitha added as the giant bug took fly to follow them. Very well. Ashe-chan? Take these, Naruto said, unsealing the iron boots and giving them to the girl. Boots? She asked. Charmed boots, once worn they will get super heavy, it should be enough for you to not be blow away, but Shad will need to cling to you, the blonde answered. It's feasible, but what about you? Me and Naruto are ninja, we will just focus chakra on our feet to get glued to the floor, same effect that with those boots, Jiraiya answered. Ajitha-chan? Hold tight, okay? Naruto asked, moving a hand around the girl's midsection, while Midna jumped into his shadow. Oh, okay, the flustered girl replied as she clung to him herself. Ready? Link asked. Ready. Okay then, onward, Jiraiya said as he threw a kunai to a giant gem above a faraway door as instructed by Oocca, and as soon as the gate blocking the door opened they rushed forward, groaning in displeasure, as the lack of railing on the small bridge subjected them to the random gusts of wind lashing furiously on the path. Dear goddesses, it's insanely strong, Shed said, shocked as he felt Ashe's hold on him tighten even more. Touch anything improper and I will break your arm, Shad, Ashe said. Sorry, but between your anger and falling to my death, I kind of have no doubts about what I would prefer to be subjected to, he answered, making the others chuckle, thus lessening the tension a little. Almost there, Naruto said as he saw the scared expression on Ajitha and Shad's face, as both were the more defenseless against the wind, and it was to no small amount of relief that he opened the door to let the rest of the group rush inside to safety. Antechamber. Slam. The group relaxed as soon as the door closed heavily behind them, cutting off the oppressing wind current along its deafening howling. We did it! Ajitha said, sighing as she could finally let go of Naruto to walk by herself. Those boots are amazing, not even a Gorin would move you while wearing those, Ashe commented, impressed as she removed the boots to tie them to her hip. You have no idea how right you are. Ha ha! Naruto answered, laughing, amused. At least now we know what to expect, Link said as he walked forward to inspect the room. You have no room to judge, you turned incorporeal so the wind did nothing to you, Jiraiya said, annoyed. It's one of the perks of being a spirit, my friend, the wolf answered simply. TCH. The room was actually very spacious, with giant pillars covered in moss and divided in two, as the middle area lacked any form of floor, but instead having a giant hole leading directly to the open sky below. Okay. Falling down is not an option, Naruto said, worried. Then we'll jump. What do you mean? Ashe-chan? He asked without looking behind. Hashtag 357.39D / Oocca yelled as Ashe grabbed one and, holding it above her head, she jumped across the giant hole on the floor and glided across the chasm to walk towards the door. Come on! Stop dilly-dallying! The girl then said with crossed arms. Hashtag €% =$$ H. Another Oocca shrieked as Shad copied her to reach the door, while Link simply jumped across. Something tells me they were not saying nice things. Naruto, holding Agatha in his arms all for Midna and Utsukushi's ire, said amused as he and Jiraiya walked on the wall to reach the others. You have no idea. Such language. They should clean their mouths with soap. I am just glad I left Oocca Jr. with a friend, otherwise he would hear such horrid words. Oocca answered, looking aghast at hearing what its compatriots were saying. Once walked through the new door, the group saw a giant room. Each wall had a giant turbine-like fan covering them almost completely. The only door, though, refused to budge, remaining instead sealed shut. Okay, we are not passing by here anytime soon. Any idea? Naruto asked as he was about to tore it down with a Rasengan, but stopping when he remembered that they were up in the air and didn't want to risk it being some sort of security measure. That one! That grate has a big hole in it, we can pass by there, Midna said, pointing towards a corner of the room and towards one of the windows. Okay, but how we reach that place? There are no stairs. Ashe asked. Kage-ban-shin. In answer, the blonde shinobi created several copies of him to carry the others on their backs. You are a man full of surprises, you know? Shad admitted, impressed as they climbed the wall to walk outside. What can I say? I aim to please. Be careful, we still have the wind to deal with. Jiraiya alerted as the group hurried to move into a side passage that luckily still had a short wall high enough to protect them from the wind. So, we know for certain that we need to reach that flying thing to get our mirror shard, but how do we do this? Utsukushi asked. Maybe we can ask my friend to take us there, Agatha offered. Whoosh. Boom. As if to answer her, Argarok spat an immense fireball that obliterated a near flock of bird to ashes in an instant. Ki! Kikikikiki! Okay, she refuses to do that. She says that unless we distract him long enough for her to get closer, she won't risk being Kikiki. To be 360 no-scoped, whatever that means. So she will help us only for very small parts. All of us would wait too much for her, apparently. Agatha translated for the group what the giant moth clinging on the wall above them blubbered in apparent worry. So flying directly to that monster is out of the question. What now? Midna asked. We can try to attract him in the city highest place. There he won't hopefully make damages and you will have plenty of room to fight him. Oocca suggested as she pointed with a wing to a solitary construction with 4 tall pillars on top. You sure? Midna asked. Is a plan like any other. The only one we have, Erosenin. True. We have a plan then. And for that we need to open the bridge to the next section there, Oocca said, nodding and pointing at a cog-shaped hole on the floor. Okay then, please pass me the spinner so I can activate it, Link asked. Here it is, Lee. Cradaboom. A second before the golden wolf could even start spinning the visible cogs on the floor, Argarok swooped down and blasted the near-folded bridge to pieces, making the whole mechanism fall down and disappear under the clouds. Done that, the monster returned to fly around the 4 pillars on top of the faraway temple with a very smug look on its face. That dragon is an asshole, Naruto commented dryly. A giant asshole, Midna answered. A giant asshole with capital A, Jiraiya corrected both. Indeed, Shad conceded. Okay, we'll fly there, hop aboard, Agatha said, making the group board the giant moth to reach the next area. I find it hard to believe it can't fly us all, Jiraiya muttered, unsure. Give it a rest, old pervert, please, Midna growled with a glare. Okay. Meanwhile, down to the ground, Lake. I wonder where they landed. The bang was damn strong, the clown-dressed man said, looking at the cannon in wonder. I really want to disassemble you, you know? You are a damn fine rig. Wham! 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 Boom! Yikes! I am not touching! I am not touching! He shrieked in fright as the pieces of the broken bridge fell all around him, making him run away to hide. Back with Naruto and company. Okay. So there was just a small key that was worth passing that broken bridge for, Naruto said, sighing as they kept exploring the temple. Luckily this time the folded bridge they opened had not been destroyed by Argarok, thus letting them use said key to open the locked door beyond that. I still gonna say that a Rasengan would be faster to open doors than looking for keys. Yes, but contrary to those abandoned temples, the Oocca still live here. Breaking down everything would not be nice. Link countered. Sigh. Okay. The blonde answered, entering the next room first, and actually shrieking as the floor gave up under him, making him fall down. Jaya wa! Naruto! Jiraiya yelled in fright as he managed to grab the young man by the ankle to stop his falling. What the fuck? The substitute hero bellowed as he went dragged up to safety by the others. The floor seems unstable, Link suggested as he tried to walk on a tile and jumping back away as soon as the whole cube of rock detached from the others to fall down and disappear under the sky below. You sure? Oocca asked, jumping down to walk on a tile and even jump on it without it falling. You Oocca are too light to break them, you dumb fool! Midna hissed and answered. This place is unlivable. Naruto groaned in annoyance as he looked at the almost complete lack of floor. To be honest, this is more like a monument of the old days of both Hylian and Oocca culture than a temple or just a city. At the time we had to cut some corners to make it fly, then we got wings and so we lost the ability to make basic maintenance. Oocca admitted shyly. You still have that compass, right? Can you use it to find the fastest and safest route to Argarok? Ashe asked with crossed arms. Let's try the compass, even if the concept of safe is very relative. Shad conceded, sighing. 1 hour later. In a sense the compass delivered what the group had asked for, but the safest path, as it turned out, comprehended passing through rooms completely lacking the floor, others with the walls occupied by turbines creating horizontal winds with the power of a cyclone inside the room to compensate for the wind pushing on the structure outside, and sometimes blowing upward at well-timed intervals that caused whatever happened to pass by to be crushed mercilessly on the ceiling above, and all this happening if the floor did not continue to collapse under their weight at random, turning the simple act of taking a step in a gamble about choosing the right tile to walk on. This not considering that somehow the same giant rats with spiked armor Naruto had met in the underwater temple were present there as well, with their bigger counterparts reaching even twice their sizes. Naruto had been forced to share with Shad the claw shot, otherwise he and Ashe would not have been able to keep up with the two ninja and spirit wolf that instead could wall jump as they pleased. At least Ajitha's giant moth helped traversing the various open areas where bridges were lacking, this if the moth could manage to remain outside Argarok's field of vision, as the thing was clearly deadly afraid of the corrupted dragon, making them wonder if the whole "she can't carry us all" argument was instead just an excuse to not become an easy target for flying fireballs. Now the group of heroes was taking a small pause after the encounter with a new enemy almost caused Shad to fall down back to Hyrule. It was already hard to navigate this place, now there are also centipede-like things waiting under the tiles to push people away. This is simply ridiculous, Jiraiya said, annoyed as he and Naruto unsealed few rations for the others. Danger is part of the job for a scholar like me, still it was a rather nasty surprise that Shad, Naruto had to create a chain of clones and jump down to grab you. Nasty is not a strong enough way to describe it, Ashe commented, sighing. In hindsight, you have been very brave, Ajitha offered with a gentle smile. Thank you, Ajitha-chan, Naruto answered, smirking. The line that separates bravery from stupidity is very thin, though. You must be more careful, Midna countered, huffing as she punched his shoulder. Yes, and you tend to pass it even too frequently, Utsukushi added lightly, slapping the back of his head. I'll be careful, he answered, grumbling childishly. Nah, I don't believe you will ever be careful, brat. So, we are almost there, Jiraiya answered, chuckling as he got up to scan the area. Halfway to the top, to be precise, Oocca confirmed, nodding. This place is a mess. Even while using the claw shot or the boots, this place is a nightmare to navigate. Thank God I can use chakra. I don't want to think about how worse it would have been without ninja training, Naruto said, sighing in dismay. Now that I think about it, Oocca said, unsure. Yes? We should also have a claw shot here, I remember those were used when we still could not fly and repairs needed to be made. So we'll need 2 claw shots to defeat Argarok? Jiraiya asked. It doesn't W, you know what? Whatever. Midna answered, deflating in defeat. What was that? The 2 shinobi asked with annoying smirk. Louder! Both said with a sing-song voice. Yes, we'll need to find a second claw shot to defeat the dungeon boss, like with every other dungeon before this. The imp girl answered with a little part of her dying a little in the background of her tone. Cheer up. It's not your fault. It's just how things work in Hyrule. Even if they do not make sense at all. Naruto offered with a gentle smile. Ugh! At that the native Hylians, and Twilight, in the group groaned as one in bitter defeat. Let's just go, we'll need to pull on the controlling nodes to move forward from now on. They will switch on, or off, the turbines of the various rooms to let us use the maintenance entrances. They are timed so you won't have to fear to make the city collapse by turning off the various fans and or propellers to move between areas. Oocca explained with a mollified tone. Awesome! Let's go, everybody! Jiraiya answered as he marched forward. Are things really that convenient here in Hyrule? Ashe asked, whispering. Not long ago I would have answered no, but I am starting to see too many patterns ever since I started traveling with those 2. Link answered unsure as he watched Naruto talk with both Ajitha and Midna trying to cheer up the 2 girls. It's all a bit too convenient, Shad admitted, sighing. If only they knew how much they were making the 3 goddesses cringe in guilt, they would feel even worse. A long walk later. Okay. Like this, the maintenance corridor should be usable, Oocca said, watching Naruto cling to a giant sphere hanging from the ceiling and lowering it to the ground with his weight until a click was heard. $, pound%, and pound and a near Oocca answered. Ah. He says that there has been an incident recently, so we'll need to be careful when traversing that area. Oh. Thank you, the blonde answered with a small bow. Percent and $pound plus dot. What he said? Just that there is no need to thank him, Oocca answered, smiling as the group moved on. In truth, that Oocca had asked if he was single, but Oocca didn't want to drag Naruto into that discussion, especially since that Oocca's sister was a very unpleasant woman. Pineapple on pizza, ugh! Such tastes. So you Oocca too can walk on walls? Jiraiya asked, curious as he saw several bird people walk horizontally on the walls of the room. We cling to the walls, darling, it's different. Ooh. Hey, Naruto? You heard that, brat? So you started collecting bug friends when you were 5? The old spy master heard answer as he watched his student and the bug queen chat amicably. Ahoo! I always loved bugs, but then one day I saw one that had such a pretty light to it that I could not look away. And when I helped him find his espoused that had gone missing, they taught me how to talk to them. Ajitha answered, giggling as a luminescent ladybug crawled out from under her dress to nod along. So you became their princess since then? Oh, no. It was not immediate. We were just friends at the beginning. Then the more lessons I took, the more bugs joined us until all of them, the ones you collected for me, arrived. Mom was not exactly happy, she doesn't like bugs, she answered with an adorable scrunched nose expression. Oh. It's okay, luckily my daddy was more open-minded, so when I told him of the castle I wanted to live in with my friends, he helped me move there. He even planted the tree you saw in its middle himself. The girl explained happily. Castle. Room you mean? Midna said, snorting. Midna! Naruto countered, appalled. A room it may be, but it is still a castle in my heart. It doesn't take 1,000 of dusty rooms sitting there and used to make one. Ajitha answered, huffing and pouting. Sweetie, I own a castle. I know how one looks like. Does yours have private inner pool? Jacuzzi? Sauna and SBA area? The Twilight imp said, smirking. No. Bowling room? Neither. Tennis course in the back? Or private cinema in the basement? Midna asked again with a more savage smile. No. Ajitha answered with a vitriolic tone. You know? I think me and Midna-chan maybe can be friends after all. Utsukushi admitted with a greedy expression. Do not listen to her, Agatha-chan, she is just joking, Naruto said, patting the girl's head, gaining a small smile in answer. Oh yes. I am totally joking, Midna answered, smirking as she sat on his shoulder a bit closer to his head to lean on it and play with his hair. You are a shameless woman, Miss Midna, Agatha said, annoyed. Nah. I am more honest than shameless, right? She answered, kissing the young man's cheek. Brutally honest, Midna-chan, and also shameless, a bit crude, he replied, chuckling. Okay. Lazy, a tad spoiled. I get it, that's enough. You anger easily, get jealous very fast, don't accept losing at all. Naruto, it's okay, I get it, she said as her face kept getting greener at each word. Turn from childish to dead serious at the drop of a hat, and are the bravest girl I have ever met. That is not a kunoichi. And you can be deadly cute when you want to, especially that adorable pout or snoring you do when sleeping or bored. I said, oh, thank you. The imp girl started saying, ready to argue before hearing the final part, and awkwardly hiding her embarrassment by burying her face in his hair. Please! Do it properly, Agatha countered as she marched in front of him to give a small kiss on the top of his nose once stood on her toes. This is how you tease somebody, right, my king? She then said, latching to his arm while showing a superior smirk. TCH, the imp replied, gnashing her teeth and looking away with crossed arms. Let's just go on, K? Naruto answered as he did not know where to look to hide his red face. Bitch, was all the helpful reply he got from his biju. It's working, Jiraiya whispered, excited as he watched Ashe quickening her walking to join the conversation. Just like I told you, my friend. We just need to have faith in the harem route, Link replied, nodding along. Please do not distract him, he needs his head to fight that monster, and not the one in his trousers, Ashe said with narrowed eyes. I can control myself, Ashe-chan, he muttered, dejected. I have no doubts about it, but I still do not trust those two to not hold you back by forcing part of your blood to rush where it isn't needed, she replied before looking at Agatha intently. There is no wind here, so I can't see the reason why you are clinging to his arm like that. It's called romanticism. You may want to look up what it is about, Miss Ashe, Agatha replied, uncaring. We are on a mission to save Hyrule and the world. Romanticism can take a back seat for now, she replied. Sigh. Okay. We'll find you an empty room so you will be able to use your sword to blow some steam, Midna answered with a fake defeated tone. What are you implying? Ashe hissed with narrowed eyes. Oh, nothing. Just that the pommel on the handle of your sword seems very smooth. It must have been used frequently for training, I suppose, the imp explained with a feigned smile. How dare you? The girl growled in answer. Meanwhile this was happening, Jiraiya had intelligently pulled Naruto to the side and started pretending both were part of the background, ninja training or not. Even he didn't want to try his students' luck against three girls channeling their feminine fury at the same time. Arrow send dash. SSSH. The old man silenced him immediately. I dare because I want to, little girl, Midna answered simply. Uff. You are despicable, Agatha said with a petulant tone. Talks the one that had to ask a bunch of bugs how to act feminine. What? They taught you how to make dung balls as well? How dare you? The girl replied, scandalized. Act 2, same verse, because I want to, the other answered, smirking. What are you trying to do? Ashe asked. For what I see, somebody is conspiring against me. It has been a while since my harem route sense started giving off signals of danger, and I am sick of it. And as soon as I have dealt with you two shallow brats, I will find the source of this uneasiness, and will deal with it permanently. Midna answered with her expression darkening at each word until it became otherworldly cold towards the end of it. At that, Shad and Naruto became the only witnesses of both Jiraiya and Link starting to sweat at an astounding rate, to the point of creating a puddle under their bodies in a matter of seconds, while their faces drained of any color, almost looking ready to puke. You dash, Ashe tried saying before being cut off. I what? Midna countered angrily. This brat is clinging to him like glue just because some bugs told her it's faded and you yourself don't even know what you want. How shallow can you two be? I can understand Ilia as she was the first friend he had once moved to Hyrule, and for all her faults, Utsukushi has been with him ever since he was a toddler, so among everybody she is the closest one to him, and I can't even believe I am having this conversation to you too, but it's time for somebody to give you a reality check? Move to Hyrule? He is not an Hylian with short ears? For goodness sake, you don't even know that. Konoha is a village in another continent altogether, not a part of Hyrule you didn't know about. Some power-hungry people are still hunting him down, so he started a new life here, and so God, why am I even wasting breath over this? You two are just two hormonal teens that just discovered to have an itch down there and latched to the first pretty boy you met in the hope to have it scratched. You barely spent some time with him and believe he will fall head over heels for you just because. In what kind of deranged fairy tale do you believe to live in? I have been fighting at his side ever since this mess started, and I was ready to die to help him. And sure as there are 3 meddling goddesses somewhere in the heavens, he was about to die, so to save me in a stupid move that had almost 100% chances to kill him. That is what decides if two can be a couple, going through hell and back and share a bond. Not some silly puppy love born from infatuation, and the need to have a dick inside. Midna bellowed, furious, making the other two cower a little from her voice. Wow! Oocca muttered, impressed. Midna. Naruto muttered sadly as the imp girl floated back towards him. Sorry, but somebody needed to tell them that. Now is up to them decide what to do with it, if continuing this stupid childish thing or grow up and start using their brain instead of their groin. Midna answered, sighing. You okay though? He asked as he tried to caress her back in a soothing manner. I am. Especially after taking all that off my chest. Admittedly, I too started messing around with you for some stupid reason. Then you sort of grew on me and I started treating this more seriously. So I hate watching those two do the same. It's stupid and an insult to you, me, and especially themselves, and it diminished the value of what me and the others do feel. She explained. So I should stand aside? He asked with a sad smile. You can't always jump to the rescue. This time they will have to deal with it by themselves. Midna answered, returning to sit on his shoulder. Hey! The Twilight imp felt somebody mutter in her head. Yes, Furball? She asked back. Welcome on board, Midna. Thank you, the same is for you, Utsukushi. Midna answered with a small smile. Naruto? She asked with a low voice. Yes? Should it come down to that, between staying in Hyrule and the Twilight Realm, would you mind come with me there? Yes. And Ilia? I see. She muttered, and while on the surface she was happy about his answer, she could not help feeling a bit of guilt gnawing the back of her head, souring her mood. Seems like we found one of the main rooms. The second claw shot is down there. Oocca declared as they entered a very tall room completely without tiles separating the various floors bar small areas corresponding to the doors. The one they were looking for was, as luck would have it, the very last at the bottom. It's a long fall if we take the wrong step. Shad commented, gulping. Shad? Ashe muttered, unsure. Yes? Can we talk? Alone? She asked with a low whisper. Do you need a friendly ear to understand what to do? He asked back with a gentle smile. Yes, please. This is not a battlefield I am used to, she replied. Of course, he answered, making both move slightly behind at the back of the group. I am not shallow. Agatha in the meantime muttered to herself as she kept munching on her lower lip while deep in thought. Okay, we'll need to be very careful while we move down. How do we tackle this? Jiraiya asked, unsure. I can help Ashe descend with the claw shot, no problem on my side. Shad answered, gaining a grateful nod from the soldier. I see some scarce floor here and there. I think I should be able to jump my way down. Link added while scanning the area with critical eyes. I can fly down and you two are ninjas, so this leaves. Midna started saying before Agatha was seen climbing on the moth's back to be carried down, all without uttering a word or making a sound. Okay, she can take care of herself just fine. I think we can go down then. the imp answered herself, humming in appreciation. Careful now, this part of the building seems to be the more unstable, Naruto said as he and Jiraiya too were having problems walking down the walls since the stone had become extremely brittle through the ages to the point of breaking down easily under the strain of their chakra flow. The situation is worse than what I remembered. I wasn't aware the city was in this state, Oocca admitted with a sad expression as she kept saying pieces fall down and collapsed walls here and there. Maybe Argarok helped along, it seemed happy to blow things up just because, Jiraiya said as he momentarily stopped his descent to help Oocca push several broken pieces down to clear a path towards one of the doors. That may be, but this doesn't change the fact that we failed to keep this memento of Hyrule's past in proper shape, Oocca answered ashamed. Done with Zant and his master will find a way to fix this, what about it? Naruto offered with a gentle smile. I am sure that should Princess Zelda know of this she will offer some help. Sure, it would mean make this city fly a tad lower on the ground, but in exchange you would have people open to help you fix the damages, the blonde explained. Food for thought, but this is not something I can decide alone, we'll need to talk with the others, Oocca answered grateful. Just leave the option open, for the sake of preserving even just a fragment of Hyrule's history, Link added as they finally reached the door after a long climbing downward. You okay, Ajitha? Naruto asked. Who? She answered absently. Down there, once stop that fan we can climb down to where the other claw shot is stored, Oocca said. It's a strange way to enter there, Jiraiya muttered confused. There used to be another floor under us that completely crumbled to pieces and got detached from the whole structure, that had a door leading to that room. This is the creative entrance, the bird-like thing answered sheepish. Ooh. Okay, everybody be careful and keep an eye on the fan. If it looks like it's about to start spinning again, either drop down or don't come closer, Naruto said as he and few clones latched to the control node above it to pull it down and stop the turbine under him. It stopped completely, let's go, Shed confirmed, making the group rapidly descend to find an ample room with giant holes on all four walls. Mini-boss? Utsukushi said with narrowed eyes. So it seems, Midna confirmed, looking around. Incoming! Ajitha yelled as a winged lizard soldier swept down at high speed while brandishing a small shield and a long, thick sword. That's it? Jiraiya asked lamely. Guahoa? The flying creature growled in answer. You know, I may have been spoiled rotten until now during this mission, but the mini-boss I fought in the Goron mines was cool. We had a sumo match on top of a stone platform floating on lava and he was a huge brute almost as big as an elephant. Then it went downhill from there with a fat frog dash. Toad, Midna muttered grumbling. Frog, that had nothing to offer besides awkwardly jumping around. And after that I got my hopes back up with an undead ghost with a kilometer-long sword and that evil soldier Dark Nutter or stuff, and now there is you. We fought lizard soldiers already, but you have wings, WOO. So original, Naruto said, sighing dejected. You want the thrill of a battle to death every time? Shad asked. Yes, the blonde man answered in tears. Sigh. Adrenaline junkies, Midna muttered, shaking her head in sadness. That flying lizard may have been unable to understand human language, but it understood that it was being mocked, and worse of all, underestimated, and so it flew into a rage for its wounded pride and started flying as fast as it could in and out of the room through the holes on the walls. What? Ashe asked at seeing her friend deep in thought. The shield that monster is using, the scholar said, unsure. What about it? The girl soldier asked, confused. Guao! Here! The flying lizard bellowed, furious, as it had finally reached the speed it wanted in its in and out flying pattern as it down pointed straight at Naruto in a blurry fast nosedive. Clang! With a deafening metallic noise the beast soared and Samahata crossed as both warriors met the other head-on, although the lizard seemed to be the one suffering from the recoil the most as the blonde shinobi had glued himself to the floor through chakra. Goh! The monster growled, pushing itself back, ready to try again to attack with a vertical slash of its sword. Trararara clang! The lizard soldier muttered in surprise as a metal claw grabbed its shield. EOH! Shad and Ashe yelled as both pulled on the chain of the claw shot to help it recover the claw and tear the shield away from the monster's grasp. I knew it! That thing has used one of the plaques for the claw shot as an improvised shield, Shad said happily. Sigh. So very convenient. Ashe muttered with a sigh of deep defeat. Grah? As the lizard man was about to rush to the two to recover its shield, the thing felt a hand grab its shoulder in a crushing grip. We still have not done, bastard! Naruto said, smirking as his other hand grabbed the monster's one holding its sword. Grah! Acting on panic-induced autopilot, the monster tried to punch him away with its free hand, and the fist had almost reached the blonde's nose when Jiraiya's hand closed around that wrist with equal bone-shattering strength. Now! Let's not be hasty, the Toad Sannin said with a jovial laugh. You joining Arrow Sennin? Naruto asked, chuckling. Yeah, this thing is so anticlimactic that we can simply cut it short. Okay, the blonde man said cheerfully. Kawaii. In the whole Sky City then echoed the screams of agony as the flying soldier tasted the combined might of two shinobi determined into closing the matter fast, and so uncaring about finesses like mercy and holding back. 1 hour later. The second claw shot had, as expected, helped a lot in navigating the flying city, not only because like that Ashe could move around on her own, but like that she together with Shad could activate the doors requiring 2 switches being pulled at the same time. And, on a very minor note, Naruto finally got the answer to his unspoken question about how the Oocca actually could live up there. The answer was the flock of flying living plants called peahats the locals had domesticated so to eat their fruits and leaves. The latter, funnily enough, the plants used as a propeller to fly around. And hanging by one of them to pass through few chasms had been very exciting, even if, as the others said, he could have just rode the giant moth Ajitha brought with her. But the thrill was too strong to ignore for the bored hero of power to resist. And also, the claw shot had become fundamental on the last leg of their trip towards Argarok, as 90% of the areas the group moved through past the mini-boss room were absolutely lacking any form of floor, making even moving through doors dangerous. Meaning that Naruto and Jiraiya were pretty much perennially wall-walking while Ashe and Shad were forced to follow them with daring jumps and claw-shooting more often than not, coming dangerously close at missing the mark and make them fall all the way down. Luckily, Ajitha and Link had decided to ask her moth friend to fly directly under those rooms to follow the others and catch the eventual fallen should the worst happen. You okay, Ajitha-chan? Naruto asked, worried. Oh! I will be, have no fear, she answered with a tiny smile. You know you can talk to me if you need, right? He said with a sad tone. Of course, don't worry, she countered simply. Naruto, Midna muttered, sighing. We all have our own way of doing things, and leaving my friends alone in moments of self-doubt is not mine, the blonde man answered, annoyed. You can be so damn stubborn when you want, Utsukushi commented, huffing. Bite me. I would, only not in the nice way. Been there, done that, and survived to tell the tale. Sadly true, the Biju confirmed, deflating a little. Argarok is slowing down, Jiraiya said loudly as he interrupted the discussion. And the sky is darkening. Sniff. Sniff. I can smell rain in the air, a storm is coming. Link confirmed once sniffed the air. And judging by wind speed and the size of those clouds, it's going to be a very big one, we must hurry. Shad added gravely. We have almost done, that down there is the tower we need to climb. Argarok must have understood, he is waiting for us. Oocca said, shivering as the monstrous dragon was circling the top of the tower not too far from them, while its eyes never stopped looking at the group intently. Okay, when we get on the top, I will face Argarok alone, Naruto said with narrowed eyes as he glared at the dragon. No, we dash. You will be easy targets, me and Naruto will be more than enough. You just climb on Ajitha-san's moth and stay out of harm's way, Jiraiya said sternly, silencing her. Ready, Midna? The blonde man asked. As always, you got the Master Sword ready? We need that to separate Argarok from the Mirror Shard without risk of breaking it, the imp girl replied. Of course. Then let's go, we have a dragon to kill and a shard to retrieve, the toad Sanine said with a determined nod. Careful now, do not fall down. Agatha, still riding the giant moth, cautioned the others as her giant friend scared away the birds around them so that they could climb on the plants growing around the building's walls and peace so to find an entrance. Inside the tower. Okay, if we pull down that node the fan will stop, from there we'll be able to descend into the main room. From that ceiling we'll need to activate the brother node of this one to switch on the main turbine, like that the door will be unlocked, from there it will be a straight path to where Argarok is waiting for us. Oocca instructed as soon as the group entered the tall construction. Here, it was in a chest not far from where we entered, Ashe said as she also handed to Naruto a big key made in black metal. The key to the main area of the temple. Thank you, Ashe-chan, the blonde man said with a grateful nod. Just be careful, Kay? She asked. Of course. He grunted in answer as the girl gave him a short hug with the strength of a hydraulic press almost cracking his ribs. HN. Midna commented with a non-committal grunt as she watched the young woman step back from the hug. Let's move, Link suggested, nodding. Hop aboard, we'll take you there to the entrance, Agatha offered as the moth moved closer to them. Thank you, Agatha-chan, the blonde shinobi answered while he and the others climbed on the giant thing's giant head to be brought in the final tower they needed to climb. With Argarok. The Twilight dragon Argarok was flying around the top of the tower without a single sound thanks to its mighty wings, gliding majestic as he waited for its enemy to show up. He had felt the blonde human male would have been the one it will be tasked to capture alive as soon as he saw him reach the flying city, just like that strange voice in its head told it to. The others instead, they will make a nice snack if anything else, they look squishy enough for that. A pity though that they had been smart enough to not fly all the way to it with that giant bug. Argarok was actually curious to know how that big, fat thing would taste once roasted a little with its flames, but if anything Argarok was a patient top predator. Once dealt with the humans it will taste that bug meat before taking the blonde male to the castle as he had been told. Strange alien voices or not, its stomach had the final say on this thing. There he is. He brought the old one with him too, together with the Twilight pest. Good, like this it will be easier, the monster thought, pleased as it swooped down with its giant talons at ready. Hyah! The dragon gave a deafening roar that almost made Agatha's mount turn tail and fly away, and in doing so Argarok made sure the rest of the group remained a bit farther riding on the giant moth, like that it will be free to focus only on its target, and its successive snack would not be damaged should the dragon get rough in its handling the fight. Now put up a fight, human! Make this hunt worth my time! The monster roared as it swooped down a second time, scraping on the ancient rock of the floor with its talon in a show of strength. With Naruto and Jiraiya. Both shinobi dove in opposite direction to dodge the charge and the wild swipe of the claw-like weight on the end of Argorok's tail trailing behind the creature. Okay, he is using the advantage of flying to its fullest, what now? Naruto asked, growling as the two were certain Argarok was having a laugh at their expenses as it flew around them out of reach. I say we pull him down, Midna proposed as a new swipe almost blew them away with the wind pressure it carried behind. That armor though is still a problem, Jiraiya added. Idea! The blonde shinobi exclaimed, proud. Do tell! I will use both claw shots to pull that thing down to us. You summon Gamabunta and go to town on its armor. Once it's broken I will climb on Argarok's back and stab it to death. Is not like we have another plan for now. I am in, Jiraiya answered, nodding just as Argarok flew towards them once again. Only this time it was clear it was aiming at grabbing one of them. Okay. Shad! I need the claw shots. Both of them! Naruto yelled at the moth circling the arena. With the others. I can't throw them from here. We are too far away. Shad answered in horror as Argarok almost grabbed Naruto, only for the blonde to create a clone to switch with it. Can't we get closer? The scholar asked. Kiki. No, she refuses. What should we do? Agatha answered, horrified. I can teleport there, but I can't take the claws with me. Link answered through clenched teeth. Then while you three stay here trembling, I will deliver the claws myself, Ashe answered, grabbing both gadgets, and once took as much a running start she could. She jumped down the moth. Ashe! Shad, Link and Agatha yelled with wide eyes at watching the falling girl shoot one of the claws and barely managing to latch on the ledge of the platform to be dragged towards the two shinobi. Back to the fight. Ashe! Naruto yelled as he helped the girl climb up. Here are the claws, now pull that thing down and win. And be careful, please, the girl said, giving him the 2 claw shots and a fast kiss. Thank you, now find some cover, please, he answered. If you insist. Ashe answered, running to stand behind one of the 4 tall panels adorning the 4 corners of the arena, securing her footing by wearing the iron boots and literally hugging the pillar with all her strength. Incoming! Jiraiya yelled as Argarok tried once again to grab them. I am ready! Go! The blonde answered, wearing both claw shots. As soon as the 2 dodged the new attack, Naruto launched both claws to latch on the dragon's tail, and infusing as much chakra he could on his feet, he abruptly stopped the thing's fly, making it flap its wings uselessly to break free. Kuchio's no jutsu! Jiraiya intoned, biting his thumb and summoning the giant toad boss summoned Gamabunta. What the fuck is that? Argarok thought in alarm as a giant toad almost as big as the dragon, if not more, appeared out of nowhere. What the fuck is that? Curiously, the ones riding the giant moth asked the same thing with bulged-out eyes. I knew you said your summons were big, but I didn't expect this much, Midna admitted, impressed. See, Gamabunta? You already have a Hylian fanbase. Thank you, I know I am a great sight to behold. And you, Flying Lizard? Are you ready? Gamabunta answered, smug. IT talks? The ones not in the know replied. Oh. He talks, would you look at that? Midna added, more calm. All yours, Gamabunta! Take away that armor, or Areowa! Naruto said with a cheerful scream as he threw Argarok towards the giant toad. AH! With a short battle cry, the boss summon's giant blade caught the flying dragon midair to slam it on the floor, disassembling a huge chunk of the armor covering it back. GRAH! Roaring in both rage and wounded pride, Argarok broke free and retook height to hover above the 2 humans and summoned to glare at them in hatred. I think we hurt him more than just physically, Naruto said, joining Jiraiya on Gamabunta's head. You don't say. Jiraiya answered, smirking. Both him and Naruto, though, stopped smiling when they saw the dragon take a deep breath. Oh! Midna muttered with widening eyes. Gamabunta! Give us some oil! Both shinobi yelled in alarm. Shit! Incoming! The toad answered, inflating his chest more than usual as he gathered as much oil he could, just like they saw fire mount in the dragon's mouth. Collaboration jutsu! Gamea Enden! Toad oil flame bullet! Naruto and Jiraiya yelled at the same time as they blew 2 awe-inspiring streams on fire to meet the toad summon's riverworth of inflammable oil to create a true storm of flames to meet Argarok's own fire breath head-on. That's a lot of fire! Midna, deep down feeling her pyromaniac side get aroused, commented, impressed, as the 2 fiery attacks continued clashing for at least 2 minutes before both fighters were forced to jump aside to dodge the other flames. Okay, good news, we melted away that thing's helmet. Bad news, it still has half of the original armor still protecting its back, and we have lost at least half the arena until the fires stop burning. Jiraiya commented, unsure. What now? Naruto then asked while the dragon started again circling them. Move the fight on top of those 4 pillars, same strategy. Grab that thing and hold it down so I can smash the armor, Gamabunta said, moving them down from his head. And you? I will wait for you to bring that thing to me. I don't have enough room to move here, with or without fire, the boss summon answered. Perfect, ready? Jiraiya said, taking a claw shot for himself. Ready, arrow Senin! The blonde answered, shooting his claw at a pillar to climb it while his old teacher did the same on the opposite one. Girl, climb on my head, things are going to get messy. Eh? NGH! Damn language barrier! Here! The giant toad yelled while pointing at her and then on the top of his head. I got it! Ashe answered, nodding and doing as instructed. Now that those 2 are in position, let's attract the bastard's attention. Sutton, Sudama! Water sphere, Gamabunta hissed, taking in a huge breath to spit out a giant ball of condensed water big enough to fill a small lake, with the projectile exploding once reached Argarok, almost drowning in midair. Arh! The monster roared, furious. He's mad now, the toad said, smirking as the excess water rained down, smothering the fires still covering most of the arena. Not now, Naruto! Jiraiya hissed with narrowed eyes as the beast swooped down at top speed. I know, the blonde replied as the thing flew between them. And now! Kage Bunshin! Both shinobi yelled, creating a clone each so that the two Bunshin could use the claw shots to latch on Argarok's tail to stop it. Together! The real Jiraiya said as he and Naruto ran on the tense chains of the claws. Futon Rasengan! Naruto yelled as the watermelon-sized Rasengan empowered by pure wind chakra came to life in his hand. Katon Rasengan! At the same time, the toad Sannin did the same with his own Rasengan, turning into a small sun as he added fire chakra to it. Greawaya! Argarok screamed in agony as the uncovered parts of its body went cut by wind blades and burned by the fire, while its remaining armor whined under the stress of the attack. Just shut up and die! Gamabunta yelled as he jumped high, with Ashe clinging to him with great difficulty, to deliver a vertical slash that destroyed the last pieces of armor and carved out a big chunk of flesh. What's that? Midna asked as she saw something resembling a dark purple gem stuck in the dragon's flesh right under the wound the toad boss just opened on it back. There is the 98% chance that the gem represents Argarok's heart, Miss Midna. I suggest to pierce it to maximize the damage and give the monster the finishing blow. Fi supplied from the master sword. Grr! A low, bloodthirsty growl echoed all around them as rain finally started pouring down heavily and thunders filled the now completely black sky. Gamabunta! Jump away! Jiraiya yelled with wide eyes as Argarok completely discarded the last sparks of sanity it possessed to spew fire everywhere to break free. Yo! The giant toad yelped as he barely dodged the wild flaying of the dragon that kept swiping around with its claws and spitting fire all around in random patterns until the four tall pillars too went demolished and the monster returned to fly high. Damn it! We can't get him without those things! Jiraiya hissed, furious. Throw me! Naruto said with narrowed eyes. What? Gamabunta yelled in shock. Throw me at that thing, the blonde replied. You are crazy, it's suicide! Ashe, once got a translation by Jiraiya, answered. But it's the only solution we have, he answered. You are out of your fucking mind, but okay, be careful and I hope you have a plan in case that thing dodges. Gamabunta said, grabbing Naruto in his giant hand. The only plan I have is for you to throw me fast enough that Onster won't be able to dodge me. Shit, you can't put the whole blame on me if we fail. I just did. Yes, you did, the toad boss said in a deadpan as he prepared to throw the blonde with all the power he could muster. Now fly, and kill that bastard! YAH! The summon yelled as he threw the blonde at ludicrous speed. And to their moment of horror, Argarok looked about to move to the side, but relief soon came to take the place of that fear as the blonde still pierced through one of the monster's wings, reducing it in tatters. And they could see Naruto hanging by that same wing as both he and the dragon pummeled from the sky to the land below. Naruto! Jiraiya yelled, shocked, just as Shad and Link went unceremoniously thrown next to him by a giant moth-shaped blur soon chasing after the falling shinobi. Ajitha! Link yelled as the group watched the young girl look dead set in doing everything to help their common friend. Meanwhile, with Naruto, the blonde man was clinging with all his strength on the back of Argarok, helped by the various wounds their fight opened on the beast's back acting as improvised handholds. You know, when I came to Hyrule, I expected to have a quiet life, he said as he clawed his way from the tip of the monster's tail to its back. A quiet life as a farmhand. Look after the crops, harvest when ready, and then riding Epona in my free time, he kept saying once he reached the pulsating gem on Argarok's back. And finally find an honest, nice girl to go out with and have some calm, problem-free relationship and, who knows, Maybe get married and grow old without power-hungry bastards coming to knock on my door blathering about their holy crusade for world domination," Naruto said, growling as he unsheathed the Master Sword once again to hold it above his head. Also, he was starting to see the tip of the mountains as the ground was getting very close, but he was kinda too angry to care about that. "And look at me now! Riding a shitty dragon to save the world again!" The blonde roared furious as he kept stabbing Argarok's gem-like heart, making it scream in agony, each word a stab or a twisting of the blade right inside the dragon's flesh. "Gyyyyyyyy! Shut the fuck up!" the young man yelled, plunging the Master Sword hilt deep into the gem, making it explode into thousands of fragments. "Kaya-waya!" Argarok screamed a last time as its life faded away, making its whole body explode into fragments of dark energy, soon condensing into the last fragment of the Mirror of Twilight, while the rest of its body simply wasted away into ashes. "Okay, I got the Mirror Shard and Argarok is very dead, what now?" Naruto asked aloud as he was still falling down. I guess breaking the fall with your bones is not feasible," Utsukashi said, unsure. "Nope. Then I am out of ideas," she answered. "Me too, I was hoping for this bastard to conveniently fall down in the arena, not out of it," he answered, sighing. "We are not Hylian, I guess we can't take those small conveniences for granted." Sigh. "True. Back with Midna and the others." "Where is he? Where is he?" Midna asked as she kept scanning downwards. "The clouds are too thick, I can't see him," Jiraiya answered grimly. "Please tell me you people have a ninja technique that make you fly," Link asked faintly. "Anoki could float, but flying? Not to my knowledge," Jiraiya answered. "Miss Midna, maybe we should make preparations to go retrieve the last shard, to not make his a wasteful sacrifice," Shad proposed with a sad tone. "He is fine, come on. He probably is waiting for us down there," the imp girl said, laughing. An empty laugh nobody missed was there just because she had put it there by force. "Midna-san," Jiraiya tried saying, grabbing her shoulder, and not flinching when she swatted his hand away. "He is alive! He is alive! He is too stupid to die just because he fell from here." "Nah, he is fine," she repeated smugly. She even managed to cover her shivers as soon as those came up. "Sicho!" It was then that a loud sneeze eclipsed every noise in the whole city and almost gave a stroke to the group of heroes. "I may be fine, but I need some dry clothes. This rain soaked even my pants," Naruto answered as he was seen climb up to them by riding next to Ajitha on top of the giant moth. "You are alive!" Shad said, elated. "Great analysis, Shad," Ashe commented with a tiny smile. "Sorry if I made you worry, but I have a mirror shard to make up for IGH," Naruto answered, smirking as he jumped down from the moth and getting grabbed by Midna's giant hair-made hand as soon as his feet touched ground. "I am starting to get tired at seeing you doing this sort of stuff. To my knowledge, you are not immortal and there is only one of you on the whole planet, so please stop believing that throwing your life away will fix anything, because there are people here that do care about you enough to be afraid to lose you, okay?" the imp girl hissed, letting him go to hug his head herself. "Midna-san, you are asking us something honestly impossible. We are shinobi, our lives are all we can offer when there is at stake the safety and future of our village. Each one of us, every one of us has a dream and projects for the future, but all of us also are ready to cast that aside and throw everything away to stop whatever threat is endangering who we hold dear at the cost of our own life," Jiraiya answered, showing his wooden arm. "We sacrifice an ounce of flesh for every step back we force our enemy to take, and we pay in years of lifespan, appendages or senses for every enemy killed. We are soldiers ready to die to protect, save, destroy and kill whoever is so unlucky to stand in our way. We do not go quietly into the night, but we burn bright to the very last moment. The last blaze of glory is not a figure of speech, is the way we live our whole lives ever since we leave our mother's womb." Naruto and me moved here to try what it means to have a quiet life and see what it feels like to die just because we grew old instead of blowing up ourselves as a last act of spite towards an enemy that overpowered us. But as soon as we accepted the mission of stopping Zant and save Hyrule, we returned to wear our forehead protector and we returned being shinobi, meaning that compared to Hyrule's safety, our lives are a worthy sacrifice. The Toad Sage explained, to the others' quiet horror. But maybe staying in Hyrule had us get a bit rusty, because to be honest, now the idea of leaving our loved ones behind is way more heavy and painful than before. Naruto added, grabbing Midna's hand in his. True that. The young man's teacher admitted, chuckling. Then please stop making me worry this much. I may be a young, beautiful, smart and brave maiden, but even my heart and blood pressure can only take this much stress. You'll make me get split hair. Midna begged with a tiny smirk. Well, even just for that I'll be careful, even just to spare your hair the hassle. It would be a sin to ruin them, he replied, amused while he passed a hand through her locks. Glad to see you understand. Midna answered, elated. Also, I got something from my unplanned fly, the blonde said proudly as he unsealed the mirror shard to present it to Midna. The final one, we did it. Now we have them all. Midna said, ecstatic as she took a hold of it to put it with the others. Yup. We did it. Naruto answered, smiling. Hey, do you remember the words of the sages? The imp girl muttered, unsure, and Jiraiya quickly understood the situation and pushed the others away to let the two talk freely. You mean the fact that Zanteam could not destroy the mirror? Naruto asked. Only the true ruler of the Twilight can destroy the mirror of Twilight. Zant could only break the mirror into shards, he couldn't utterly shatter it. So he is not the real king. It's the proof of his false kingship, that we can and must stop him. And we will, Midna, Naruto said in determination. Together? She asked, presenting her hand. Together, he answered, grasping it tightly. Then let's go, to the mirror chamber. After all, a fake is a fake, and no matter how much you dress it up, the real thing always wins. Midna said, opening a Twilight portal next to him. This will take us back to that cannon so we will be shot back on the ground, she explained, motioning to the others to reach them. Before we go, Miss Midna, Ajitha said with a shy smile. Who? I thought really hard about what you said about me and came to an important conclusion. Which is? The imp girl said, sighing, annoyed. I am not stepping back from courting my king, so please, once done collecting your teeth, kindly step aside and let me do my version of romance, and see for myself if things can work out between the two of us. If you don't mind, that is. The young girl asked with a cute giggle once slammed several tons worth of a right hook on Midna's face. Ajitha-chan, there are other ways to talk things down, less violent ways. Naruto said, unsure, as he helped Midna to stand back up. PTU. No, it's fine, at least she finally showed some character. Midna answered, healing her missing teeth with a small spell. So? Ajitha asked. So my idea of you has not changed, not one bit. We'll see. The bug princess answered, determined. I hate you, Erosenin. For some reason I know you somehow helped along, Naruto said with a desperate sigh as the group disappeared into the portal. I just acted with your best interest at heart, and Link helped. The old man whispered, ashamed. Traitor! The ghost wolf had barely the time to cry out before the group broke into a storm of black fragments to enter the small portal and return to the starting point to be shot back to Hyrule by the giant cannon waiting for them. Note to self: once saved Hyrule, remember to close Toad Pervert and Mangy Wolf in the dungeon of my castle and forget where I put the key, and remember to use carnivore ants to fill the old man's pants as further punishment. Midna thought in cold fury, as she finally found the culprits of the whole harem route mess. And wait until Ilia too will discover this. She too won't be happy about that. Omake, continuation of the Interloper in Time. Fanfic Omake. Telma's Pub, Hidden Rooms Underground. God, I am bored, Naruto said, sighing as he threw himself on his bed. Border control is not supposed to be fun, Naruto. Midna, equally bored, answered, yawning and using his stomach as a pillow to lie next to him. Just bear it until construction is done, then we'll have to worry about politics instead, and believe me, you will miss doing this sort of things. Utsukushi added as she did the same to lie down. Hey, can you know? The blonde asked. Hoo. You want me to summon the rune? Midna asked, chuckling. Yep. Can we? It was fun last time. Just because you defiled the two of us in every corner of the room. Utsukushi answered, laughing. Not every corner. We didn't do it inside the fridge. That because we can fit in. Midna countered, smirking. Yeah. Oh. Whatever, why not? The Twilight princess said as she drew a door on the wall to open it, and see their special room already occupied. Oh. You look like something big happened, you okay? Naruto asked at seeing the worn-out look on his younger counterpart and his friends. You have no idea. The small green-haired girl answered, sighing. A long explanation later. Then Fai-chan stomped on the monster's head and squashed it like a bug. IoT, interloper of time, Naruto finished saying with a sigh. Nice. The older version of the two admitted, impressed. It was a very dangerous move that could have left your younger version defenseless, master. His version of Phi said haughtily. Not exactly, the danger was just up to the 75%. The second Phi replied. 7-6-8%. You have to take into account equipment, personal abilities and enemy power too. I did. You did not, as your master is not as powerful as mine. My master is stronger than yours. Baseless accusations are unbefitting of a spirit living inside the master sword. At least my master is a cutie. Cuteness has nothing on virility, and my master has a coefficient of manliness above 600. 600 is a number too much above the max level, you are jesting. Master took me to his chambers for my birthday and tirelessly sated his hunger with me all night long, and his own sword could barely fit in my scabbard without me screaming in heavenly joy. The number, if ever, is at best underplaying his true prowess, as no man past, present and future will ever measure up, but always come out short and pathetic. Just because he is a pervert it doesn't mean he is the best master. Say that again and I will scrap you. Big words for a dull blade. Talks the unrefined chunk of celestial iron that believes to be a sword. As the two spirits' argument became more animated, even if still talking in a monotone robotic voice, the rest of the group wisely scooted a bit away just in case. Where did your friend Naruto go, by the way? Naruto asked. Who knows, I bet she is doing some important sage stuff, she always blathers about it, so I guess it was something really important. The blonde younger version answered, shrugging. Water temple in the meantime. Naruto was sitting on a broken pillar with a bored expression on her face as she idly flipped through the interior decoration section of a magazine called Ancient Temple Monthly. Too cliché, too bland, too gaudy, too blue, too shiny, too dull, too drab. Ugh, who came up with this shit? She wondered, groaning as the design kept getting worse at each page until her face got green as if she was about to throw up, making her throw away the small thing in disgust. Back to the two group of heroes. Hey, about your arrow senin? The young Naruto asked. Yes? Is he still writing that stupid book series of his? Ichiraku? Yep. Apparently Zelda doesn't mind as long as he doesn't peep on the girls of Hyrule, so he has no real reason to stop writing. The older blonde replied as both watched the toad sage go through his notes, giggling as he reread them. But at least he gave us ideas, isn't it? Ajitha, having been introduced to the room by an annoyed Midna, replied as she lied against his body to get comfy on the sofa. Please keep your pants on. The young blonde begged, groaning. I am not going to make promises I know I can't keep. But still, you are doing well. That fight you had sounded kind of amazing. I wish I was there too. I'm more focused on the fact that thing was living in the village water supply along with all those corpses. I am no doctor, but that just can't be sanitary. Midna said, shivering a little at the thought. That's what I said, Navi said with an overdramatic gag. It's a miracle that no one is sick from that crap. The chances of that happening is only 5%. 4 or 8%. The two Phi answered in chorus before returning to expressionlessly glare at each other. It is so nice to just sit back and relax like this. No monsters, no dungeons, just some friends hanging out and enjoying some good food. A little farther away, Saria instead was doing her best to mold into the sofa to turn both into a single entity, as she kept eating away her fatigue, so much into her relaxation and internal consideration she was, that the green-haired girl could not even notice as a certain fox woman slunk up beside, not her until an arm was draped over her shoulders, that is, making her jump from the sudden unexpected contact. This is nice, isn't it? Utsukushi asked as she settled down into next to Saria. Yeah, it is. The former forest child agreed slightly nervously, getting a weird vibe from the Biju turned human. I know how it could be even better though, Utsukushi said as she leaned closer to whisper something to her ear. My thought sense is tingling. Old Naruto thought with narrowed eyes as he saw with the corner of his eye that whatever his Biju was saying was causing the poor greenette's face to start glowing bright red barely 5 seconds into it. By the time the fox woman was finished, Saria looked just like tomato with how red her face was mixed with her green hair. Yup. Here it comes! The young man knew something was coming as soon as he saw that happen. So what do you think? You game or not? Utsukushi asked, her grin somehow getting even larger. Uguglaga. I'll take your incoherent muttering as a yes, the 10-tailed fox woman said while scooping the stuttering girl up and throwing her onto her shoulder. She then walked over to the Narutos and did the same thing to them before bolting into the bedroom that conveniently appeared on the other side of the room and locked the door. Why? Just go along with it, young me. I learn on my flesh that it's less painful like that, Naruto said, sighing. Come on. I want to see if Saria-chan likes being sandwiched, Utsukushi said, amused. Wawawayat? Told you. No. I don't want to walk bow-legged for the rest of my life. You didn't talk about both at the same time, Saria yelled in alarm. Change of plans, the Biju woman replied, amused. And oh! Both young warriors yelled as the door to the side room closed behind them and the resigned older Naruto. And 31 minutes and 10 seconds. Pay up, everyone. Midna chuckled as she pulled out a stopwatch to check it, and then making her hair hand extended outwards, grinning widely as a grumbling Jiraiya, Ajitha, Elia, and Navi dropped several rupees onto the large palm. Too easy if you know what that Biju thing's like beforehand, Navi said, grumbling. Quit whining, I have lost too and I know that woman, I just hoped she would have lasted more, Jiraiya countered, annoyed. Hey! I am not there getting stuffed in every hole. At least heal my poor heart with your cash, Midna answered, huffing. Your heart cries, but it's our wallets to bleed, Navi countered. Details, she replied. Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 1,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 2,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Chapter 16, Splendor Stolen, the Cursed Twilight Realm. Arbiter's Ground, in front of the restored Twilight Mirror. Both retired shinobi stood in silence while Midna slowly positioned the pieces of the Mirror of Twilight back in place, making them fuse back together by themselves, soon returning the mirror to its former glory. As soon as that happened, the enormous chains holding up the giant slab of pitch-black stone in front of the mirror dissolved to dust, letting the rock fall down to the ground with a thundering slam. The heavy tremor of the ground also prompted the mirror to spin towards the rock to project a huge circle of runes on its smooth surface. Did it work? Jiraiya asked with a low voice, and in answer the various concentric layers of white runes moved to turn the rock into a dark tunnel continuing forever, and with no end in sight. I think that means yes, Ero-sennin, Naruto answered, unsure. The portal to the Twilight Realm is now open, one of the pure white sages behind them said with a solemn voice. Some call our realm a world of shadows, but that makes it sounds unpleasant. Midna answered with a sigh. That's because most of the time some is made out of stupid idiots. The blonde answered with a gentle smile. I know, if only they could see it. The twilight there holds a serene beauty. You have seen it yourself as the sun sets on this world. Midna answered with a longing light in her eyes. Bathed in that light, all people were pure and gentle. She kept saying, long lost down memory lane to even acknowledge the world around her. But things changed once that foul power pervaded the world, she then said, grimacing. It was a small relief for her to feel her partner rub her back while showing her a gentle and warm smile. It was all our doing, one of the sages admitted with an ashamed tone of voice. We overestimated our abilities as sages and attempted to put an end to Ganondorf's evil magic. Another sage added, prompting all of them to lower their heads in clear guilt. I hope you can find it in yourself to forgive our carelessness, a third sage said with a low voice. Careless is pouring hot water on your hand while making tea. A moment of carelessness is when you bite your tongue while eating. We are talking about a mass-murdering maniac with delusions of godhood. That is not being careless. Naruto answered with a roar that made the sages flinch heavily. Getting angry won't fix this, please calm down, Midna said while patting his head and showing him a small smile. No, he is right. O Twilight Princess, we beg thee for forgiveness, the sages asked in chorus, all of them bowing towards Midna. To their quiet surprise, the small smile she was showing Naruto dissolved as soon as she looked at them, turning into a mask of barely suppressed anger. She had been clearly hiding it to not aggravate her friend, but that admission alone shattered her fake smile. My forgiveness? What? So you knew? She asked, watching their bowing grow just a fraction deeper, as if too ashamed to properly answer. Sigh. As a ruler who fled her people, I'm hardly qualified to forgive you, the Twilight woman admitted with a self-deprecating sigh. Midna, Naruto muttered, saddened, making her give him a dry, mirthless chuckle. Even before Zan turned me into this, I was already scared of what he had become. I never fought him, nor opposed him. And when I saw what he had turned me into, I was in way more panic than at seeing him seize the throne by force. Quite pathetic, isn't it? I was so vain that losing most of my powers as princess of the Twilight Realm barely registered as important when compared to the loss of my beauty. What a great ruler I am, eh? She admitted, refusing to look at him. I don't find you to be that ugly, you know? Both inside and outside, he tried answering. Where do you come from, to try take away my misery even now? Last time I checked, I did not deserve this much mercy, Midna asked, smiling weakly. From a land a bit far away, we do things differently there, the blonde man answered, this time with a more sincere smile. Goddesses bless that land then. When I ran away, I managed to snatch a single piece of the fused shadows, and as I donned that, I already was formulating my plan for revenge. In our world, we've long believed that the hero would appear as a divine beast, Midna answered while caressing his cheek. That's why when you found me, you thought you could use me, Naruto said for her, making her sigh again. And I only cared about returning our world to normal. You were expendable, in a sense. She finished saying, already expecting him to be rightfully enraged and snorting amused with that annoying smirk of his, the one she oh so secretly adored and would never admit to enjoy. Yeah, because you didn't had it written on your forehead with neon letters, he said, chuckling. The cheekiness he possessed was awe-inspiring, damn it. Eh? Hello? Living bad intentions detector here. I smelled your secret plan the moment we got the first piece of the fused shadows from that giant plant. Growing affection or not, you still reeked of manipulating bitch. Sure, to me you still are a bitch, but at least no longer a manipulating one. Yadajime answered with a prideful expression. So you. I knew? Yep. Gimi-chan told me everything while you were having your small existential crisis from that dirty dream you had, Naruto confirmed, smirking. That was a one-time incident, Midna shrieked, scandalized. I won't comment on that, but what happened then? After you saw me get dragged away looking like a fox? the blonde asked. Well, at the time I had no idea the proper hero was dead and you had fulfilled the sacred beast thing by mere chance. And I never looked too deep into it since at the time I didn't care what happened to the world of light, not at all. No offense, she admitted. None taken as, in hindsight, we had not done anything in your eyes to warrant respect, one of the sages answered. I only had in mind to retake my throne and fixing the Twilight realm, but after witnessing the selfless lengths that Princess Zelda and you have gone to, your sacrifices, Midna said while pressing her forehead on Naruto's. You were ready to throw away your life to save mine, even if it was almost guaranteed that to heal me you would have died, she muttered. It's the first time I heard of this, Jiraiya said with narrowed eyes and crossed arms. It happened long ago, Ero-sennin. You are an idiot, my idiot, the tiny girl said with a small smile. It is thanks to all this that I now know, at the bottom of my heart, that I must save this world, too. There is no other way, Midna declared while moving towards the mirror. If we can just defeat Zant, the curse on me will dissolve, and we may save both our worlds. I am ready whenever you want, Midna, Naruto answered with a thumbs up. Let's go then. For all of this world. And for the Twilight one too, he added, presenting his hand. Of course, she answered while tightly grasping it. We can only pray for your success then. May the blessing of the goddesses light your path, chosen heroes, the sages said as one before fading away. Let's go. We are wasting time, the former spy master of Konoha declared, only to stop abruptly when the faint glow of golden light next to him signaled the return of the missing member of their group. Welcome back, Midna said with a nod as she watched the golden spirit wolf walk towards them with its head low, and its ears pinned to its head. What's wrong? Naruto asked, worried. Jiraiya, you cannot follow us through the portal. As I suspected, the Triforce Shard will be able to only stop Naruto from being transformed by the natural magic of the Twilight realm. The spirits confirmed my fears, Link confessed as he finally rejoined the group. What? The older ninja yelled in shock. Ero-sennin, you'll have to make sure Zant won't try anything while we are away. Protect Telma and the others, please, Naruto asked. No. No. This is pain all over again, with you alone going to fight the evil bastard behind everything. There must be a way for me to follow you, Jiraiya said in denial. Impossible, old man, I would have gladly helped you, but until I recover my full power as princess of the Twilight realm, I can't grant you access there, Midna answered, shaking her head in sadness. No. Please, Naruto. Hey! Don't you trust me, sensei? Naruto asked, pouting. You called me sensei? Jiraiya asked with a heartbroken expression. At least once it has to happen, the other answered with a sad tone. So you are not returning? I am just, covering my bases. Do not cover bases, you brat. Just go there, kick their ass and be back for dinner, damn it, Jiraiya said almost in tears and punching the blonde's shoulder. Okay. I'll be careful. You never are careful, Jiraiya said, watching him and Midna walk to stand in front of the mirror. This time I'll be, I promise, Naruto answered, right before both disappeared inside the portal. You better keep this promise as well, Naruto, Jiraiya answered as Link too followed them. Twilight Realm, Palace of Twilight. The area was engulfed in the dim light of twilight. Everything was just an endless sky with gray clouds filled by floating islands connected by bridges and floating platforms connecting each giant, fortress-like building to the others. It very much resembled the floating city of the Oocca. And yet the normally peaceful environment was clearly choked under the oppressive gloom of whatever dark power Ganondorf and Zant had cast on the entire Twilight realm, turning it into a deadly quiet world of cold stillness. It worked. I could pilot the teleportation to bring us directly in front of the palace instead of the normal landing point, Midna said with great relief. Yeah, but something's wrong here. If I try to sense bad emotions, my brain tries to drip out of my ears. It's everywhere, Yadajima exclaimed in shock as soon as they arrived. Which ones? Naruto asked, curious. Every damn one, Every possible dark emotion and desire, it's filling the air and the ground without control, absolutely wild. The Biju answered, grimacing. It must be the influence of Zant and his precious master. Things are even worse than when I left. The sky is supposed to be clear and brighter, the land fertile and full of twilight buds in full bloom. Even the buildings should look clean and white, not half-rotten and abandoned. If we do not hurry, even should we defeat them both, those monsters' influence will leave this world scarred beyond recovery. Midna said while throwing wild looks all around her. This all-consuming dread, yes, this is the pure taint of evil forces. I can barely feel the innate magic of this world. This cursed power is covering everything like a cancerous growth. Link confirmed with a disgusted tone. Nature energy is in an even worse shape, let's go! Naruto cut in while prompting the others to follow him. Wait! What now? Listen, Naruto, can I ask you one last selfish favor? Midna asked, sounding a bit sheepish. I am listening, the blonde answered with an encouraging wink and thumbs up. Regardless of what my reasons may have been, I once abandoned this world. The Twilight woman admitted, sighing in self-deprecation. To be fair, you were scared and confused. Not thinking rationally, he tried saying. Nevertheless, I left behind the Twilight. Those who had followed me, who considered me their ruler, even now, as they remain here, suffering, they believe that help will come for this world. And it has come! We'll help them, Midna! Whatever it takes! Naruto answered in determination. Thank you? But? He asked with crossed arms, his bullshit excuse sense immediately starting to tingle. But if they were to see that the only help for them was a hideous little imp, don't you think they'd feel let down? Maybe I should hide in your shadow for the time being, she admitted, at least having the good grace to look a bit contrite for her own words. Okay, that's it, we are fixing this. First, you are not ugly. I still talk, hug and kiss you without reservations. That and the things I normally do to your front and back on a regular basis should have long demonstrated that to me you are still a damn fine girl. Naruto said, making her face almost emanate light from her green blush. That is beside the point, she whispered with a weak voice. Second, you have plenty of friends back home. We never saw Toma and the others even remotely wince when looking at you. He continued, relentless. Yes, but... And more importantly, the other Twilight will finally see their princess come to their rescue even while turned into a cute little imp with just a fraction of her old powers. They will see their rightful leader here to save them. They won't give a fuck about what you look like. To them you are still their beloved Midna and their last hope. They'll understand that this body you have is just a minor setback easily fixed once everything is back to normal. They won't even comment on it, I'd bet. They will do the sensible thing and pretend to not notice. What? The blonde asked at the raised eyebrows of the others. That was very nice, you know? Yadajime admitted. Erosenin actually gave me some pointers in Hokage 101 in between training exercises during our training trip. It helped break monotony and making my talk no jutsu a bit more effective, he admitted with a sheepish smile. I am trusting you on this, do not make me regret it. Midna, doing a monumental task on her part, slowly floated towards the blonde to sit on his shoulder like usual, but also clutching to his clothes with an iron grip. You won't, Midna. I promise, he answered with a proud tone of voice, and giving her cheek a small kiss as a thank you of sort. Enemies ahead, be careful! Link interrupted them with a low growl. No! Wait! Midna yelled before the other two could charge the strange figures aimlessly wandering in front of the closest building from their landing spot. This guy isn't an enemy. They all might look different, but they're inhabitants of this world. They're my people, she explained while floating in front of a plump Twilight with short stubby arms and legs and sporting a wide stone mask for a face scarily similar to the shadow beast monsters they had been used to fight in Hyrule. Corrupted by Zant and Ganondorf's power, if we don't hurry though, he will become just like the others, beyond saving and only driven by instinct. Midna said as they watched the poor thing waddle around in silent, zombie-like fashion. They don't look very lively, Link commented. They are completely under the power of those two. It's a miracle they do not need their permission to breathe. Their will has been utterly suppressed, they are slaves. See? They clearly have more important things to worry about than you being an imp. You actually got it easy, at least you have not been enslaved like them. Yadajimai said. Yes, but I don't understand why twisting them all like this. Twilight are supposed to be very similar to the Hylians, but with black and white skin and the stigma of our ancestors' betrayal. Why turning them all into those deformed creatures? Stigma? Naruto asked. These green runes on our bodies, like mine, she answered, showing her arms. You mean those are not tattoos? No, Naruto. They are not tattoos, even if the older generation preferred hiding their meaning from the younger ones so to not make them feel guilty of something happened thousands of years ago. Me, as the Twilight Princess, and few others still remember, it's a touchy subject. Well, it is still tasteful, he said with a weak smile. I am not offended, don't worry. Maybe Zant and his master felt the need to enlarge their army. Clearly they wished to dominate more than just Hyrule. They must be delusional enough to wish to conquer the entire world. Link said. Good luck with that. The elemental countries are still jittery after Madara tried his own plan to conquer the world. They may be able to take over with that Twilight Veil thing, but they will take a damn big beating before that. Yadajimai answered, scoffing. And the rest of the world too is not filled by pushovers either. That is why I bet they want to increase their numbers, even just to swarm every enemy with overwhelming numbers. Midna answered, nodding. They won't, because we will stop them first. To where, Midna? Naruto said with narrowed eyes. On the right, we are going to find the souls, our own Twilight sons. We will need those 2 artifacts if we want to proceed and help everybody at the same time. Midna answered while pointing to the small building to the side of the main plaza. Souls? Ooh, Naruto, you'll see. We are pretty proud of that small piece of ancient Twilight magic. Not even Zant will be able to corrupt it. Pfey! And he defined our ancestors' knowledge weak. It was nobody's fault if he was simply too stupid to understand. She answered, smirking as she opened the door of the building, and snarling at the angry red lines forming the seals on the magic arrays everywhere. TCH. They tainted those too, I bet, because otherwise he wouldn't even know how to open a mere door. I prefer Twilight Green for my magic, thank you. She muttered in disdain. She is pretty pissed. Naruto thought, impressed. No shit. Yadajimai answered. Once entered the building, they saw a giant stone mask identical to Zant's own welcome them with a growl from the middle of the ample room. Gwaza! The thing yelled, shooting from its mouthpiece a sphere of dark magic the size of an adult human as soon as they passed the door. How self-centered can somebody be? Naruto yelped while barely dodging the bullet. Stop! Midna ordered while enlarging her zone to paralyze it. Of course it's immune! Goddesses forbid it is too easy then. She yelled, enraged at watching her spell fail and dodging as a new bullet went shot towards her. Hey, moron! Naruto yelled from behind the mask, and slamming Samahata on the thing's side, making it collapse around the blade, slamming it against the wall, and watch it crumble to pieces. Dead? He asked after a short pause. Skrieh. The eye of the mask, the biggest piece remaining, shrieked in rage. Oh, shut your trap! The blonde replied, and plunging the master sword deep into it, and finally killing the giant mask copy for good. Now it's dead, Midna declared as the whole thing turned to dust. Why you used the other sword, master? Fi asked. I wanted to see if Samahata could absorb magic too. It can't. What? Jealous? Midna asked, smirking. Absolutely no. The spirit answered immediately. It didn't sound convincing to me. By the way, most of Zant's power comes from Ganondorf's gift, and if he really used a brand of magic as foul as the sages implied, then only the Master Sword, a weapon made by gods, will be able to fully vanquish it. The Twilight Imp explained. So I will need the Master Sword to kill those things, eh? Not even a Rasengan will work, what a drag! He answered with an annoyed sigh, one copied by Samahata itself right after. This is a mission that requires very specific tools, but I assure you that once done saving Hyrule and the Twilight Realm, You will be free to deal with any other lesser threat in any way you wish. Link offered. Okay. The blonde answered while pouting childishly. Come on, let's move. That thing dropped a key to unlock that obscene amount of chains blocking the door to the next room. Yadajimai added gently. Cha. Clang. He really doesn't want people to find those souls. You sure they're here? Naruto asked while unlocking the door. I can still feel their presence, whatever feeble that is from me being cursed. I am still the rightful ruler of this place. The souls, or any other artifact, can't be hidden from me. Midna answered. Are those shadows watching us? Link asked abruptly, and looking very perturbed by the dark, shadowy smoke filling the entire floor of the new room, and that was somehow looking at them, or at least making them feel like being watched by unfriendly eyes. Shit! He finally perfected them. Midna cursed with narrowed eyes while biting her thumbnail. What? Shadow crystals. Remember the thing Zand implanted in you that turns you into a beast? That was the prototype, while that smoke is the final product, shadow crystal fog. Even before he rebelled, he said he was working on a way to help us get revenge against the world of light by making them share our same misery, she explained. So it will have the same effect of the Twilight Veil? Link asked. Not just the same effect, that is what he used to steal the light from the spirits and turn your world into twilight. Those bugs holding it hostage were made of that stuff. So yes, everything touched by it will react in the same fashion, but in case of Naruto, at best it will turn him into his fox form, as the dead demon consuming seal on him is already a piece of powerful spirit magic. Even the finished product won't be able to overpower it. It's a sealing art, not magic, Naruto said, unsure. That pervert explained to me how that seal works. It summons a projection of a death god to seal the target in a way that leaves them no way to break free and escape by interacting with their soul directly. That is a textbook example of high-tier spirit magic, she replied. You can still help me return to human, right? The blonde asked. Of course. Perfect. Then I will bite that thing to pieces, he declared fiercely, and jumping headfirst into the fog, turning into his ten-tailed fox form to head at the giant mass that has appeared right in the middle of it, strong enough to make its entire front half collapse inwardly. How will he destroy it without the Master Sword? Yadajimai asked, curious. I am currently part of Master Naruto. His own fangs and claws are being empowered by the sword's magic. He can fight as if wielding me even when turned into a beast. Fi answered promptly. Know it all, the vixen replied, huffing. Can I offer some assistance? Link said while biting down on the mask to keep it still for Naruto to freely attack with his own bites. Do you have to talk like somebody eating a dictionary? The transformed blonde asked between bites, each one causing a piece of the giant thing to fly away in tatters. Somebody has to. One day our adventure will be a tale worthy of bards and poets. The content must be elegant and acculturated. Whatever. Naruto answered with an animal shrug, and barely registering the mask's death. That one's dead, that's two. I just hope Sant was considerate enough to not make an army of these things, Midna said as that mask too turned to dust. Where is the soul? The blonde, finally returned human once out of the dark fog, asked. The compass points forward. As expected, they put it in the very last room, Midna answered once checked. What place was this? Link asked. A small guard's dormitory, so to have a couple dozen always on rotation and not leave the palace unguarded, the soul should be in the room where the beds used to be. They stripped the place clean, even the bathrooms were demolished. And that suspicious hand thing? Naruto asked, looking at the creepy stone hand in the new room holding tightly a sphere of light between its fingers. No, that is new, and it's holding one of the souls, the tiny Twilight girl answered happily. Too much silence, I don't like this, Yadajimai commented unease, while the others moved near the strange hand. This is all your fault. Eh? You said something? Naruto asked Midna. Not me. My lord is displeased. Bad vibes. Very bad vibes, Yadajimai hissed in alarm. In that moment, dark spikes with angry red runes appeared from underground to lock the door and protect the soul. I won't let you stop, my lord, A chilling voice yelled in mad fury as a translucent Zant appeared to assault them. A ghost? Naruto yelled as he dodged. It looks more like a projection. Are you afraid of ghosts? Midna answered. Kinda. Yes. Gimi-chan? So you are? What is dead should stay dead, not come back. He muttered. I feel the same foul aura of the dark fog, as if he was made out of it. Link hissed. Then that fool is using that as a medium for his projection. To make it tangible. So, I can hit it? Naruto asked, at every word forced to dodge a wild swipe of the ghostly Zant. Yep. Another reason you don't like ghosts? Yes. Now stop talking and help me. The blonde answered with gritted teeth as a giant cloud of bat-shaped shadows joined Zant to swarm the shinobi. Sorry. Both Midna and Link answered together, only to stop after a step as dozens of spider-like things surrounded them. I fear you'll have to fight without me, Link said as imitations of monster plants too joined the spiders. I am here, Midna instead offered as soon as she joined Naruto. Use the Master Sword, Master! Vi prompted. I am trying! Naruto yelled, crossing blades with the projection. You won't stop my lord! Zant bellowed as a giant sphere of dark magic formed over them both. Shit! Die! You first! The blonde growled with narrowed eyes, and in a subtle flash of the Triforce shard inside him, his body flashed into Sage mode for a split second, a short burst of power long enough for him to shatter the ghostly blade in Zant's hands and cut his body in half. Dodge! Midna yelled, pulling him away with her magic, a second before the deadly bullet of energy could fall on them, and only giving the finishing blow to the usurper's projection. So it really was made of dark fog, Yadajimai commented, watching the feeble remains of Zant melt into the same black fog they already met in the previous room. Yes, I was right. Link, limping a little, exclaimed tiredly. You okay? You left me alone against 30 opponents, each of them gave me a bite. The golden wolf answered with haunted eyes. See, Naruto? That shining sphere illuminates this world, that is a soul. Midna, utterly ignoring Link, explained proudly. They were everywhere. I was covered in clicking pincers, most of which single-mindedly attacking only my crotch. Link kept saying with heavy shivers. So it's like the sun in my world? Naruto asked, curious. And the plants, their vines touch me everywhere. I felt so violated. Exactly, the power of the soul is the source of life in this world, it is pure power. So pure even Zant and its master could not corrupt it, but just lock it away. Midna answered. I swear one of those plants kissed me on purpose. They have tongues, you know? Plants are not supposed to have tongues, or grabby vines, or appendages vehemently looking for orifices to hungrily vial. This is all very interesting, but how do we use this? Yadajimai asked, interrupting both Link and Midna. Please bring this soul to the Twilight at the entrance of this world, Naruto. It should help them snap out of their curse. Midna answered. Okay, how am I supposed to? This thing doesn't look like open to the idea of sharing the pretty ball, the blonde asked. Just tear it away, we are in a hurry, the vixen answered, huffing. Don't mind if I do, the young man said, grabbing the soul with both hands, and propping a feet on the giant hand's thumb, he started pulling away. And jeech! With a subtle pop, the thing went loose, making the hand snap open with the cracking sounds of stone scratching against stone. I thought there would have been some traps, Naruto admitted in surprise after 2 seconds in which nothing happened. Zant is a moron, the concept of finesse or trap eludes him, Midna answered, waving his concerns off. And yet here we are. He came this far thanks to the strange overwhelming powers of somebody else doing all the thinking for him, see? Even his greatest creation, the dark fog, dissipates as soon as the soul gets close to it. The Twilight imp answered, smirking. You are biased, Miss Midna, Link said. It doesn't change truth of an inch, she answered, unconcerned. Crink. Crink, crink, crank. The hand is moving. Naruto said in a deadpan tone as red runes covered the giant hand, turning it alive. Okay, he learned to make traps, but my low opinion of him is still unchanged, Midna declared, annoyed. Run! Link yelled, making the others run away as fast as they could to reach the door. It's very slow, Naruto admitted as the thing was slowly floating its way towards them. It looks like the Twilight version of a wall master, so maybe it works on the idea that it can't be destroyed but only delayed. But sure is slower than the real deal, Link said while looking at the giant hand in great interest. Of course. Twilight forbids Zant is original. He had to copy a relic of ancient times too, Midna commented. Well, if he could not make an anti-shinobi trap, all the better for me. Kage-ban-shin. Here, take this back to the entrance, Naruto said, creating a clone of himself. "'Kay, boss," the copy answered obediently, and then dashing away. "Why a clone?" Link asked. "I didn't feel like running, shall we go?" he answered, smirking. "Lazy ass," Yadajima answered, laughing amused. Laughing merrily at the hand, hurrying forward to chase the clone carrying the soul and completely ignoring Naruto and the others, the group leisurely walked back whilst whistling a little tune. Few minutes later, Twilight Palace. "There it is," Naruto said happily, watching his clone wave at him right outside the door. "And the hand?" Link asked as they watched Zant's creation uselessly pawing against the wall around the entrance, as if begging to be left out. "Apparently it has a maximum range, it can't come out from the building, just faulty design," Midna answered. Once recovered the first soul and positioned back in its rightful place in its alcove on the floor at the palace entrance, the deformed Twilight could finally revert into their true form. Twilight were very human-looking creatures but similar to Midna's imp form, with identical black and white skin, each Twilight with their own pattern, but different build. The kids were short and pudgy, while the adults, while more human-looking, but still possessing more elongated limbs, necks and faces compared to humans and Hylians, although still not on the level of Zant's own twisty limbs. "Pound and K2S?" the oldest-looking one of the small group asked with a strange language sounding to Naruto like a morning moan. "Eh?" the blonde asked in confusion. He said, "Why, your highness?" "He means you, Midna," Link translated for him. "Gah!" the short girl shrieked while trying to hide in Naruto's shadow. "No! You are not hiding! Come on! They are obviously happy to see you," the blonde said while stopping her retreat. "How can you tell if you don't even know the Twilight language?" Midna answered, hissing. "Details. Pound and K2S? Yes, it's me," Midna admitted with a scrunched expression. Question mark. Sigh. "Please be patient for a moment. Contrary to me and few others of my old entourage, they didn't learn Hylian," the tiny girl said with a sigh, before clearing her throat. "Then why you did it?" "Probably in case their exile in the Twilight Realm was called off, so to easily communicate with the royal family of Hyrule," Link guessed. "Ooh. It makes sense," the blonde replied, nodding in understanding. "Pound and K2S. And H hashtag 22% 2SSW, B097ST? The others then watched Midna launch herself into a thick conversation with several Twilight at once, both adults and kids, while wildly gesticulating at herself, Naruto, and then the Twilight Palace. *8 plus smiley face K2S? One of the kids asked, making Midna's face turn bright green while stealing a glance at the blonde. "Why they are looking at me like that?" Naruto muttered uneasy as every Twilight present kept looking at him with narrowed eyes. "Sorry, it's a very personal talk, so I am not listening it. I have no clue," Link answered with mirthful eyes. "He is lying," Yadajima said. "Yep," the blonde confirmed, while looking unnerved at the old woman slowly walk around him to study his body's every detail with calculative eyes. "Okay. The gist of it is simple. They have no memory of what happened after Zant took over, since many were issued cursed versions of our soldiers' masks that would slowly turn them into shadow beasts. Not everybody was turned, to their knowledge, as apparently Zant was still perfecting the thing when it started, so he needed compatible Twilight for the initial batch of servants. Children and women have been put aside for breeding that the bastard called his repopulation program to retake the world of light with a new generation of Twilight once this war of his was over. He was smart enough to understand that without this he would only have shadow beasts to rule over, hardly enough to appease his ego. The Twilight imp explained. And the others? Naruto asked. I talked with one of the few that had not been issued a cursed mask but just brainwashed into compliance. For some reason that fool disappeared from the palace some time ago, but only the Twilight held prisoner near the throne room would know what happened, since he was either in there or nowhere at all. And that means he was either here gloating or in Hyrule making damages. Link supplied. Precisely. He wants to be king, so he left some Twilight unturned to act as servants. Those may be able to help us if we free them from their conditioning. The shadow beasts instead? In secret areas only Zant knows about, just in case some slave tried to free their loved ones from that hellish existence. Bloody typical. What about Ganondorf? Where is that asshole hiding? Yadajimai asked. Nobody ever saw him, they only know he exists because Zant would keep proclaiming his greatness every 3 sentences while forcing the Twilight not transformed to worship him as their god. Midna answered in disgust. Seems pretty basic. We'll need another soul to reach the throne room? Naruto asked. Yes, their power will be of great help to remove that wall of dark mist blocking the entrance to the palace, and it will also make returning this world to normal a lot easier. Midna answered. Let's go then. G53 and / A short Twilight kid by the voice a girl gently pulled on the blonde's pants to attract his attention and give him a small flower with 7 petals alternating black and white in color, and with light gray center. You have a fan already. That is a Twilight bud, it's a common gift exchange between friends. Midna said, amused. Oh. Thank you then. Naruto answered with a grateful smile and patting the kid's head. Section. Eh? She giggled. Midna answered, rolling her eyes. Your language sucks. Yadajimai commented as the group moved forward, leaving behind the freed Twilight to organize their contribution to their quest. Racist. Twilight language is based on intonation, speed and pitch, not words. We speak with our hearts, not our tongue. Midna answered, huffing with crossed arms. I am not racist. Can you teach me? Naruto asked. Of course. You don't even have to ask. Please be careful to where you step. I don't think there is ground for you to hit if you fall from here. Link instructed as they rode a floating platform towards the second building holding the other soul they need. Once opened the door to the new building, a room filled to the brim in black smoke welcomed them. The only way through, without being corrupted by the fog, were the shining platform of condensed green light silently moving back and forth. Now, this looks more challenging, floating platforms over a sea of dark fog. This was supposed to be my royal art gallery, holding important pieces of our history and my own creations. Where are my ancestors' paintings and armors and weapons? The statues I made? I had just exposed my latest painting. Where is it? Midna asked with a heartbroken expression. You can paint? The blonde asked, impressed. I can paint. I can carve, and I can even make lifelike sculptures. I am a proper high-class woman. I am smoking hot, smart, a good conversationalist and well-versed in politics and all things artistic. A genius babe, she replied haughtily. Geez, modest, aren't you? Yadajimai replied, utterly uninterested. Hey, nobody likes vain women with no brain, Naruto countered. Exactly. I fear that Zant destroyed everything to appease his hatred towards you and your family, Miss Midna, Link said, sighing. My paintings, the relics of our people, my beautiful, bold, and brash. The Twilight woman muttered, sniffling. More like belongs to the trash, now. Guh. A bit more tactful, Gimi-chan. I'll try. Let's just move to the next room. The sooner we destroy that fool, the sooner I will take back my life. Midna declared, still moping a bit, as she hurried to open the door to the next room by blasting away the chains blocking it, not even trying to look for the key. "She is learning from you," Link said with a whine. "Yep. I am so proud of her. Midna-chan? Are you okay?" Naruto asked once reached her, now really concerned for his partner's lack of breathing. "My BLLROM!" the tiny girl shrieked in horror, her wailing alone scaring away the few dark fog-made bats flying around. "Miss Midna?" Link asked, confused. "My beautiful carpets! My Twilight mahogany tables and crystal chandeliers! The mosaic representation of the Twilight realm running along the entire perimeter I personally created by hand, one tassel at a time in 6 months of sleepless work. All gone!" The imp bellowed in despair, grabbing Naruto to bury her face on his chest and cry fat tears of sorrow. "Midna-chan? There are shadow beasts," he tried saying. "Who the fuck cares? My beautiful ballroom has been stripped clean. I have more important things to worry about," she replied, sobbing. Link-kun? Yes? The wolf replied with narrowed eyes, immediately smelling the bullshit behind the kun suffix the blonde added to his name for the first time since they knew each other. "Why don't you help Midna-chan recall how beautiful her ballroom was while I take care of the shadow beasts?" "Thank you," Naruto offered while peeling Midna off his chest so that she could latch to the spirit wolf to wail again while he ran towards the shadow beasts to fight them. "It is horrible. This room was a marvel I personally built by hand through painstaking efforts. You see, I only choose the best Twilight marbles too, and then the furniture. The greatest artisans presented their ideas, but I wanted a very specific style in mind, so the chandeliers instead, and you should have seen the mosaic. It was so detailed because I hate you, Naruto!" Link shrieked as the imp held him down with her giant hair hand to talk about every step of the room creation in excruciatingly small detail. Half an hour later. "Fuck, there was another projection of Zant in the last room. Really, he looked more like a vengeful spirit than a clone. It really creeps me out. How is she?" Naruto, soul securely held under his arm, asked once resurfaced from the third room. "She recovered well enough." Link, bloodshot eyes and ruffled fur, replied evenly. "Okay, maybe. Maybe I get a little talkative when sad, but you are overreacting," Midna added with a contrite expression, flinching a little from the heated glare she received in answer from the wolf. "You talked nonstop for half an hour about the kinds of wood you wanted to buy for the furniture of this room and how you personally knitted the drapes on the walls, among other useless drivel. Your mouth was a bottomless pit from where an endless stream of words surfaced like a raging river to bloat out creation. I felt my soul being crushed under the sheer weight of your talking. It was the longest 30 minutes of my existence. A bit talkative, that is all," Midna confirmed with a small voice while returning to sit on Naruto's shoulder. "Well, in the meantime, I fought another ghostly Zant and recovered the second soul. The hand should not be a problem this time," Naruto answered with a gentle smile. "You sure?" Midna asked. "Yup." Inside the room, the poor hand was submerged under a mountain of Naruto clones, to the point it could not move of a single millimeter, making it whine non-stop in despair for the unfairness of the whole thing. "Shut up!" the mountain of clones answered as one, making the hand whine louder. Back to Naruto and the others. "You were careful, right? You didn't damage my pool table in there, right?" Midna asked with big, crazed eyes. "Because my pool table was there, and Naruto? And my jacuzzi, and my 70-inch plasma screen TV with Dolby surround system too, eh? Zant did not take my Switch, my gaming PC and anniversary edition PS5, isn't it? That room was not just as empty and bare as these were, am I right? My secret hobby room has not been raped like the others, right? Surely the only thing that helped me keep my sanity in the bureaucratic hell that is being a princess is safe," Midna asked with her voice getting higher in pitch at each question. "I'll see for myself," she said, hurrying toward the last room. "Midna! No! Kaya!" 10 minutes later. "Thunk! There! This is the last soul," Naruto said while positioning the last soul next to the other in the marked plate on the floor, right in the middle of the plaza, soon summoning a green circle of runes around each soul and a third one around them both. I detect a strong magic resonance from within the runic circle, Lord Naruto. It seems to be compatible with the Master Sword. There is a 98% chance it is the will of the souls to interact with the sword. Fi's voice came from the blade. In a good way? He asked. Yes, Master. By the inscription, it should be a strengthening enchantment. It is possible it will give the Master Sword a similar cleansing power of the souls while inside the Twilight realm. Here comes nothing then, Naruto said while stepping inside the circle while holding out the Master Sword. Fulham. With a gentle chime, a golden aura surrounded the blade, giving it a luster just as magnificent as the sun itself. It means that the guardian deities of this world too are smiling upon us. They are giving us their blessing to banish the evil plaguing this land, Link declared happily. It means that you are a true hero, and that now you can banish any shadow Zan has cast here, Midna muttered as she rejoined them. Feeling better? Naruto asked in concern. As my people said while consoling me, material things can be rebuilt. Once this is over, I will start anew. What's important is that everybody is safe, she answered, sighing. I will help you, I promise, the blonde said with a nod and a smile. Thank you. Now, with the help of the soul's power, your Master Sword will be able to cut through that stupid wall of dark fog stopping us from entering the palace. Are you ready? Always, Midna-chan. Onward then. And %/pound $, one of the Twilight yelled, making the others nod. What did he say? Just to be careful, Midna answered with a bright green face. Just that? I feel like you are hiding something, Yadajime asked with narrowed eyes. Just drop it, please, Link begged. Fine. Like hell I will admit, he said. Be careful, Princess Midna and Prince Naruto. It's still a bit too early to show my hand, the tiny girl thought, shaking her head in annoyance. Having cut away the thick wall of living fog blocking the entrance, Naruto and the others could finally set foot inside the Twilight Palace, shivering a little from the unnatural silence that welcomed them as soon as the door closed behind them. The place is full of that fog, Naruto said with a low voice as he saw that smoke disappear as soon as the empowered Master Sword got close to it. And crawling with bugs, Midna added, watching her companion dispatch those critters and the plant-like things also crawling out of the dark crystal fog. Other two souls? Link asked. Copies of the original ones we left outside. They are used as power source inside the castle. Zant must have removed them to stop intruders. Since he can teleport freely, he doesn't need them. Another power he stole from you when he banished you? Naruto asked. Yes, she answered bitterly. Once positioned the two spheres to their normal station, a long ramp of stairs detached from the floor. I am no architect, but this place it seems awfully complicated to navigate, Yadajime commented. I remember you that when this palace was first built, my ancestors were still conquerors and magic users with even too much thirst of power that had just been banished into another world. In their paranoia they planned all this with the thought that should the people in the world of light come here to kill them, they would have to sweat to get them, Midna answered. So the design of everything is all about buying time should the enemy breach the defenses and enter? Link asked. Precisely. Charming, Naruto answered, grumbling in annoyance, as not only another giant floating copy of Zant's mask appeared in front of them, but it brought with it not less than other 5 similar masks as a backup. I hate that Zant bastard, the blonde shinobi muttered with clenched teeth as the 6 masks attacked as one. The only solace was that once used the Master Sword, thanks to the added soul power, it took only a single plunging of the blade in the mask's forehead to kill them for good. After a long, unnecessarily convoluted riding of floating platforms, upper floors. This is not paranoia, this is mental illness. You can't have guests go through all this, along playing guess which platform is the right one every time they come to visit, Naruto said as he finally guessed the right combination of moving platform that brought him to a new door. To be fair, this not the norm, is Zant's fault for putting the palace in siege mode, activating the time switches and other delaying mechanisms, like having the stairs disappear into the walls and floor and be switched with super slow platforms, for starters. Midna answered with a sheepish smile. Yet another reason for me to kick his ass. How many are there now? 11 bazillion. Smartass. On the bright side, at least we found the key to the boss room. Why he used that himself? Is he waiting for us already? Link said. No idea, the blonde answered while patting the giant spiky lock holding the door to the throne room closed. Ready? As ready as I can be at this moment, Naruto. Let's just deal with this once and for all. Midna answered, letting out a stuttering long breath. Let's go retake your throne, Pipsqueak. Yadajimai offered with a smile looking a bit forced. I am ready! Zant! Naruto said once the lock was undone, letting him free to force the door open faster so to barge inside. Nobody answered, nothing moved, it was still the same haunting silence. He is not here? Midna asked aloud, incredulous. What is that? Link asked, pointing with his snout at the throne, empty save for a discarded robe and mask. His clothes? Naruto said. And his mask, Yadajimai added. Why he left those here? Midna asked, angrily tossing the mask away and watching it clatter against the wall and floor in a cloud of dust. That is not dust, those are ashes, Naruto exclaimed with wide eyes. Clothes and ashes, what has Zant done? Link wondered aloud. %-% and 7G. A small voice answered, its owner hiding scared in a corner of the room, hidden behind the throne. What do you mean dead? Midna roared, making the small Twilight kid shriek and hide a bit more behind its corner. Midna, calm down please. Who killed him? The tiny girl asked. TCH. Once this is over I will make Hylian obligatory. HS and %/B, V? She asked again. Our $3 %/pound BS. 6 FSVT 7% $S 8/J. The kid answered, trembling. A very big man, scary and imposing, pierced his chest and turned him to ashes, and then left the clothes and masks there to mock what remained of Zant, an handful of ashes. Midna said with empty eyes. When did it happen? 67% pound and dollar. And percent? Why percent and pound HD equals? So, pretty much right after our fight in the Arbiter's ground, as soon as he escaped and came here, he was killed by his master for his latest failure. Midna muttered, still shocked. He is dead, Midna, for real, Naruto said. I got that part. But then why am I still reduced like this? Midna bellowed, furious, her scream echoing deafeningly in the whole room. That curse was put there by my master, by a god. Zant's words echoed in everybody's mind at that, making Midna's eyes gain a veil of moisture that broke Naruto's heart. And $5 and %pound /. The small Twilight kid muttered while presenting to Midna 3 very familiar pieces of richly carved rock. The fused shadows. Midna gasped in shock, and accepting the 3 pieces with trembling hands, and feeling those same pieces fuse with her body and mask, disappearing inside her. It's not gone, and not even the fused shadows. I am still an imp, Midna muttered, choking on her words and overcome by full-body shivers. Come here, Naruto whispered while hugging her close, and caressing her back slowly and gently. That power is mine! The throne is mine! A cold voice shrieked in anger and anguish. Zant! Midna roared in fury as the projection they believed was plaguing them was instead the literal ghost of the usurper king still haunting them. My power dash! My power! My power! Shut up about wanting power for once in your miserable life! You do not deserve power! You deserve nothing! You just steal and steal and steal! Your master killed you and yet you still are raving about his greatness! 2 worlds are suffering because you, a spoiled little brat, could not have the toy he wanted. You are a miserable, useless bastard! Midna, finally reaching her breaking point, roared, making even the ghost recoil a little. If I can't have the throne, nobody will. The ghost howled in madness as he dove for Midna while shining in malicious energy. Midna! Naruto yelled as he pushed Midna away from the charging dead man. I'll kill you too! Whoever stole my future must die! Zant bellowed. It was when the ghost was at an inch from touching the blonde that 3 giant spikes came flying to protect Naruto and pierce Zant's body. That's my king you are talking with, you little unworthy shit! Fuck off and die! Midna, utterly blinded by rage, answered as the hair spikes she had used to pierce Zant twisted like a blender and obliterated the ghost utterly and completely, until nothing remained. Did she just destroy a soul? Yadajima asked with a small, trembling voice. A soul is supposed to be immortal, but the power of the fused shadows just erased it completely. Zant no longer exists, not even as a wandering soul. Link confirmed, he too looking very unnerved by the thing. I used just a fraction of the power that's in me now. Midna whispered with a horrified expression. And you saved me. Naruto, looking unfazed, answered as he hugged her once again. Is this what it feels like? To know you have such a destructive power inside you that could destroy everything if you lose control? She asked, scared. In a sense, what matters is how you sue that power, if for good or for evil. I always used my power and Yadajima's to help my friends and protect my precious people. To protect. No power, no weapon or technique is inherently evil. It's all about who uses it and for what. But Zant. You saw him, he was out of it either by his own or because of Ganondorf. He was so mad in his quest that nothing would have stopped him. You saw him, how many people suffered because of him. How many Twilight are forever turned into shadow beasts, mindless killing monsters forced to obey him. I could see good even in Madara and Obito. For fuck's sake, I even saw a tiny spark of redemption inside Kage, even if just a dying spark. I could not see that in Zant. He was lost. I am sad to see him die like that, but there was no other choice, not this time. He explained, sighing. You still don't like killing unless as a last resort, eh? It's who I am. The blonde muttered, looking guilty. Zant paid for his choices. He destroyed, stole, killed and corrupted everything and everybody around him just to appease his ego and desires. This was unfortunately like putting down a rabid dog. You could not reach him, and never you would have managed, had you been given the chance. Sometimes somebody is just evil, beyond salvation. Link added. This was me just using a fraction of my ancestors' magic. Now I see why they fragmented it, and made sure each piece was hidden away from everybody. Unfortunately, it is also a power we will need to stop Ganondorf. You think you can control it? Definitely. I could not take the dark power Zant was wielding, but at least I still have the magic of my ancestors. Let's go, Naruto! We must save Zelda! Midna answered, now back to her normal determined self. Right behind you! Let's free the few Twilight Zant was keeping around too, Link proposed. Yes. Where are the prisoners? Percent and dollar and pound T slash? Percent and percent dollar percent, the kid answered with a giant happy smile. Little Dustman says he will take us to them, let's follow him. Midna translated. Brave little guy. Naruto commented with a proud tone as they sprinted through various hidden corridors. Done here, we will go to Hyrule Castle Town. I am sure Ganondorf will be waiting there for us. Midna said with narrowed eyes. What I don't understand is why he killed Zant. I mean, if he got this far, it was also thanks to him. Naruto commented unsure. Zant was just a pawn, and like any pawn, he became useless the moment his master got what he wanted. Link answered. Ganondorf was just using Zant to help him return to the world of light. Reborn. TCH. Poor fool got played like a fiddle. Whatever power he got in exchange of his servitude, that monster took it back with interests. Does it mean that the barrier that covered Zelda's castle was not Zant's? No, Naruto. I fear that in that moment Ganondorf had already crossed back in your world. He must have plans for Zelda. The Triforce. Link spat furious. What about it? Naruto asked. Ganondorf covets the Triforce, the whole thing. I already fought him, just like the other links have, and every time he was the holder of the Triforce of power, but now you are the chosen of Din, and I fear that losing that power has angered that creature like nothing ever did before. He will do everything in his power to get the full Triforce, so you must be ready, he won't hold back. The Spirit Wolf answered. Other links? This battle for the Triforce is not new, it is regretfully a cycle going on and on for millennia, each iteration of Link, Zelda and Ganondorf appearing again and again through the ages, never to find peace. My own descendant would have been called to fight this Ganondorf had he not died, Link explained. But why? Naruto asked, appalled. Part of it, I guess, is to be attributed to the Triforce itself. Since each of its three sides have a chosen, whenever one reincarnates, the other two follow. There is also another reason, the Master Sword added. Lady Fi? I was there when the cycle you speak of started, the evil entity that used to be sealed inside the Master Sword and that I was tasked with purifying and exorcise. The Demon King known as Demise at his death proclaimed that he will one day return as he was hatred incarnated, forever cursing the young man that defeated him and the reincarnation of the goddess Hylia. There is a 99.8% chance Ganondorf himself was born as a personification of said curse, Fi said. That sounds a bit creepy, Yadajimai admitted. I can present you a recording of that day, Fi answered, soon making a new voice echo in the corridors, one so thick in maliciousness that Naruto had trouble believing somebody like that existed. You fight like no man or demon I have ever known. Though this is not the end. My hatred never perishes. It is born anew in a cycle with no end. So the other link in my descendant S could never find peace, but always face with tribulations by the hands of their own Ganondorf or other similar soulless monsters. Link confirmed with a sad tone. Is there a way to break this cycle? Naruto asked. Unfortunately, I am unable to answer that question, Master. I can only tell that there is a very high chance that you, Lord Naruto, as the new chosen of the Triforce of Power, have an 89% chance of having entered the cycle, adding future iterations of yourself to the cycle alongside Miss Midna as holder of the Triforce of Courage, she answered. Shit. Both blonde man and Twilight woman cursed at the same time. You both possess a side of the Triforce, and Master Naruto has been deemed a worthy successor of the spirit of the hero mentioned in Demise's curse, since you and Miss Midna have now fully taken the place of two of the chosen of the Triforce. Your future descendants and iterations may be added to the list of victims of the curse, an even higher chance should you two procreate with each other. I have not enough data to confirm if future Link will still be a target, or if the curse has fully switched on you two, my apologies. Fi added. So as any other personification of evil, Ganondorf will never disappear? Ganondorf is merely a vector, Miss Midna. It's the pure essence of Demise evil that keeps returning in new shapes, most of which Ganondorf because it represents it in its purest form, and if evil returns, then the holder of great wisdom and unshakable courage shall also return to maintain balance. Balance, eh? Always something about balance and fate. In the end, not even I can break free from that. Well, I guess I can kiss my retirement goodbye then. Like hell I will let some bastard do as he pleases just for the avulls. If I really joined this cycle thing shit, may as well do my part, Naruto declared. Spirit of the hero indeed, Link answered, proud. Then I guess I will need to hope to join the cycle too. You Naruto need a Midna to keep you in check after all, Midna added, smirking. Me too, you assholes. I will join by force otherwise my vessel/mate won't go anywhere without me, Yadajimai growled in answer. As the group of heroes moved to free the last imprisoned Twilight, unknown to them, the wheels of fate kept turning and turning, welcoming the new parts joining that ancient movement flawlessly and adding 3 new pieces to the endless battle between good and evil. What do you think, Faror? Din asked. That bastard's curse is not easy to break, even if at each cycle it weakens, and especially now that the last fragments of Demise inside the Master Sword cease to exist, it will take a lot of time before we will be able to fully null it. Faror answered. It's a curse on the bloodline of the goddess Hylia and the spirit of the hero. As long as either of the two exist, Demise's progeny will keep crossing their path, either as Ganondorf or any other evil entity. We can just help them by making sure our new hero of power and the Twilight Princess will enter the cycle as their allies, so that their future descendants/iterations will join forces against evil. Neru said, correcting both her sister with a somber tone. That we can do. Let's see how long those beasties last against the holders of the three sides of the Triforce. Din said, smirking. Well said, sister. Well said. Faror answered with an approving nod. Final chapter. He who's chosen by the goddesses. Cave of Ordeals, deep under Orden Desert. The former shinobi had finally reached the deepest level of an underground system of caves called Cave of Ordeals, having received a challenge of sort from the Great Fairy herself, through a small fairy that was waiting for him just in front of the Mirror of Twilight in the Arbiter's grounds. The Queen of all Fairies had apparently decided to lend a hand for the final fight against Ganondorf, but in order to show his worth and gain the trust of the fairies, Naruto had to leave everybody outside except for Midna and go through an underground gauntlet of sort and fight his way through replicas of every monster he had met during his mission in Hyrule, and show both his power and wit to reach the deepest level. Now there he was, standing in front of the short woman with ethereal giant wings seemingly made of solidified light, and between her airy way of speaking, her being stark naked except for her absurdly long mint-green hair barely covering her bits and her propensity for caressing, hugging and all around molding her entire body to his while talking, Midna and Yadajima were making it hard for him to hear her words. You cleared many ordeals, impressive, the fairy said with a gentle smile, while once again tenderly caressing the blonde's cheek. Thank you? Naruto answered unsure. The second she gets on her knees, I am taking over your body to behead her. Yadajima growled out with narrowed eyes. In praise of your courage and power, I will give you this blessing, the Queen of Fairies declared. He doesn't need your blessing, he doesn't need any blessing from any scantily clad, loose women and umph. Midna's vitriolic answer went cut short as the same light particles normally orbiting around the human-sized fairy gathered around her mouth to force it shut. Acting as if never interrupted, the great fairy closed her hands as if in prayer, and when she opened them again, a small bottle filled with a mysterious pale pink liquid appeared between them. She then took both his hands in hers and gently closed them around the floating bottle before leaning her forehead on his. Drink this and you should be able to clear any difficulties that you might encounter ahead. It will heal your wounds and increase your strength for a short amount of time, she whispered before giving him a mischievous wink and a lightning-fast kiss to the tip of his nose, thus gaining the ferocious roar from both Biju and Twilight Princess she clearly planned for. Thank you. Looking extremely unnerved by the whole thing, Naruto gave an unsure smile to accompany his answer. If you ever need my assistance again, visit any spring, I'll be there waiting, the Fairy Queen said while taking a step back, and commanding a blinding light to shine around the shinobi. Whoa! Many on the surface cry out for one with powers like yours. The fairy voice now was echoing heavily as the Cave of Ordeals slowly faded away around Naruto. You must go back. The voice was now a mere whisper as the blonde finally disappeared from the solitary, dark cave. Thank you for everything, Naruto barely had the time to say before leaving. Have you done as I asked you? A voice asked from the void as soon as the shinobi disappeared. Of course, Lady Din, the Fairy Queen answered with a deep bow. Good, the Goddess of Power answered with a pleased giggle. What have you done now, sister? Faror asked in dread. It is not just blessed water that is filling that bottle. There is a tiny bit of myself too, the Goddess of Power answered with a dirty grin. Din! Both Faror and Neru bellowed in horror. Oh, come on! I just wanked in his bottle to give his potion a bit of extra flavor. What's wrong with that? There were actually too many wrong things in that statement, so many the other two goddesses did not know from where to start. Meanwhile, with Naruto, right outside the cave's entrance. Bitch! Whore! There is not a good enough way to describe her, Midna bellowed, foaming at the mouth as her rage was so overwhelming she couldn't even fully express it. "Please calm down, Midna-chan," Naruto begged with a forced smile, very afraid for her blood pressure. "I take it went well," Jiraiya said, unsure. "That's it. I will make it a royal decree in the Twilight realm. Every fairy will be forced to wear a chastity belt when around you. I won't have a sparkling bimbo rape you." Midna kept ranting, fully ignoring Jiraiya and Link. "It definitely was an eventful meeting," the golden ghost wolf muttered in answer. "Shut your trap," the tiny girl roared. "Kai!" The brave spirit of the past hero of Hyrule whimpered in answer while tugging his tail between his legs and his ears pinned down. "Please focus, what now?" Jiraiya begged with a tired sigh. "Now fairies will roam the various springs, but that is beside the point," Naruto answered with a grave tone. "So it's time, eh?" the Toad Sannin asked with a knowing, dead serious look in his eyes. "Ahoo, I don't think we can wait any longer." "Then let's go pay a visit to dear Ganondorf. I believe that bastard has long overstayed his welcome," Jiraiya declared. "Damn straight! You are all ready then?" Midna asked, immediately turning somber. "Yes," both shinobi answered, zero hesitation to be seen on their faces. "Okay, Naruto." "Yes? Please be careful, okay?" the Twilight Princess asked. "I am always careful," he answered with a wide smile. "No, you are not," Midna answered bluntly, making his choke on air itself. "You are foolish, brash, hot-headed. Hey! You don't think, you act." "Okay, I get it," the blonde muttered, miffed. "You act as if you were some sort of immortal, indestructible being. I don't dash. You dive headfirst into things. No plan. No strategy. You just wing it," Midna kept saying, cutting him off. "Actually, I dash. Have you ever stopped to think that there are people that care about you? What do you think would happen if one day you sacrifice yourself for real? That we all will live happily ever after and thank you for dying for us?" Midna asked, slowly floating towards him until they were face to face. "Aye, maybe?" "No, you moron," she answered harshly, taking away her stone helmet so to push her forehead on his. "I can't speak for everybody, but I will certainly not like it. I already tasted what it means to live in misery when I became like this, and I don't want that feeling to prolong forever. So you now will promise me that you won't take risks nor sacrifice yourself in some stupid chivalrous plan. We'll go there, defeat Ganon and get home together, to the Twilight Realm, and once there, I will smash that damned mirror to dust so that nobody will ever bother us again. Screw Zelda, screw Hyrule, and screw the elemental countries. Ilia can even tag along for all I care, but you have to be there by my side, so no martyrdom, got it?" she hissed, nailing him in the eyes with a ruthless stare. "Sigh. Okay," he answered, sighing tiredly. "I know you do this because you care about your friends, that you prefer your life being in danger instead of theirs, but pretending for us others to be happy about you throwing your life away is selfish to the extreme. I don't know how things worked back in the elemental countries, but here we value our friends' lives as the treasure they are. If it was up to me, I would have took you, Ilia and the pervert in the Twilight Realm and sealed off every entrance completely and left this place to burn in the mess they created. But I know that you would have been miserable then at knowing that you could have done something to save this place instead of hiding, and I want you to be happy, even if it means fighting alongside you against a monster with God complex in a suicide mission," Midna declared, giving him a little kiss before re-wearing her helmet. "I'll be careful, but you must promise me that if things get harsh, you will run away." "No! I dash." "You will run away, Midna!" Naruto roared, and it was probably the first time he did so ever since he met her, thing that made her shrink a little from the glare he sent her. "It's a lost battle, Midna-san. You say you would be miserable if he dies for you? Well, I think it's clear that the sentiment is mutual. If he survives and you don't, well, I fear grief will then make sure he will join you soon after. After massacring whoever or whatever killed you, of course," Jiraiya answered, making the tiny Twilight imp look down with a way meeker expression. "Oh," she muttered while moving to sit on the blonde's shoulder. I love you, you pain in the ass? Naruto admitted, frowning annoyed. Love you too. She muttered uneasy. What about me? Yodajima asked. This rivalry of yours has gone on for far too long. It was funny at first, but now is annoying. Learn to live together, he answered. The three of us? Yes, because I am a selfish asshole, he answered, nonplussed. So we have no choice? Midna asked with a weak smile. No, the blonde answered. And what makes you think we will go along with that? Midna asked. Because I know you already planned for it. At least you and Yodajima are on board with it, and are just waiting to see what Ilya thinks about it. How? Yodajima asked. Link can overhear you two talking whenever you cut me off to speak with Midna in private, and he told me you two have come to some sort of ceasefire after the events in the Twilight realm. That's a breach of our privacy, Midna said, scandalized. It was by chance, actually. I was experimenting my ability to enter his seal like the first time we met, and happened to see you two talk face to face about it. I thought there was nothing to hide in that situation and so alerted him. It was supposed to be a surprise, Midna roared. Oh! Link exclaimed in realization. Way to ruin the gift, you flea bag! That's why I say one should never trust dogs, the ten-tailed Biju answered. I am sorry, the spirit wolf muttered, looking down in shame. So we will be a big family, eh? Naruto asked with a small smile. One big, happy, dysfunctional family. If I have anything to say about that, we only need to talk Ilya into this, and we are golden. Midna answered, huffing annoyed. Now I have a reason to stay alive, the blonde admitted, chuckling. Now you do? What? You wouldn't have played it safe if not for the promise of a foursome? Midna asked in mock disbelief. Maybe, he answered with an overly innocent smile, further annoying her with a soft clicking of his tongue. You are an asshole. And Twilight, damn it, I love that side of yours too, Midna answered, chuckling herself. Shall we go then? Hyrule won't save itself, otherwise we wouldn't have been here in the first place, Jiraiya asked, smirking amused at how his beloved pupil could ruin the solemnity of any moment just by virtue of existing. Yes, we shall. Let's go, Naruto. We have a kingdom to save, Midna declared as a twilight portal flared to life above the group. Together, Midna, the blonde answered as they all turned into black particles to dive inside the portal. Barely an instant later, Hyrule Royal Castle, Throne Room. Ganondorf, a green-skinned man of imposing height, was sitting in wait on the throne normally reserved to Zelda with a frown on his face, looking at the empty room in front of him with narrowed eyes. He is here, the tyrant muttered with a growl as soon as he felt the few weak sparks of the Triforce of power and left him agitate with a feeling similar to longing, as if that weak power wanted nothing more than to leave the male Gerudo and join the rest of the Triforce shard inside the shinobi. And his rage picked up once again as soon as he thought about that. Come to me, I want to tear out your heart with my own hands. This land and the Triforce belong to me, Ganondorf declared with a snarl. At the same time, Hyrule Castle Town, in front of the barrier covering the castle. Hello, Shad! Ashi! Naruto called out as soon as he saw his two other friends. Naruto, you are here! Shad exclaimed in surprise. We have come to take the barrier down, the blonde answered with a thumbs up. You can see it? Ashi asked. Clear as a day, he answered, frowning. Any idea how to smash it to pieces? Or just opening a hole in it? Shad asked, curious. A piece of ancient Twilight magic, one with power that is hard to match, Midna answered as the pieces of fused shadows started floating around her. This is going to get ugly, Shad. You and the others are better to vacate as much of the town as you can, Jiraiya asked. We'll go to Telma and alert her. We all will try to help the guards evacuate as much people we can. You others be careful, Ashi answered with a nod. Thank you, Ashi, Naruto answered with a grateful smile. Just be careful and do not throw your life away. Nobody of us wants to mourn you, the girl replied before she and Shad hurried away. I have a very bad reputation, apparently, The blonde shinobi muttered with a weak chuckle. It happens when you are too damn nice for your own good, Midna answered, distracted. Afraid? He asked. Of using the fused shadow? Yes, it terrifies me. I believe in you. That you do. The Twilight imp answered with a forced smile as the pieces of fused shadow closed around her to connect with the helmet she was already wearing, covering her entire torso in a stone-like armor. Ah! Midna yelled in fear as an unseen force slammed her against the wall as soon as the pieces fused together. Midna! Naruto yelled in panic. Damn it! She can't control that thing! Yadajime added as the Twilight Princess went slammed again and again on the floor and the walls around the castle entrance. Kaya! The last shove sent Midna through a wall and out of view, but before Naruto could try and help her, a giant flaming hand of energy surfaced from behind the wall. I think she got it to work, Jiraiya said with a weak voice as a giant monster appeared in front of them. Midna had turned into a giant creature of light with 6 incredibly long arms and a shapeless, bulbous body. The restored fused shadow was now acting as the thing body with no trace of the small imp to be seen anywhere under it. Midna? Naruto asked with a low voice. Gruh! The thing turned to look at him, recoiling slightly and showing that Midna was still in there, before leaping up in the air with a deafening, guttural roar so to climb the barrier. H! Giving a last furious cry that tore the sky in two, the thing summoned in one of its hands a wicked-looking 4-pointed spear it then used to pierce the barrier, making it crumble to dust and disappear after a brief struggle against the ancient magic the thing embodied. Wawaim! In a blinding explosion of pure light, the barrier around the castle finally dispersed, and when Midna opened her eyes she saw herself being back to her normal imp form. To her chagrin, the only solace was that she was being held in the arms of her favorite shinobi, thing that quite sweetened the deal for her. You were amazing, Midna-chan. Now, please, stop making me worry this much about your health. Is not good for my own sanity, Naruto said with a proud smile. Well, now you know what I felt whenever you did all those stupidly brave things you did before now, Midna countered. Touché, he conceded as he saw her return to sit on his shoulder. That horrid thing is down. It's time for us to go, Jiraiya declared, cracking his neck while showing an utterly serious expression. Yes. Both holders of Triforce shards answered as one. A thing, though, the Toad Sage asked as they neared the main gates of the unnaturally silent giant castle. Yes? How come that thing, the fused shadow, could destroy the barrier when nothing else could? When even the truth-seeking balls of Naruto's Sage mode could not? Truth-seeking what now? Midna asked, confused. I forgot to try those before going to collect the fused shadows, Ero-sennin. You know what? Fuck it. I don't care, Jiraiya declared in tired disbelief, throwing his arms up and simply marching forward. It just slipped my mind, Naruto muttered with a small voice. In a way or another the fused shadows had to be took back to the Twilight Realm. They are too dangerous to be left around unsupervised. So don't feel bad, Midna answered while gently patting his head. Thank you, Midna-chan. Hyrule Castle, area around the entrance, gardens and side areas. The sky was dark, and it was starting to rain, giving to the silent castle an even more desolate air as the whole place was swarming in bokoblins, the red-skinned creatures tirelessly patrolling every corner of the gardens around the entrance looking for somebody to pounce upon and beat to death, and even though their numbers did not help still against both Naruto and Jiraiya, the two shinobi had to admit their persistence was almost commendable. But the greatest surprise was to find a big Bulblin waiting for them and wearing the same horned helmet of the king one Naruto had killed a long time ago, and as soon as he saw them, the thing calmly walked towards the blonde and gave him a key. We follow the strong side, that is all we know, the new Bulblin chief said with a gravely voice before jumping on a huge bulbo and riding it towards the exit, never looking behind before disappearing from view. He talked? Midna asked, shocked. I guess the current leader of the Bulblins saw in you that strong side, Naruto. It must be his way to say that he won't get in our way, Link suggested. So it seems, Naruto commented while pocketing the small key. As Naruto had suspected, Ganondorf was indeed waiting for them, as everywhere they went, they could find hastily erected trenches and fortifications and guard towers filled in bokoblins already waiting for them, and the blonde could somehow tell that the sole mastermind behind the entire Twilight disaster was continuously keeping track of them from afar. He could not actually explain how, but the shinobi could feel it in his very soul. They didn't even spare the graveyard. Jiraiya muttered in distaste as living skeletons patrolled the area, some even daring to hid underground under the gravestones. They are not from here, their smell is similar to the ones in the Arbiter's grounds. Link hissed in answer, growing extremely angry at the whole thing. Good, at least I won't feel bad about smashing them to pieces. Naruto answered, happily turning one to dust with a well-placed raisin gan. In the meantime, Jiraiya had whipped his long hair forward, once coated them in chakra to harden them to turn 3 skeleton soldiers to pieces in a single move. A curious thing was that they apparently needed every single gadget they collected in their adventure to proceed and navigate the area around the castle, and by Phi's own estimate, that was very likely Ganondorf's doing, and something that probably will be present inside the castle proper too. Meaning that the monster had apparently decided to turn the entire thing into some sick game to entertain himself before the final battle against them. That bastard is toying with us, Jiraiya said with a frown as he guided the second owl statue in its proper alcove thanks to the Dominion rod in his hand. Let him laugh. When the time comes we'll make him choke on his teeth. Naruto replied, and watching as a piece of wall rolled to the side as soon as the second statue stopped moving. It's a chest, and it has a key inside. Link informed them once he personally recovered the little thing. That is not delaying tactics, we are merely his evening entertainment. Midna hissed. Good for him. The more he makes us waste time, the harder he will get punched. Yadajimai answered, snarling. This should be the last one, Naruto said, his tone unsure once pocketed the new key. I have mapped the outside of the castle, master. It is 99.9% certain there is nothing else for us to do beside finally entering the castle through the front door. Phi answered promptly without coming out from the master sword. Good to know, let's go see what else that monster has in store for us, Midna said with narrowed eyes. In front of the main gate of the castle. Here we go, Naruto muttered, using one of the small keys to unlock the insane amount of chains keeping the majestic, gigantic doors closed with a somber metallic cluttering. We are ready, Link answered. Clang! With the dull sound of chains coming undone, the door to the main entrance hall finally opened. The once spacious, luminous entrance hall built in pure white stones was now empty, dark and unnaturally silent enough to make every step the intruders took echo loudly on its untidy green and white floor. Even the numerous chandeliers on the ceiling had been snuffed out, leaving them hang lifeless up there and oscillating slowly with subtle, unnerving creaking sounds. That bastard literally sucked the life out of this place, Naruto said with narrowed eyes. I detect the presence of dark magic, master. There are also bokoblins and lizardmen waiting for us, Phi informed them from inside the master sword. The welcome party is here, Jiraiya answered as 10 bokoblins and 10 lizardmen surrounded them once surfaced from the room's shadows. Very nice of them, Link answered, already holding a sword in his mouth. Midna! Naruto ordered, turning into a fox thanks to Yadajimai. Freeze! The imp girl intoned as her zone flared to life, trapping several of the monsters for the shinobi to destroy at his leisure. Doton, Yomi Numa! The toad Sannin in the meantime momentarily turned the floor into a swamp to bury several lizardmen up to their torso underground. Now, let's play whack-a-team, Jiraiya then said, unsealing the ball and chain while showing a sadistic smile. Gwah! One of those lizard monsters whined in answer. Awoo! Link, at the same time, dashed through the bokoblins, tearing them in half or just removing limbs left and right. It took barely 5 minutes, but in the end the room was cleared of those monsters and the others that had been attracted there by the howls of the ones already fighting. Ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. As soon as the last monster finally died, a low, disembodied evil laugh echoed inside the room, soon followed by an austere clapping of hands that caused every candle of the chandeliers and various torches at the wall lighted up at once, finally bringing some semblance of warmth back to the hall. "It seems like our host was pleased with the show," Midna commented dryly and with a frown. "The stairs have been transfigured into becoming part of the floor and walls, Master, just like most of the DRS. I suggest to climb the wall to reach the only door left," Vi said. "He is leaving us with only the path towards him. Even he wants this thing to last as little as necessary, so no wandering for us," Link answered. "Will everything be back to normal once dealt with him?" Naruto asked. "Based on my knowledge about curses of similar entity, there is a 92% chance of the castle returning to its original state as soon as Ganondorf has been destroyed, Master," Vi answered. "Even should that not happen, it would just mean building few ramps of stairs and rebuild few doors. Compared to eternal slavery, a bit of carpentry is nothing," Jiraiya offered with a kind smile. Once climbed the wall and reached the next room, a solitary Darknut was waiting for them, already brandishing a giant sword and thick shield. "Need some help?" Midna asked. "No, I can take care of him myself, thank you," the blonde answered while cracking his knuckles and neck. "Growling!" the cursed soldier answered by lifting its shield up and reading its sword. "Bring it!" the shinobi bellowed, sprinting towards the soldier and turning his run into a sliding kick midway, sweeping the monster's foot away so to make it fall face down on the floor. "Ah!" With a short growl, the blonde grabbed the Darknut from behind, circling its torso with his arms and hauling it up in the air to slam it headfirst onto the floor with a German suplex, splitting its helmet in two and demolishing its shoulder guards and gauntlets. "Guau!" The cursed soldier hurried back up to its feet to give a brutal forward thrust with its sword. "Scry-yay!" Sliding a kunai out of a sleeve, and with a giant shower of sparks, the hero of power deflected the monster's sword to the side, forcing the soldier to lose balance. "Rasengan!" With a fierce cry, Naruto thrust forward with his free hand already holding the spiraling sphere of chakra, slamming it in the middle of the shield the Darknut had tried to use in a desperate defensive maneuver. The cursed metal of the shield seemed to faintly resist the attack, but when the Triforce marking on the blonde's hand lighted up, turning the Rasengan from chakra blue into a flaming gold color, the slab of ornate iron went immediately turned to shreds, having been obliterated along the arm that was holding it. "H!" The Darknut bellowed in agony as its arm went mangled and torn off at the elbow in an instant, while the rest of the body flew way back against the wall as soon as the sphere of energy impacted with its torso. Ninja techniques plus divine power. I would have been pissed if that did not work," Midna commented with a savage smirk. "It seems like this one won't be able to use the rapier this time," Jiraiya commented as the heavily wounded Darknut slowly crawled towards Naruto. The empowered Rasengan had in fact opened a deep hole in its chest on the point of impact, since the shield had not diminished the power behind the attack. "Drop it, it's over," the blonde said with a sad tone as he easily sidestepped the weak stumble-like swipe of the soldier's rapier that in the end caused it to fall on the floor. "Please stop," Naruto begged as the thing forced itself on its feet while using its blade as a clutch, splattering the floor with its blackish rotten blood and dragging the tip of its blade on the floor behind it while walking towards him. "Gah!" The thing growled tiredly, barely managing to raise its blade from the floor to give another slow, weak swipe that made it stumble on its steps. "Naruto, let him rest." "Free him?" Jiraiya asked with a low voice. "Gage!" The Darknut's weak growl stopped abruptly when the blonde hugged it, one arm around the back of its neck and the other rigidly shoving the same kunai used to deflect its sword deep inside its chest. "It's okay. It's over," Naruto muttered, hugging the Darknut just a bit tighter. Thank you." The cursed knight whimpered with an extremely low and weak voice, but the elation behind his words was impossible to miss. As the monster fell on his knees, he rapidly turned to dust, soon leaving the heroes alone in the room. That was the same accent of Hyrule Castle Town. He probably was one of the soldiers that defended the castle before being turned into a Darknut. "I fear he probably won't be the last one we will meet," Link said with a disgusted frown. "Oh." The former shinobi of Konoha muttered in understanding, watching with empty eyes the tiny mount of ashes left behind by the poor soldier's death. I thought that after Madara and Kage I saw the worst in people, you know? That there would hardly be somebody as rotten as they were. Well, Madara maybe did have some redeeming qualities buried so deep under his delusions that even I have troubles finding them. But those two kinda popped out of nowhere mid-war and started killing people left and right while talking about the world being theirs. Naruto admitted as stairs reappeared in the room to connect the small room to the upper level so that they could move forward. We are following the path usually reserved to dignitaries that seek audience with the royal family, Master. It seems like our target wishes us to take the scenic route to reach him. Fi explained. Exactly, all of this is a game, some sort of pastime for him, as I thought. Naruto, as long as good people exist, there will be sick megalomaniacs like him strutting around too. Jiraiya answered as all of them climbed the stairs towards the next area. For every light there is darkness. And the brighter you shine, the darkest will be the shadow you leave behind. We unfortunately live in a world of balance. Both sides are sadly needed to exist and coexist. Link added. It doesn't mean that you have to like it, though. I don't like it myself, that's why we are here. Midna finished saying, squeezing his shoulder she was sitting on. The bastard left us an entire chest with a single rupee in it as a prize for defeating that poor guy. Jiraiya said in distaste as the new chest that had appeared in front of them opened by itself to show the single gem inside. Take it, I'll shove it down his throat as soon as we meet. Naruto hissed with narrowed eyes. I never saw him that angry. I guess that Kage and the whole Madara mess finally had him fed up with the bad guy's business. Jiraiya thought in sadness. His theory went confirmed when in the corridor they walked in next. His students simply grabbed the heads of the two lizard men that were waiting for them to slam them together and defenestrate both creatures immediately after. And without looking for the hidden switch Vi told them would lift the heavy grate blocking the door, the blonde simply grabbed it and tore it off from the wall so to throw it out of the same broken window, soon making them hear the dying whimper of the two lizard men that had barely survived the fly dying under the weight of the thing landing on top of them. At least you did not break the door, do you feel better? The old man asked. Yeah, sorry about that, I am just tired of people trying to conquer/destroy the world because they believe to be gods or stuff. I don't want to believe my entire life will be all about dealing with people with their heads stuck too deep inside their own ass. Naruto answered, tiredly passing a hand through his hair. Nobody says that you have to, nor they can force you to. You are not some shonen hero going through bad guy after bad guy after bad guy with a smile perennially etched on your face and a song of hope and friendship playing on loop following your every step. You are a real, breathing, normal human. You have your limits and you can and are expected to get tired of the same shit happening over and over. After this is over, we will put a stop. We will hang our foreheads protectors and drop this entire hero business. It's a promise. We will retire and live a goddamn peaceful life, the Toad Sage promised. The chosen of the God Dash. Screw the goddesses. Screw destiny and screw the fate of the world. Find another chosen one. The world is full of young idiots that dream of adventure. Just pick one and leave us alone. Jiraiya roared in answer, cutting Fi off so abruptly it was only because she did not possess a tongue that she didn't bite hers off. Arrow Sennin? Naruto asked, shocked by the outburst. I was thinking about the entire curse that plagues the owners of the Triforce. Fighting over and over through the ages. Somebody has to do it is a good excuse to use when you are not the target of it, but can you imagine it? Knowing that your descendants will never find peace because some demented asshole cursed your lineage? Because I can't, and I can't accept to know that now you, my student, my godson and the closest thing I ever had to a great son will be faced with this just because some ethereal being gave him a fancy tattoo. I can't accept it, and I never will. It's okay, I had a down moment, but I know I can shoulder this thing, I have to do it. Naruto answered with a gentle, warm smile. That's the problem exactly. You shouldn't be forced to shoulder anything. We are not from Hyrule. We came here by chance and decided to help along because their chosen one was dead. They can't just saddle us with more work just for that. We'll deal with this once done with Ganondorf, Erosenin. As for now, we are too deep into this to stop, not when the final fight is right in front of us. But this will be the last time you save the world, okay? Twice is 2 times too much. The Toad Sanine conceded, clearly unhappy. Everything is going to be alright, trust me. Naruto answered with an encouraging tone. Up in heaven. Are we really doing this, sisters? Are we really shoving our problems onto 2 strangers that just want some peace? Neria asked with a somber tone. Oh, only this time. Faror answered, stumbling on her words slightly. That is the problem. This time is just one of a long series of times we had to awaken a chosen hero to deal with an evil monster. It's this really a never-ending circle even us who breathe life on the world can't fix. Din asked back. Even if the entire Triforce ends in the hands of heroes, balance requires an equal evil to exist to counterbalance the good. Somebody really has to fight this fight. There is no choice, no alternative, no magical or divine solution to this. Neria answered with gritted teeth. Not even for us? Faror asked to the goddess of wisdom, one both she and Din openly recognized as the wisest of the 3 of them. Not even for us. Demise was born as a shadow generated from our mother's light. In a way or another, his evil must exist in some form. It's inevitable, she answered, looking utterly ashamed. All 3 of the goddesses looked down in shame, and even if told, nobody would actually believe a deity could actually lower its head so low in shame like they did, as they felt fully to blame for the fate that would always befall on the holders of the Triforce. Back with Naruto and the others, Hyrule Castle. Other 2 dark nuts. Midna said in distaste while watching Naruto and Jiraiya give the finished blow to the duo of cursed soldiers they had found waiting for them. From a strategical point of view, selecting the strongest enemy soldiers and twist them into becoming your loyal pawns is the best way to defend your position in addition to messing with the head of the intruders. But it doesn't justify this atrocity. Link answered as the final handful of ashes from the 2 fallen darknuts floated away. This was such a nice place, peaceful too, I bet. Nothing too opulent, unless Ganon stripped everything clean. Naruto commented. No, Zelda's family never was one for ostentation. The castle interiors have been left untouched as much as possible, since Ganondorf wants the throne, the less damages the better. Link answered. The path is open, let's go. Midna added. Yeah, let's go. Naruto answered, carefully repositioning the helm of one of the statues adorning both sides of the corridor back in place, and looking the 2 ordinate lions with a proud expression. Not NBU, but still, damn proud looking, he commented. The side door, master. It will take us to the next floor through the path used by the servants. Fi explained. Thank you, Fi-chan. I apologize for implying that you have no choice on this matter, master, the spirit said with a low voice. Erosenin was just angry, don't worry. I am not blaming you personally. Thank you, master. Fi answered with an almost happy-sounding tone. Not to interrupt you too, but we may have a problem, Jiraiya said with a tense voice. They had just exited to the outside, with a long bridge connecting to a tower in front of them, and a small path going upward to the next floor on their right. Problem was, the path on the right had just been closed off by a barrier and the bridge in front of them was rapidly filling in lizard men, both flying and non, by the dozens while archers peeked out of every window of the tower itself. It's not like I expected anything less, Naruto answered. Thunk. 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 Before any of them could actually move though, one after another the lizardmen archers went rapidly shot down by arrows while few well-placed bombs decimated the lizardmen on the bridge with a rain of fire, with more bombs to come so to attract the attention of the few monsters still alive on there, and in the rest of the castle gardens. You really think we would have left you alone? Friends fight together. We were this late just because we had a lot of people to call to help you. Ruzzle, at the head of 100 people from Telma's group of friends, said with a proud smile as Ashe kept pelting monsters and arrows before switching to a sword. Next to them few others were using portable cannons like bazookas to further thinner the enemy lines. RUSL! Naruto gasped in shock. We will deal with the foot soldiers, you take care of their boss. Ashe declared. Just be careful, the blonde asked. Don't worry, we will. But you have to promise to come back in one piece, the girl answered. The barrier is down, and we got the key to the boss room. Let's go, Jiraiya said as soon as the wall of energy collapsed. RUSL! Be a moron and I will kill you! Naruto yelled while running with the others to the next floor. Okay, now I am worried, the man admitted. We are assaulting Evil Guy Central, and Naruto scares you? One of the guys asked. Yes. Fair enough. With Naruto and the others. This way. There are ghosts of soldiers here, they are here to help us pass through without activating the traps. Follow me, Link said as he ran forward as the head of the group. Ghosts? Naruto asked. There are good ghosts too, some spirits are actually helpful instead of vengeful assholes. Midna answered, entering the blonde's shadow so that both he and Jiraiya could run full speed through the various corridors and rooms. To be fair, Ganondorf himself was surprised to see those two run on the walls without slowing down to pass over the parts of floor and stairs he had magically turned into true bottomless pits in a flash, assaulting the few lizard men still around that stood on their path, most of which getting their necks snapped in a second, dead and turning into black smoke before even touching the ground. It seemed like he had underestimated the hero that managed to steal his power. Maybe the Dark Nut. But him a Rasengan! Naruto and Jiraiya interrupted the evil Gerudo's musing with their chorus voices, slamming a giant-sized Rasengan on the chest of the lone Darknut that had appeared before them, shooting the thing through the barrier that was meant to stop them and through the two stone walls right behind that. I am surrounded by useless weaklings! Ganondorf bellowed in fury. Truly, if one wanted some results, the best way was to do it personally instead of delegating. With Naruto. Can you hear it? The blonde asked. The organ playing in the background? Yeah, I can hear it, Jiraiya answered. It can't be, that bastard is playing the organ while waiting for us? He can't be so much self-absorbed in his own hype. Midna answered in disbelief, coming out of Naruto's shadow with a disbelieving expression. He is playing with us, just focus. Link answered, closely following them through the now open boss door. The rain that had been quietly accompanying them through the entire attack on the castle had in the meantime turned into a furious storm, with the darkened sky rattled mercilessly by continuous lightning bolts. The clouds themselves were unnaturally dark, pitch black to the point of looking like shadows, and the entire storm seemed to converge above the highest part of the castle, twisting on themselves like a vortex of darkness above the upper area of the castle where the separate, giant building acting as throne room was located. He really is a drama queen, he even set the weather to make this fight more theatrical, Jiraiya commented dryly. Spare your breath for when we will shove an arm up his ass and pull him inside out, Midna countered. I can work with that. Said that, the group slowly walked towards the throne in silence, each one of them looking everywhere around the apparently empty room for the final target of their mission. Where is he? Jiraiya asked with a frown. He is not here, it seems, Link answered. Look, Midna muttered, pointing at a giant stone head that had been thrown away on the floor. What's that? Naruto asked. That is the head of one of the statues of the three goddesses adorning the throne, see? All three have been beheaded and heavily damaged, the spirit wolf explained. At the far end of the room, up a short ramp of stairs, stood a giant monolith housing the throne proper, and above it, three enormous statues of women, each holding a gold triangle in their hands and holding each piece close to form the infamous Triforce symbol of Hyrule, although now the once beautiful statues had been savagely destroyed and defiled, leaving behind only the gold triangles and a throne surrounded in debris. You know, when I first met Zant and heard him talk about his beloved master, I imagined you to be this mysterious entity of pure evil, but I am seeing only a whining kid throwing a tantrum now, Naruto said loudly. What are you doing? Link asked, confused. How dare you, boy? A very deep voice boomed all around them. There he is, the blonde replied with a knowing smirk. The bigger is their ego, the easier is to wound it, Jiraiya added with an amused tone. The voice they heard had come from a figure standing in the middle of the three triangles forming the Triforce statue, one the others only externally recognized as Zelda, while a tall man had just appeared in front of the throne to sit on it with a snarl. "Welcome to my castle," the new arrival growled in fury, his voice coming out from both his and Zelda's mouth at the same time in a distorted chorus. "So you are Ganondorf?" Midna hissed. "Your castle? I am sorry, but last I heard a princess sat on that throne, and if that is true, you are the ugliest princess I have ever seen," Naruto added. "Ho ho ho! You offer quite the enjoyable banter, boy. But yes, I am Ganondorf, king of this world," the tall Gerudo male answered as he walked down the short ramp of stairs while summoning a luminous sword in his hand. The faint cracks on the breastplate of his armor didn't go unnoticed by the heroes, especially the faint light shining feebly through those cracks, thing that had both shinobi narrow their eyes in understanding. "I've been dying to meet you," Midna said with a growl. "Bwahahoho! Your people have long amused me, Midna. To defy the gods with such petty magic, only to be cast aside, how very pathetic," Ganondorf answered. He was not at merely few feet from the group. "Watch your words, bastard, you have already said too much," Naruto commented. "Did I touch a nerve? Though I must admit that as pathetic as they were, the Twilight served me well. Their anguish was my nourishment," Ganondorf admitted with a sickening pleased smile. "Their hatred bled across the void and awakened me. I drew deep of it and grew strong again," he then said with a chuckle. "For somebody so full of himself, you sound strangely proud to be just a parasite," Naruto said with a perfectly fake carefree tone, even putting both hands behind his head in a relaxed posture, but his eyes were the sharpest Jiraiya had ever seen. "Quiet you!" Ganondorf roared, and the storm outside gained dozens of new lightning bolts cutting the sky to pieces in a blinding light. "Did I touch a nerve?" the blonde answered, parodying the Gerudo's voice in glee. "I have no idea from where you are taking the courage to talk to me, lick dash. God, you love the sound of your own voice, isn't it? Just like Madara." Naruto cut him off abruptly, and Ganondorf had the impression those words were supposed to be some sort of insult, and that irked him fiercely. "You will beg me to kill you, boy." Yeah, the other replied unconvinced. "Naruto, do not poke the psycho," Link begged with a low voice. "I would listen to the mud if I were you, little pest, and you, Midna." "What do you want?" the imp girl asked back with narrowed eyes. "Your people had some skill, to be sure. They have all my praise for their small accomplishments, but still, they lack true power," Ganondorf explained, taking a new step forward and then turning around so to look at the form of Zelda trapped between the three parts of the Triforce. And every one of the heroes kept finding disturbing how the monster's voice kept coming out of Zelda's mouth even if she herself was unconscious. "And you are a fine connoisseur of true power instead?" Midna asked back with crossed arms and a tone of cruel mockery. "Ooh, indeed I am. I know what true power is. They lack the kind of absolute power that only those chosen by the gods wield. And only he who wields such power would make a suitable king for this world, don't you think?" Ganondorf asked while showing them the Triforce mark on his hand. "I don't know, I got that fancy tattoo on my hand as well, and I don't feel very king of the world, you know. And yours even looks so pale. Like about to disappear," Naruto answered, showing the same marking on own hand. "I think I saw a vein burst just now, I can literally hear his blood pressure rise," Jiraiya commented with a savage smile as Midna herself showed the Triforce mark on her hand to further mock the Gerudo warlord. "You two are raving lunatics. We are facing the pure essence of evil plaguing Hyrule, and you treat this like some common pub brawl," Link said, appalled. "We are just stupidly brave, this is nothing different from what we already saw before. That power belongs to me," Ganondorf bellowed, bloodthirst rolling off of him in waves. "Ha! Such conceit! For all your being one of the chosen wielders of power, as you claim, it didn't take much for you to lose your power to somebody else. And even if you were destined to rule the world, I will still risk everything to deny you," Midna declared with a steely resolve. "Who? The shadow has been moved by the light, it seems, Ganondorf said, amused. Zant said the same. What's with you morons and my life choices? Midna replied, annoyed. How amusing. I am merely finding this just so entertaining, the warlord admitted with a savage smile. TCH. Very well, if you all are so determined to stand in my way, deny me then, Ganondorf said as an aura of darkness similar to a corrupted version of Midna's own magic started surrounding him. Yes, try to deny me, you and your little friend, he then said, breaking into a giant cloud of black fragments of shadow to assault Zelda's unconscious form. Zelda! Midna yelled in fear as she hurried to shield the princess with her own body. Midna! Naruto yelled with wide eyes as he watched those same fragments deftly avoid Midna to enter Zelda's body at high speed. I have a bad feeling about this, Jiraiya said with a low voice, his chakra already flaring to life and a kunai sliding in his hand. WW what? Midna uttered in confusion, looking at Zelda's peaceful face in dread. Disappear! Zelda's eyes snapped open to show a terrifying yellow light, while her skin rapidly turned ashen, and accompanying the deafening scream, an invisible force propelled Midna, Jiraiya and Link outside. Whum! Midna! Jiraiya! Link! Naruto, now alone, yelled in worry while a thick golden barrier appeared to separate him from the others. Scared now, boy? You are alone. Ganondorf asked, amused, talking through Zelda's mouth with a distorted, booming voice. I am never alone, you idiot, and it will be a cold day in hell before I start being afraid of a bastard like you, Naruto answered, taking a fighting stance with a determined expression. You and Midna, faithless fools who would dare to take up arms against the King of Light and Shadow, choose to fight against me, and so you shall feel my wrath, the possessed Zelda said as she rapidly rose to the sky once summoned a sword in her hand. Please kick his ass. Not only he is an utter asshole, but he even lacks any originality as a bad guy. All those cliché declarations are making my ears bleed. Yadajimai asked with a savage roar, once transformed back into a giant fox, and already pumping her own chakra in Naruto's system to mix with his. With pleasure, the blonde answered, jumping high in the sky, surprising Ganondorf that had barely the time to deflect the kunai with his sword, but unable to properly prepare himself for the force behind the attack that still pushed him back. You! He hissed. What? I jump good, you mad? The shinobi asked, smirking. I don't think you will laugh for long. I took over Zelda's body. Do you have what it takes to fight me knowing she will be hurt all the SAARGH? Ganondorf's mocking stopped when his body convulsed once, making him grab his throat with his free hand. Just attack me, Zelda said in her normal voice while her face went twisted in a mask of agony. Kick this filthy thing out of my mind now, she ordered before Ganondorf finally managed to wrestle back control. Ganondorf lost his Triforce shard. His powers are not strong enough to keep a hold on Zelda, you can force him out, Link explained from the other side of the barrier. Be quiet! Too late, bastard! I hope Princess Zelda won't hold it against me for my being rough, but I will now kick your ass until you come out, Naruto said, holstering the kunai and cracking his knuckles. Come, you foolish mortal! Come face your death! Ganondorf replied as he started to shooting balls of lightning at the blonde from the sword he was holding. Whum! The sphere of magic whistled past the blonde's ear as he purposely avoided it by a hair to sprint towards the princess in a straight line and grab her sword hand in his. GH! With a feral roar, the shinobi smashed the woman's nose flat with a headbutt, making Ganondorf fear for an instant that his real skull too would gain a Naruto-shaped indent on its front. Flying rapidly away with a thick spurt of blood flowing endlessly from her nose, the possessed princess looked at the blonde with a snarl of pure hatred while raising her sword high in the sky. I shall not accept this blasphemy against me, a god! Under you! Yadajimai cried out in alarm, giving Naruto barely a second of head start to roll to the side and avoid the giant column of energy erupting from underground and shooting all the way up to the ceiling and outside, curiously in the shape of the Triforce's three triangles. You have a sick obsession with that thing! Naruto commented, shrieking in surprise when Zelda's sword launched towards him at high speed while dragging along the princess' body like a flailing ragdoll. Zoom! 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 The possessed princess kept zooming around the throne room at random patterns to try and gut the blonde shinobi, until Ganondorf saw him put his hands in a cross shape while showing a fanged smirk, and the Gerudo's world turned orange. Ninpo, Taiju Bunshin Daibakuha! Massive clone great explosion! Naruto said before hiding behind the severed head of one of the statues, while a wide-eyed Jiraiya shoved the others on the ground hoping the barrier the monster summoned would not give in. Because as soon as Ganondorf pierced one of the clones in the chest with his sword, it exploded in a giant fireball that immediately after caused every other clone to follow suit and do the same, all 100 of them. Boom! It was earth-shattering, powerful enough to even disperse the storm outside and blew up the windows of both castle and castle town, and it was a miracle in itself if the barrier separating Naruto from the others managed to hold on and protect them from the blast, although they still flew back from the wind pressure alone. Cough. Cough. Just as I feared, he managed to mix those two jutsu together. Jiraiya commented with a very scared tone. Goddesses, that was loud. Midna admitted with ringing ears while the smoke cloud from the explosion was slowly dissipating. At the same time, inside the throne room, the place had been devastated by the explosion, the roof completely gone, and most of the walls had been turned to dust. The throne itself had toppled over, and what remained of the giant statues had fallen to the side too. With a subtle tremor, from underground Naruto's head popped out to show a pleased smile before digging his way out completely. You still alive? He asked, amused. NNGH. Tiredly moving aside one of the collapsed pillar that fell on him, Ganondorf rose to his feet to glare at him from the utterly bruised form of Zelda. So your powers protected you, eh? The blonde asked. Yes, I am not defeated yet, the Gerudo warlord answered. Okay. That's it. I am going in, Midna said with fiery eyes as she summoned the pieces of fused shadows around her to transform back into the giant creature of light. Crash! With a deafening breaking sound, the creature smashed through the barrier separating her from Naruto as if it was cheap glass, in part thanks to the heavy beating the explosion gave to it as well, to grab the possessed Zelda in her massive hands to seemingly squash her. In truth, a giant cloud of darkness could be seen escaping from her massive fingers, smoke that then transforming into the heavily wounded form of Ganondorf. The Gerudo appearing on his knees and breathing heavily. On the contrary, Zelda didn't look too much out of shape. Oh! Naruto muttered in surprise. A bit of Twilight magic, why should Zelda suffer from his tantrums? Midna explained with a proud tone while leaning on Naruto's shoulders. Good job! Hyarah! A furious roar echoed in the room as the wounded Ganondorf fell on all fours. I shall not be denied! I shall not be defeated! Having dropped every facade of style and elegance to fully show the madness hidden inside his eyes, Ganondorf showed the new, full Triforce shard on his hand outshining the feeble one he used to possess. He stole Zelda's piece of Triforce! Midna yelled with wide eyes of horror. That must be why he took over Zelda's body. Naruto added with clenched teeth. The Triforce belongs to me. So it is only a matter of time before every piece becomes mine. Ganondorf spat in fury, using every bit of magic he still possessed together with the power he took from Zant and the Twilight to funnel both parts of Triforce he possessed inside himself to transform into a giant demonic boarman-like beast with blood-red mane. And now the madman's old wound became way more visible, appearing like a giant gash on his beast form's body belly shining in a blinding light. He managed to turn into his beast form, Ganon, Link said in horror. With the help of Zelda's Triforce he could transform, eh? Very well! Let's destroy Ganondorf's Triumph card too, Naruto! Midna declared. All right, the blonde replied, both taking a fighting stance together. Grua! The boar-like giant monstrosity gave a loud, guttural roar as it glared at the Shinobi Twilight duo. Arrow Sennin! Help Zelda! Me and Midna will deal with him! Be careful, Naruto! Jiraiya answered while he and Link rapidly moved the unconscious Zelda in a safer place. Grr! The giant thing clearly did not like that and tried to stomp on them, only for a giant hand of golden energy to grab the monster's hand-shaped hoof in an iron grip. And what Ganondorf saw when he followed the giant arm holding his, he saw a giant construct of translucent golden light shaped like a 10-tailed fox adorned by black lines across its body, and the thing was twice the size of the Gerudo Ganon form. Making it this small was surprisingly hard. What is this? Midna asked in wonder while floating next to Naruto inside the Avatar's head. Our own ace in the sleeve! Senjutsu, Biju mode! Yadajimai answered through the construct mouth while shoving Ganon against the wall so to let Jiraiya and Link free to take Zelda to safety. Ready, Midna? Naruto asked, his own body turned in a similar golden light. Ready! The Twilight imp answered as the pieces of fused shadow floated lazily around her, and surprisingly adding an eerie green luster to Yadajimai's chakra body, along huge thick green flames burning on the tip of each tail. Feel like driving? Naruto asked, smirking. Yees! Feeling a bit high on the feeling of both ancient Twilight magic and Naruto's own energy flowing through her every vein and pore, the girl gave a purr-like answer before refocusing and taking the figurative driver's seat. I am feeling you inside me deep to the point of it being on a spiritual level. This feels amazing! Midna yelled in glee as the giant 9 tails of Yadajimai's avatar turned into an extra-large version of her own hair hand to grab the charging Ganon, stopping him abruptly and burning him with the flames of combined chakra and Twilight magic. Gwa! The beast Gerudo roared in rage as the Twilight imp used 2 hands to grab his front paws while another held his head back, this so that the other 7 could deliver a rapid salvo of punches right on the Gerudo's wound. Yeah, and if you keep that up, I fear he won't wait for this to be over and get deep on a physical level too. Yadajimai muttered while rolling her eyes. That is not true, Naruto answered lamely. Giararararagwaza! Surprising them, Ganondorf managed to escape the Biju Avatar's hold by summoning around himself a Twilight portal. What's he planning now? Naruto asked as he watched the giant demonic boar run in circle around them, and randomly disappearing and reappearing through various portals. He is looking for an opening, Midna answered, watching as the opening and closing of portals was becoming faster and faster, just like the beast's charge. Then I'll give him one, his enormous ego, Yadajimai answered. Quit running, you weakling! We have no time to waste in a game of hide-and-seek. G-U-U-H-I-I-I! With a deafening, guttural squeal of fury, several portals appeared around the giant fox, and from the rightmost one the furious Ganon came out in a mad charge, literally foaming at the mouth in blind rage. Baka! Both Naruto and Midna yelled at the same time as they spun around to meet his eyes, using all 10 hands of Yadajimai's avatar to grab him. Together? The blonde shinobi asked with a gentle smile. Together, Midna answered with a similar amorous smile. Smile that morphed into a determined expression as soon as the two looked directly at Ganon. Sappy morons! Yadajimai muttered while lifting the struggling Ganon up in the air, right above them. Senjutsu! Sage art, Naruto said, moving both hands to point their palms at the avatar's mouth. Ficta! Twilight art, Midna said at the same time while imitating him. Greawaya! Ganondorf tried once again to open a portal and escape, but to his horror energy had already mounted inside Yadajimai's mouth to form a miniature sun of golden and dark green energy twisting together, and when Yadajimai's own chakra got mixed into that as well, for huge blades of red energy started to rapidly spin around the flaming sphere. And the Triforce mark appearing right in its middle to be faintly visible was the final nail to Ganondorf's pride as chosen. It had finally dawned on him that he had really lost that title to the blonde. Kurama Yayami Raisin Shuriken! Ultra big ball spiraling dust shuriken, Naruto yelled as the giant sphere of destruction flew out of Yadajimai's mouth to hit Ganondorf on the chest, right on his old wound, and dragging the screaming monster high in the sky on the notes of his loud scream of anguish as he experienced a pain like no other, as the gold and green attack literally turned every fiber of his being to dust by brutally shredding him a cell at a time. Gwa! Boom! Once far up in the sky and above the entire castle, the monster's tortured scream went cut abruptly when the mixture of Twilight magic and sage chakra exploded with a flare of light and noise that everybody in Hyrule managed to hear as the ring of light generated by the explosion traveled above the entire continent, as if signaling the apparent end of the fight. "He survived it, doesn't he?" Naruto said with narrowed eyes after a long silence. "Yep," Yadajima answered with a dry, annoyed tone. "How? That thing was powerful enough to pulverize Hyrule as a whole," Midna said in scandal. "Trust us, Midna, we saw enough evil masterminds to write a book about it. He will have enough in him for a last-dick move even after all that, just to try bring us down with him. Assholes like him always have a suicide move stored aside just in case, to make everything a Pyrrhic victory in case somebody stronger than them do show up," Yadajima explained. Said that Naruto cancelled both Sage Mode and Chakra Avatar to return to normal, just in time to see a disheveled, but otherwise not too beaten, Zelda weakly walked towards them helped by Jiraiya. "Princess I," Midna tried saying, clearly still unsure about how to face Zelda after all that had happened because of Zant. "Say nothing, Midna," Zelda answered with a gentle smile. "When I tried to save you long ago, before Naruto took my place, for an instant your heart and mine were as one, however briefly," the Princess of Hyrule said. "Oh?" the blonde uttered confused. "It was around that moment I finally admitted to myself that I had feelings for you. The same union happened between us too," Midna admitted in answer, her tone midway between shyness and uneasiness. "So that's why it felt good, in a strange mystic way I mean," he said, making her smile a little. "I instead felt your suffering, Midna, you have endured so much," Zelda added with a more somber expression. "But I also learned from it," the Twilight Imp answered, albeit with quivering lips and unshed tears. "Midna," Naruto muttered. It's okay. I will get better." "No. You will not. Nobody of you will," a furious and echoing voice, riddled in madness, answered furious. "It can't be!" Link gasped in shock as the giant, translucent head of Ganondorf appeared in front of them. It was a mass of burning yellow energy big enough to fill the room itself. "You were right, his body died but his soul still wants to bother us," Midna, sounding way too calm, said while summoning the pieces of fused shadows around them. "What are you doing?" the blonde asked in worry. "He is about to blow himself up to kill us. I can feel his magic build up like a bomb," she answered as the body of everybody except her started breaking down into small black fragments to be teleported away. "Don't you dare!" Naruto yelled. "I am sorry," Midna answered, giving him a last kiss before all of them disappeared, leaving her alone with the wrathful spirit of Ganondorf. "Thank you for the wonderful memories, Naruto," the Twilight Imp said with a wide, happy smile as the fused shadow closed around her body. With the others, Hyrule Field. The giant mass of black fragments soon transformed into the original forms of Zelda, Naruto, Link and Jiraiya in the middle of the field far away from the castle. Midna! Boom! A new explosion, just as powerful as the previous, shook the castle and turned the big building that used to act as throne room to ashes, disintegrating it completely and leaving only a smooth surface on the castle's rooftop. She knew he was about to blow up, so she hoped to use the power of the fused shadow to destroy his soul before that happened, and just in case that was not enough to stop the explosion, she teleported us away. Apparently she right. Link said with a voice devoid of life, he too shocked deeply from their friend's sacrifice. Midna. Naruto in the meantime looked absent as his eyes were dull, thing that caused several alarm bells to resurface from Jiraiya's subconscious. "She did it to save us, Naruto, she wanted to see you alive!" The Toad Sage immediately hugged his pupil to try and stop him from using the darkest side of being a Jinchuriki. "She did her best, yes, unfortunately it was not quite enough," an amused voice answered from not too far away. "No!" Zelda yelled in horror. "Oh, yes! She truly wanted to stop me, but I just managed to sneak inside the fused shadow and use its power to protect myself from the explosion. Unfortunately, it was not enough to protect dear Midna as well." Bwahahaha! Ganondorf, back in humanoid form and on top of a back horse, answered to the princess' horrified scream while showing the helmet Midna used to wear, only now with of its horns snapped in half. A pity it is all dried up now. It was barely enough to form a substitute body for me to use, but once gained the entire Triforce, creating one of flesh instead of condensed magic won't be a problem, the Gerudo male said, still filling each word in cruel mockery, and throwing the helmet at Naruto's feet. Don't worry, you'll meet her soon, boy. Oh! Yadajime muttered in horror, as she could feel her vessel's own darkness forcefully pulling on hers, causing a certain something to resurface again thanks to the chakra it also forcefully pulled along. And the Triforce of Power was not helping. This world belongs to me, Ganondorf declared while rising his sword high in the sky to summon hundreds of ghost soldiers, each riding a horse of their own, and all of them reeking of dark, foul magic. His rotten heart has called the worst scum of the otherworld to serve as his army, Link said with a snarl. Then we will fight it with the power of light, Zelda answered, taking a praying stance. Guys, Jiraiya said with a strained tone as a blood-red bubbling aura had started collecting around Naruto, and contrary to the past, the old man's seals were doing jackshit to stop it. Have no fear! I was not joking when I said I had to contact a lot of people before coming here. We will fight together! Russell added, yelling as he and many others, Zora and Gorin as well, appeared not too far away. Guys, take cover, oh god! Jiraiya repeated, sweating a lot as the pure feeling of maliciousness washing off the blonde in waves soon covered the whole area, but it seemed like everybody thought Ganondorf was the source of it. What is happening to him? Link asked finally. Run away! Jiraiya yelled in fear just as Naruto finally opened his eyes to show their new red color, and their new slit pupils. Grabbing both Wolf and too deep in trance to notice a bloody thing Zelda under his arms, the Toad Sage gave a spectacular show of speed to run away just a second before his student could let loose a terrifying roar of rage, one that actually made the charging Ganondorf and his army of undead stop abruptly. Midnaya! Meanwhile, with Zelda, Spirit Realm. Spirits of the Light! Wielders of the great power that shines far and wide upon the lands of our world, in my hour of need, grant me the light to banish evil, the princess chanted in pure devotion. Yes, about that. The various light guardians, the ones that Naruto and Midna had helped recover their power, appeared around her together, and every one of them looked perturbed. Yes? Zelda asked. We will give you the bow and light arrows, no question asked, but I fear that there will be no need to use them, the guardian of Faron Woods answered, unsure. It seems like Ganondorf had poked the sleeping dragon once too many. It is not a good spectacle, the guardian of the spring in Kakariko village answered, looking as if he was feeling sorry for Ganondorf himself. What do you mean? Just take bow and arrows and go, just in case their power will be needed to stop a tragedy. Be ready to help the others calm down the hero chosen by the goddesses before he himself actually finishes what Ganondorf started. Said that the Light Guardians left the princess borrow the spheres of light each one of them possessed to form a golden bow and similar gold-made arrows before sending her back. Real world, 2 minutes later. When Zelda reopened her eyes, she saw a Hyrule field in utter ruins with craters and fires everywhere, unimaginable devastation that had turned the place into a hellscape, an apocalyptic scenery that made her skin crawl. Wham! A deafening sound made her ears ring as 2 halves of a demonic black horse went carelessly through her way, splattering the ground and the lower part of her royal gown in blackish blood. Yarate! Soon followed by a roar no creature should be able to produce, evil, merciless, and inhuman. Will he be okay? She heard Darbus the Goron leader ask with a small voice. I am trying to think about how to snap him out of his funk. What about you, Link? Jiraiya answered, looking deadly pale. Just spoke with Yadajime. She is desperately trying to recall her chakra, but he is too deep into anger and it's pulling fiercely on the darkest side of her chakra, and that part wants to be used. She will need at least an hour to calm him down. especially since his own Triforce shard is helping along in keeping the transformation ongoing," the spirit wolf answered, sounding a step close at crying. "WW, what is that?" Zelda finally asked, once seen the thing Naruto had turned into. If she believed Ganondorf to be a monster, now she finally understood what the devil looked like. She was watching the unstoppable rampage of a beast made of condensed energy red as blood, with 6 flailing tails and long ears adorned by an armor of pure white bones and with the helmet shaped like a fox skull almost completely obscuring its face. The demon had apparently made a short work of Ganondorf's army and was now mercilessly toying with the Gerudo warlord as its chew toy, throwing him around and on the ground in between bites, kicks and swipes of its sharp claws. The sword of Ganondorf had long been shattered to pieces just like his armor, and even if his body was a magical construct, apparently it could still make him feel pain as his scream of anguish loudly demonstrated. With Ganondorf, "I order you to STO dash!" Wham! Another punch lanced on the Gerudo's jaw, shattering the few teeth that he still had and launching him far away, or at least, he would have flew far away had the 6 tails and Triforce of Power infused blonde not grabbed his leg to interrupt his fly to slam him on the ground, breaking his leg too on impact. "Grr!" the transformed blonde answered with a guttural growl and narrowing of his luminescent eyes while straddling the warlord. "That power belongs to me," Ganondorf tried saying, grabbing the shinobi's neck with both hands to choke him. In retaliation, the demon he was foolishly trying to boss around grabbed his right wrist and pulled aside, tearing away his entire arm like tissue paper with a wet scry-up sound. "Ea-ea-wee-wa!" Ganondorf yelled in pain, but more importantly, in shattered pride as he saw nothing work against that beast tearing into him. And as if the thing managed to read his mind, the transformed shinobi seemed to appreciate the suggestion and started to claw his chest and body with savage, wide swipes, trying to tear his chest open with its bare claws. "Let me go, you freak!" Ganondorf tried punch Naruto with his remaining hand, using both pain and rage to strengthen his fist. To his shock, the Triforce mark on the thing's chest lighted up even more, and from it a second transformed Naruto appeared up to its own chest to grab the arm and start to bite into it, tearing mouthfuls of flesh away at each bite. "Jaya-awaya!" with Zelda. "We must stop him! Once done with Ganondorf, he may attack us too!" Zelda said in horror and already taking aim with the arrows of light. "No, this is different than last time. This doesn't feel like rage, TT, this is grief, and that form is killing him. If we do not stop him, he won't destroy us, he will let himself die," Jiraiya answered, finally getting a flash of inspiration when he saw Midna's helmet, miraculously still intact. "What should we do then?" the princess asked, lowering the bow just a little so to hear him out. "I'll use that to have him calm down," he said. "He will kill you if you get too close," Link answered. "Maybe, but as his sensei and more importantly as his godfather, I must be there for him," he answered. "Daddy," Gormane pleaded. "I'm helping you, human. Big brother Naragoran helped me when I was transformed into a mindless beast and everybody had given up on me. It's time for me to return the favor," Darbus said, cracking his neck and knuckles in preparation. "We'll help too. The Zora domain would still be a frozen hell if not for him. It is time for his friends to jump to the rescue," Rallis added, and behind him, dozens of Zora archers prepared their bows. "We will drive him where you need," the captain of said soldiers said with a determined expression. "Okay, I will follow your lead," Zelda conceded as she too readied her bow. "His behavioral pattern looks similar to a wild bulbo. I will tell you how to maneuver and restrict his movements to the right direction for Mr. Darbud to intercept. But I'll need for the bombs too to be aimed with a millimeter precision," Shad offered. "I'll take care of that," Ashe answered him. "Good, we will attract his attention, hold him down and help him recover his sanity. I need as much time you can give me to talk to him," Jiraiya said. "Yes," the small army answered. "I will help too," Link said. "Good. Summoning," the Toad Sage answered, summoning Ma and Pa the Toad Elders. "Hey, Jiraiya! What is happening?" Ma asked, eyes bulging out as soon as she saw Naruto drive a thumb in Ganondorf to tear away an eye and swallow it whole. "A piece of magical rubbish called Triforce misinterpreted Naruto's wish to hurt that bastard and turned him into his old monster form instead of Sage Mode. That thing is feeding him endless supply of power in the form of rage and grief. I need help to hold him down enough for me to kickstart his self-control," Jiraiya answered while talking a mile per minute. "Then let's hurry!" Geo! Pa answered with a frantic voice. "Good! Senjutsu, Sage Mode!" Throwing theatrics aside, both Toad Elders fused with Jiraiya's shoulder to create his version of the Sage Mode. Just at the same time the Zora soldiers pulled back their arrows. Ashe readied the cannon-like bazooka on her shoulder and Darbus rolled into a ball spinning madly on the spot to gain speed. With Ganondorf. "Stop! Stop! I order you to stop! I beg you to stop!" Ganondorf yelled as his chest was finally giving up under the bestial assault of the monstrous Naruto, with his flesh being torn open in spurts of blackish blood. One of his arms was gone, one leg was in tatters, most of his temporary organs had been ruptured and one eye gouged out. There wasn't even a single bone that didn't have cracks, and several of his ribs had actually been snapped in several pieces. And yet the monster above him was not relenting. It was literally killing him a piece at a time, systematically prolonging his torture as much as it could. "Now! Rasengan!" Salvation for him came when Jiraiya managed to blindside Naruto to slam a Rasengan in his side, throwing him away from the mangled Gerudo. "Naruto! I know you can hear me! Midna would have never wanted this! You are better than this!" the Toad Sage pleaded. It was clear the transformed blonde had took the interruption of his beating of Ganondorf as an insult as it charged Jiraiya at a frightening speed. "Fire!" Rallis ordered, making arrows, both normal and light ones, rain around Naruto along Ashe's bombs. Boom! As expected, the transformed blonde veered a little to avoid the attacks, thus making him intersect Darbus' trajectory so that the giant Goron could slam on him. Grr! Unfortunately, Naruto didn't seem fazed by the incoming giant boulder. He instead stopped abruptly, and used his hands to hold in place the still spinning Goron easily, making the rolling Darbus feel his blood run cold. GRH! Cocking back a fist, the monstrosity of Chakra and Triforce punched the Goron's face hard enough to stop his rolling immediately, and launch him back like a bullet. Aarg! Now! Unperturbed by the pain, Darbus gave his order, making other Gorons come rolling at top speed against Naruto from every direction. "Please return to normal, my friend!" Link yelled as he jumped on Naruto's back to bite his neck just a second before the Gorons could also reach him. WRAH! With a new deafening roar, the Biju transformed blonde waited the very last second before spinning on himself with his tails enlarging to huge proportions. The ones watching could then see a small tornado of red energy form for barely a second, but long enough to send Link and a dozen Gorons fly away high in the sky with clear wounds all over their bodies. "My God! It's like trying to stop an earthquake with your bare hands," a scared Goron admitted once landed, dragging himself away with a horrified expression. "Naruto! Please stop!" What Jiraiya tried to say stopped when he saw energy start mounting inside the creature's mouth. "Oh God!" The Toad Sage muttered with wide eyes, because he knew that at that angle not only him, but the entire army behind him and probably Hyrule Castle Town as well would have been pulverized if he shoot. "Give me that!" To his shock, Ilya of all people walked to him, took away Midna's helmet from his hands and walked towards the charging blonde with heavy steps. "Wait!" He dashed. "I know him, you dumbass!" The fond girl interrupted him without looking back. At the same time, several luminous butterflies started flying around the blonde in lazy circles, as if unperturbed by his scary appearances. "My king? It's time to wake up. It was just a nightmare, but now your friends are waiting for you," Agatha said with a calm, gentle tone as she too joined the scene once descended from the giant, luminous stag beetle she had rode to reach him. Nobody will judge if you cry. A real friend is there when it's time for laughs and when it's time for tears. Let it all out. We will be there with you to share the weight. Ilya added, by now in front of him and handing him the damaged helmet. Jijigur. It's okay. Both Ilya and Ajitha said at the same time, either of the two showing the smallest hint of fear. For an instant Jiraiya feared the two would fail miserably, but to his relief the monstrous form of his student pulled back his head and shoot the Biju Dama, tailed beast bomb. He was preparing high in the sky, soon covering the entire sky with the blinding light of its terrifying explosion. Cradaboomum. We went damn close, Darbus admitted dryly. Yep, Rallus answered, just as pale as he was. We have one damn impressive friend, eh? Yep. You do know he will probably spend weeks apologizing for this? I can live with that. You? Yeah, me too, Rallus answered with a small smile. Back to Naruto. Do you remember Naruto? Midna gave her life to save you. Do not become the same monster you both did everything to defeat, please. Ilya begged while handing him the helmet once again. GGGUH. The transformed blonde gurgled out, grabbing the thing from her hands in a possessive manner and hugging it to his chest. SSSH. It's okay, we are here, my king, Ajitha offered, hugging him tightly. Same here, you moron, you are not alone, Ilya said, adding herself to the hug. I am here too, you idiot. Really, you are hopeless, Yadajimai added, she herself finally cutting through the fog that was cutting her off from him once calmed down her own chakra, thing that also finally turned off the Triforce of power. I am sorry. Rapidly returning to normal, the blonde muttered as soon as his transformation fully dispersed, leaving behind only a sad, tired blonde. It's okay. You fought with corrupted versions of people, animals and everything in between ever since you came here. If for once somebody else did the fighting, nobody will hold it against you. Ilya answered, burying her face in his hair, just like Ajitha did. And if they did, well, it's their problem, not ours. The Princess of Bugs added, nonplussed. Good God, you made me worried, brat. I am too old for this, Jiraiya said with a weak chuckle once cancelled Sage Mode and sent back Ma and Pa. I am sorry, Naruto repeated. We know. Everybody knows, they repeated as one while showing encouraging smiles. While those three were trying to talk Naruto out of his newfound guilt-induced downward spiral, nobody noticed the heavily wounded Ganondorf managed to grab the biggest piece of his sword he could find to drag himself towards the blonde. Atrocious pain or not, the wounds to both his body and pride burned fiercely, and he could not forgive the blonde for making him beg for mercy. If he had to die, the blonde had to die as well. You! They heard him growl in pure madness. What the? Jiraiya said in shock. In all that chaos he had forgot about Ganondorf. You must die! Using all his remaining strength, Ganondorf leaped from the ground towards Naruto, holding in his remaining hand the blade of his sword, grasping it so hard his own hand bled profusely. Just die already, you bastard! A new voice yelled as somebody came out from the Gerudo's shadow. And in the span of a second, the once fearsome Ganondorf received 2 lethal wounds at the same time in answer to his last, desperate attack. Ficta, Rasengan! Twilight, spiraling sphere, the new voice yelled as a spiraling sphere of green energy drilled a hole in the Gerudo's back, pulverizing his spine and organs until a hole appeared on his front as well. At the same time that attack landed, Naruto had grabbed the Master Sword and shoved the blade in Ganondorf's rotten heart, piercing him all the way through. Jiga! Ganondorf let out a weak grumble as he felt the spiraling sphere behind him dissipate, and the handguard of the Master Sword touch his chest as his entire body rested limply on Naruto's. This world is mine, Ganondorf said weakly, watching the few sparks of Triforce of power leave his hand to join the rest of it on Naruto's while the Triforce he stole from Zelda flew away to return to the woman. And without Zan's soul for him to sacrifice to keep him alive, the Gerudo warlord was finally dead as he slowly slumped down on the ground with the Master Sword still stuck on his chest. It is done, Master. He is dead, finally. Vi declared after a solid minute of tense silence. To be honest though, those words, the cheering of Ilya and Agatha, and even the deafening roar of happiness of the amassed army of people that had come to help them fell on deaf ears, as Naruto was solely focused on the new arrival that had helped him deal the finishing blow to Ganondorf. "Midna?" he asked in disbelief. "Who? Sorry for taking so long. When that animal broke the fused shadow, he also undid the curse on me, and both things combined left me dead tired, not that I am any better now. I had only one shot to help you and had to use it properly," Midna answered with a sheepish expression. "Midna!" Naruto yelled with wide eyes as he slowly walked towards the young woman, although there was now a clear, huge difference in her compared to the last time he saw her. She was now way taller, slightly taller than Naruto even, but she still was his Midna, still possessing the orange hair, red eyes and a pale bluish complexion of the people from the Twilight realm, and yet at the same time she looked way more human compared to them. She was wearing a hooded cloak in similar design to Xant's own, meaning that the deranged maniac was also wearing her own royalty garb when they met him, and considering how psychotic he acted at any given time, the implications of that choice were too ugly to discuss. Giving him a smug smirk, the Twilight Princess offered to the blonde a small twirl to fully show the half-dress, keeping one leg bare she wore under that long cloak, along fixing the headdress on her forehead to better frame her now gorgeous face. You! The shinobi tried saying. "What? Say something! Am I so beautiful that you have no words left? Dash! Don't you dare pull another stunt like that!" Naruto yelled in anger, hugging her tightly and shocking her into silence, along dashing her smile into a surprised expression. "I could not stand the thought of you dying to that monster, and since all of this could start because of Xant, I believe that the only one that should have sacrificed oneself to destroy Ganondorf was me. I could not reign in Xant, so I had the biggest slice of the blame," Midna answered with a soft voice, a bit more musical than her old impish one, and using the fact that she was few inches taller than him now to fully hug him back and easily bury her face in his hair with her eyes closed. "You smell," she then said, chuckling. "You too. But I turned into a monster of rage, hatred and destruction for an instant before snapping back into sanity." "What about you? You smell too, what's your excuse?" he countered with a snort, while burying his face in the small of her neck. "I almost blew up because a man tried to self-destruct. That doesn't come equipped with deodorant," she answered, amused. "God, you still smell amazing, you always smell amazing," he finally admitted with a purr. "You too. Hey, now that the asshole is dead, wanna come to my place to celebrate?" the Twilight Princess asked, pulling slightly back just enough to flash him a grin. "We are still here," Ilya said with crossed arms. "She never said we cannot join, right?" Agatha answered her with a sweet smile, but she also showed her right fist already clenched hard and with bulging muscles. Why yeah. A group thing sounds lovely," Midna answered immediately, still remembering the bug girl's right hook perfectly. "MMH. That sound like fun. Even if I am going to miss your imp form, I still say it was incredibly adorable, and sexy," Naruto added with a soft, serene smile. "Who says that I cannot transform myself into that little thing whenever I want now? The fused shadows may have been destroyed, but that doesn't mean I can't pull off a small transformation whenever I want now that I am back to my old, full power. Especially since you somehow find that form attractive, I can close an eye and use it too if you are the one asking," Midna answered, wiggling her eyebrows and grabbing her old helmet to repair it with a tiny burst of Twilight magic and then store it away. "Good!" he exclaimed with hungry eyes. "Midna," Zelda said with a solemn voice as she joined the two. "Zelda," Midna answered with a small bow of her head. "I am happy to see you back to your former appearances." "I am happy too, to be honest," the woman answered, not moving too far away from Naruto and grabbing his hand in hers, making him smile sheepish as their finger intertwined. "I guess this is a farewell then?" "A farewell? Not a long one, because I am sure one day you and Naruto will meet again, even if, as we all know, light and shadow can't mix and dash." "Fuck no!" Midna said with a chuckle, unknowingly causing Zelda to painfully bit her tongue mid-sentence from the abrupt interruption. The Hylian princess asked, confused. I am not leaving. Not without taking Naruto and Yadajimai with me at least. Ahem. Ilia, narrowed eyes and growling, fake coughed while glaring at the Twilight princess. Fine, I will also take those two pests with me. Midna added, rolling her eyes. Good. Agatha added, pleased. Take them away. But we will need their help until things are back to normal. Zelda said, scandalized. Who cares? Me and him took care of the mess with Ganondorf, but that's it. He was on retirement before he had to start being a hero again and save the world for a second time, so I am going to help him get the rest he deserves, with me. Midna explained, with a smirk on her face Zelda found simply insufferable. And by the way, Zelda, shadows and light are two sides of the same coin. They can mingle all they want, sweetie. Yadajimai added. Who's talking? Yadajimai, nice to meet ya. The Bijou answered while the mental image of her red-haired human body flashed in Zelda's mind. I was certain you would have cut every contact with our world now, Zelda said in disbelief. Oh, I will do that. I will just take a nice souvenir with me, Midna answered, grabbing Naruto's hand in both of hers and looking straight in his eyes. You fulfilled your duty to Hyrule, even if it was not your burden. You abandoned the quiet life you have fought for to help them, but is now time to stop and rest like you wanted. So I am asking, will you come with me? The Twilight Realm too suffered for what Zant and Ganondorf did, yes, but there won't be any fighting there, just some fixing and then a quiet life in a peaceful land, with me. What are you asking me, Midna? Will you be, my king? The woman asked with a low voice and a shy attitude that melted the young man's heart. Our king. Hush, Agatha. Only if you will be my queen, he countered, smirking. His smirk, though, went vaporized when he saw Midna's eyes gain a frightening spark, soon followed by a loud squeal as a prelude to her bone-crushing hug that buried his face in her newly developed, very abundant chest. Not that the cushioning feeling was unpleasant, not at all, in fact. I knew you would fall for my godly beauty. You were already captivated by my sexy brain and irresistible personality and charm. There was no way in hell my body too wouldn't have ensnared you as well, Midna said with a happy smile, with her hug growing just a tad bit more tight and possessive. Ilia in the meantime rolled her eyes at that bold claim. Modest, aren't you? Naruto asked, his face still buried deep into her twily booby valley. Darling, when you are smoking hot like me, you have to feel proud about it. It's called superiority complex, Midna, Ilia suggested. You never heard me whine whenever you start to praise your own butt, farm girl. TCH. Be as it may, I think we should not simply cut every bridge with the rest of the world, Naruto proposed, returning the situation to a more serious mood. Why not? You saw what happened. The two evils of our worlds worked too well together, and almost destroyed both this and the Twilight Realm. Exactly. It means that the two realms can also work together for good, isn't it? Naruto asked. Very good, we saved the world, Agatha added. Just don't be so melodramatic all of a sudden, Ilia continued saying. Sigh. If only things could be this easy, Midna answered with a wishful sigh. Why not? It is time for the Twilight to have their second chance after all, a new voice said from the sky. Who's there? Zelda said with narrowed eyes while wildly looking everywhere around them. Fear not, chosen of Nehru, I have not bad intentions, the voice replied, and its owner appeared between them like a humanoid silhouette of bright red energy vaguely feminine in appearances. Who are you? We already met when you fused the Zora armor with my coat, but I still don't know your name, Naruto asked. It can't be. Link was heard gasp in shock as he hurriedly joined them. Hee. I am glad you liked my present, my beloved chosen, the figure said, tenderly caressing his cheek and smirking at Midna's affronted frown. Who are you? Midna asked with a hiss. I am Din, goddess of power and the one that mistakenly permitted to Ganondorf to obtain my side of the Triforce. But I have finally fixed my mistake, Din answered, grabbing the hand of Naruto holding the Triforce mark to give it a light kiss that made one of the triangle light up. I was right. What of the goddesses is talking to us? The golden wolf said with wide eyes as he respectfully bowed to the red figure. Ella Lady Din! Zelda gasped in shock. So my people is forgiven? Midna asked with wide eyes. Yes, we saw your willingness to save Hyrule once matured out of your selfish desires. We are willing to give another, last chance to the people of the Twilight Realm, so I too ask you to not yet destroy the Mirror of Twilight. I know we have no right to ask you this, but if there is a chance, we would like for these two lands to remain connected, to grow together in peace. Din answered. I cannot decide it for everybody, but if my people want, we will try mending the bridge between the world of light and the Twilight Realm. Midna answered. Me too, I will do my best to finally have our people live together. Zelda added. Thank you. The goddess of power answered with a grateful tone before turning to look at Naruto. Naruto, my chosen hero of power, you were amazing. You chose to lend us your power when you had no obligation to, and even when things were dire, you persevered, pushing through thanks to your indomitable spirit. You are indeed the worthiest of them all to receive my gift, and me and my sisters will forever be in your debt for saving Hyrule, the goddess said. Even if I lost control at the end? The blonde asked. I cannot fault you for feeling yourself overcome in sorrow at the idea of your lover being dead, but I must also apologize as it was my own gift to help along your moment of darkness. Din answered. The Triforce in itself is pure magic, without conscious thought. It can't discern between good and evil as what it represents are merely concepts. Power is power, it cares not if it is used to destroy or to create. Wisdom cares not if it helps creating a peaceful land or to rule unopposed with an iron fist, nor courage cares about giving somebody the strength to do what is right instead of easy, or to give its user the last push to do anything, no matter how rotten, to achieve their goal. Each side would just help its owner unconditionally, no matter what. Din explained. So when the Triforce of Power felt Naruto's dark thoughts about Ganondorf, no matter how briefly they existed, his side simply took that as a wish to destroy his enemy utterly, and transformed him accordingly. Zelda tried saying. Precisely. Of all three, the Triforce of Power is the most unstable and hard to control. That is why it always ended in the hands of beings of evil. They would always let it loose uncaring of the collateral damages. But now that I choose my own champion personally, I will finally see my gift being used for good. I will keep it safe. I won't delude you, Din-san, he answered, a bit embarrassed. I know you will, my champion, I trust you, but I believe that when together Din-chan will be a more preferable term. Have no fear though, I promise you that we'll have all the time to explore the full ramification of your being mine for the rest of eternity once you will join me in heaven. Din whispered in his ear, making him shiver in dread. I'll show you how superior is a goddess womanhood when compared to the subpar crap that is a mortal's one. Just a little squeeze and you will reach nirvana, forever. She then added with an even lower whisper. Mommy. The young man answered, utterly scared. I can be that too if you want. I can be everything you want, as long as you are mine, she replied, taking a step back away from him as if nothing happened. What have you done? Midna asked with narrowed eyes, making Zelda and Link have a conniption with how rude she sounded when speaking to a goddess. I just revealed a great truth to my hero of power, nothing your feeble mind will ever be able of understanding. But now, before I leave, I want to give you a last present, my beloved Cho-Sen-1. The silhouette of red energy said with a gentle voice and moving a hand through Naruto's torso as if it was water. Yadajimai, nine-tailed vixen. As a gift for being always by my hero of power's side, I shall grant you your wish. Now, grab my hand, yes, like that. Come enjoy with your loved ones the world me and my sisters helped creating together. Din instructed before pulling gently, making the red-haired woman delicately step outside from the seal on the blond man's chest. Eh? Who? I am outside? Yadajimai asked in wonder, her fox ears moving erratically just like her single tail. Yes and no, you now can exist both inside and outside that seal. You can now enter and exit his body as you please like Midna can do with his shadow. Just find some real clothes, otherwise you will keep flashing everybody every time you come out. The goddess answered, amused. H! The naked fox woman shrieked while covering herself. Here, here, Naruto said, offering her his coat while flashing a huge amused smile. Thank you, she replied, hastily covering herself. Tell the Twilight mortal what I told to my hero and I will curse you. Din whispered in the vixen's ear with a cruel glint in her eyes. Okay. Okay. Sheesh. I get it. Good. I must go now, but I will always look over you, my hero of power, chosen of the goddesses. When your time comes, me and my sisters will personally welcome you in heaven with all the honors a great hero like you deserve. But until then, leave your life in happiness as for you deserve it. This is my blessing to you and your bloodline, one of many. The figure of Din said before fading away. Ho ho ho. A goddess personally came to thank you and harass you, how nice. Whatever, now that the fur ball has a way to come out too, I think we can take care of the most important thing. My wedding, Midna declared. Your wedding? What about me, HN? Yadajimai asked with a snarl. In answer, Midna kissed her and sneaked her tongue super deep inside the red-haired woman's throat. Wow! Ilya admitted while Ajitha looked away with a cute embarrassed blush. Wanna do it with a woman on a throne under the gentle light of Twilight? The Twilight Princess asked. Only if Naruto is there to watch and join us later. The vixen woman answered with a shy voice nobody could have expected from her. I can do that, the blonde answered with a sinister glint in his eyes. Of course you can, Ilya muttered, grumbling. Good. Let's go then. I want to hold the ceremony inside the throne room of the Zora. I don't think Rallis actually rents the place for weddings, Midna-chan, Naruto said, unsure. Bull crap! He adores you. I am sure he will let us do it if you ask him. Are you already using me to get things your way? Like every good wife, I will have you wrapped around my little finger. Midna answered with a devious smirk. Oh, poor me, the blonde said with a fake whine. Don't be like that. You have me wrapped around your finger too. The thing is mutual, she answered, latching to his arm to pull him away and soon followed by Ilya and Agita. Same here, unfortunately. Me too, Ajitha added, giggling. Same here, Yadajimai said in a hurry, latching to his other arm as well to pull him. Wonderful! Then we only need to free ourselves of Ajitha and Ilya and we will live happily ever after. HOY! Both girls yelled at the same time. Too easy! What are those two compared to us? Yadajimai answered. That is a very mean thing to say, the bug princess answered, pouting. Hey, stop ignoring me! Zelda finally managed to blurt out what she wanted to say ever since Din and Midna roughly pushed her aside to talk. They are going away, Zelda, Link informed her. I can see that, thank you. Hey! We still have to decide what will happen now, she yelled. Who cares? Midna's voice echoed back to her. Stop ignoring me! Ha 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 ha! And you stop laughing, you ghostly flea bag! Ha 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 chiwai! With Naruto. A thing though, how did you survive that explosion? He asked. That was a close call. When I transformed, I tried piercing that monster with the same spear thing I used to bring down his barrier around the castle. As soon as I struck though, instead of watching him scream in pain like Zant did, he flashed a damn annoying smirk before entering that spear and the fused shadows I was using, all this while leaving behind the same bomb of magic he was about to use. Midna explained. Yeah, I barely had the time to blink after I pierced him and I was flung right out of that magical avatar of energy I was piloting, utterly drained of magic. I had barely enough to dive inside the shadow of Ganondorf's new temporary body to protect myself from the explosion. I managed to get deep into it a second before that thing went boom. By then I knew I only had one single last shot in me to help you and had to wait the right moment to give you an opening. With a Twilight Rasengan, Naruto said with a proud smirk. I called it like that as an homage to you. But even after watching you use it time and time again, and even helping you creating one, the full mechanics escape me. I just copied the looks and final effect, drilling a hole in pretty much everything it touches," Midna admitted with an embarrassed green blush. "It still worked. And I can teach you the real one if you want," he offered with a wink. "If you don't mind," she replied, smiling wide. "And when did you recover your real form?" Ilya asked, curious. "Right after the explosion. Ganondorf's own magic was used to create the explosion. That is why he needed to steal the power of the fused shadows. With his original power gone, that curse too evaporated. You make for one damn hot woman, I must admit." "I know, Yadajimi, I know," Midna answered proudly, making the other girls groan in answer. 1 month later, Zora Domain. "This should not have happened," Midna muttered in vitriolic scorn. "I know," Yadajimi answered. "I do," Ilya, sparkling like a princess in her wedding dress, said with a wide smile. "Then you can kiss the bride." Rallis, once again acting as minister, instructed with an amused chuckle and watching the farm girl almost jumping the blonde shinobi to kiss him. "Wah! Honey, it's his 4th wedding, are you still crying?" Telma asked, amused. "It's not my fault if weddings have this effect on me," Jiraiya answered between sobs. "She chose to have her wedding here just to spite me, I just know it," Midna hissed with crossed arms. "You are imagining things," Yadajimi answered, rolling her eyes. "You sure?" Midna's wedding took place in the throne room of the Zora domain. Yadajimi wanted hers in Midna's own throne room in the Twilight realm. Ajitha held her own wedding in the courtyard of Zelda's castle right under the Triforce statue with her bug friends flying everywhere and luminous displays of aerial formations. Mene instead kept dropping hints about she wedding somebody right under Death Mountain in front of the entire Gorin tribe. And now Ilya, of all places, chose hers to be held in Rallis' throne room as well. And let's be clear, in all those weddings, the groom was always the same guy, all for everybody's surprise. "The wedding night will be nice though. I wonder if he will really be able to make love with all of us?" Ajitha asked, still the poster child of pure innocence. "Should we tell her?" Yadajimi whispered, amused. "That she married a hidden deviant that will destroy her once fully unleashed?" "No, let it be a surprise," Midna whispered back with an evil glint in her eyes. "Oh, I can't wait to see her broken expression," the human vixen replied with an equally eager expression. After the ceremony, during the giant fish-based lunch. "Naruto, a moment," Jiraiya asked, momentarily distracting the groom from yet another round of cheers. "Yes?" "Now that things here in Hyrule are slowly getting back on track, we need to think about the elemental nations," the Toad Sage said. "Are you still on the idea of going into retirement?" Naruto asked. "Of course. Now that you've finally stopped getting married, I will finally be able to propose to Telma," the other answered, smugly. "Finally! I want to be an uncle, damn it!" the blonde replied, laughing. "And? Ahem. Godfather too?" the spy master added with a low voice, shocking the other deeply. "Oh, of course," was the instantaneous answer. "Thank you. No problems, Erosenin. But how long before my exile expires and our announcement about our not going back?" "A couple years at the very least. I will need to go back soon to tell them how much of a failure my coming here was and be all sad that I could not talk you into coming back and yada yada yada. You know, the script we agreed on. Done that and returned here for a second try that will last until the exile expires. I will go back to Konoha a last time to leave behind my own resignation letter and move here for good to marry my Haim," Jiraiya answered. "Be safe and be back soon, okay?" Naruto asked, worried. "Hey! I won't go there before seeing my first round of grandkids being born at least." "First round?" the blonde asked, confused. "I saw you and Ilya go at it barely a minute before the start of the ceremony. If you all have only one kid each, I will call bullshit," Jiraiya answered with a deadpan tone. "We are not that depraved. You and those women are sick animals. Just admit it. You have no proofs." "That's because I am actually afraid of what I could uncover. I don't want my virgin eyes sullied like that." Virgin eyes. Yours. What are you implying, brat? Nothing. Few years later, present time, since this whole story was one giant flashback, elemental countries, Konoha, Hokage Tower. Time clicked. Minutes passed. Hours flew away. Silence reigned supreme in the office. No one of the people present dared to talk. In a repeat of the beginning of our story, Tsunade had just finished reading the harsh words of Naruto refusing their order/request of coming back to Konoha once the exile order that had been cast on him had finally expired. That's it. I am going to hunt the boy down myself once again. I failed the first time, but this time I will take him here. Jiraiya, once waited until every member of Team 7 that was present in hope of welcoming Naruto back left, roared as he walked towards the window. And then what? Tsunade asked with teary eyes. I don't know, but I need to talk to him again, even just for the last time. The Toad Sage answered, jumping down. I am sorry, please forgive me. The woman muttered, remembering the boy's rage when he had been told of the exile. It was 1 hour later that a faint knocking on the door of her office interrupted her reminiscing. Yes? The woman asked once rapidly dried her tears and recomposed herself. Tsunade send you? A new messenger asked once inside. Yes? A letter for you, from Jiraiya. The messenger replied with a bow. He just got out. What did he forgot to tell me now? I can't say, madam. I am not privy to the content. Just hand it over then. Thank you, she replied, accepting the message. Good day, the ninja messenger replied, bowing again and leaving the office in silence. Let's hear what that fool wants to say. Tsunade muttered with a low voice as she opened the small letter. Dear Tsunade. It was not easy writing this letter, not as easy as I thought it would have been when I planned this, no matter how many times I ran it in my head over and over. While she was reading, the Toad Sage was already midway towards the hidden dock and wave country where the small Hylian boat Zelda prepared for him was waiting to bring him back to Hyrule. When I reached Naruto the first time, in my head there were only thoughts about duty, about Konoha and about my mission. The new land meant nothing, its people meant nothing. I was tasked with taking Naruto back, by force if necessary, and return to Konoha in the minor time possible. Nothing else held meaning for me. Jiraiya had already summoned a toad to bring back his forehead protector so that Tsunade could keep it as a way to remember their past together as ninja of Konoha. Before even going back, the Gorin tribe had long since made him a new one at his request, similar to the one he had but with the bird insignia of the Hyrule royal family to accompany the royal kanji of its predecessor. When I finally managed to meet him right in the middle of a mission of his to help his new friends, I was overjoyed, and to my shame, I pretended him to immediately leave them in trouble just because me and you thought we knew what was best for him. I pretended for the last hope of an entire land to abandon them. I tried to destroy an entire civilization just to appease my guilt. Easy to say, our boy kicked my ass, and the people I met made it clear that they would have gladly went to war with me to protect their friend. What are you getting to, Jiraiya? Tsunade, already fearing where this was going, muttered with a new sigh. Since forcing him would not have worked, I decided to humor him and help along in solving what I thought was just a minor annoyance of a whining kid before dragging him back like the adult I believed to be. You have no idea of the adventure I found myself in. I dare say I was part of a team that literally saved the world. I used to think that I would not have ever met another Madara or Kaguya for as long as I lived, but apparently out there are other masters in all things evil. And this land, Tsunade, you should see it. They are peaceful, like nothing I have ever seen. They had their own fair share of dark past, that's natural. But before and after what happened here with Ganondorf, basically a male Kaguya, you could tell things here were quiet, you could practically smell it in the air. The truth is that I am tired, Tsunade. Tired of fighting, tired of being knee-deep in intrigue, power struggles, lies, double/triple talking and backstabbing. Here instead I tasted a life of simplicity. And I can't get enough of it. I decided I will spend the rest of my days in Hyrule, Tsunade. I am just a bartender there, a mere co-owner of a small pub, but guess what? It is also the most peaceful I have ever felt in a long time. I even found love, can you believe it? The super pervert has found the right woman to marry and settle with. Naruto found a wonderful land, Tsunade, one where even two screwballs like him and me can start anew. And if you really love us just as much as we love you, you should let us go. We will never forget about you and the others. But we have finally found our happiness. Please let us bask in it. So, effective immediate, I am presenting my retirement from Konoha's ninja forces, along Naruto's, and I am ready to even lose my status as one of the Sannin. I won't need it anymore here. We love you, Tsunade Senju, our precious little Haim and Bachan, that will never change. Jiraiya, former Sannin, former spy master, former ninja of Konoha, bartender extraordinaire. P.S. You will soon receive my full instructions and requirements to find and train a new spy master. A copy of the Toad's summoning contract will instead reach you if the Toads themselves will deem it necessary. Unfortunately, that choice is not mine or Naruto's to make. P.P.S. Apparently once I am gone it will become impossible to reach Hyrule for whoever wishes us harm, even unintentionally. Feel free to keep this to yourself and start a betting pool on which village will fail the most spectacularly in reaching us. I know you will have lots of fun in winning such a rigged game. Don't ask me how I know and no enemies will ever reach Hyrule no matter what. I swore to keep the secret. So you two stabbed me in the back, eh? You old pervert. Tsunade muttered with a sad smile, while watching out of her office window. Damn it, had I known that, I would have gone to Hyrule to get Naruto. At least I would have been the one to retire, she then said with a chuckle, folding the letter in great care and pocketing it. Well, I still have a village to run, until I find a good candidate to take my place at least, the current Hokage declared to herself as she sat again behind her desk to attack her usual paperwork. Life will go on, as usual, the world will continue spinning unopposed as the life of everybody on it just continued through their everyday adventures, no matter if in the elemental countries or Hyrule. Maybe I will trap Kakashi, the sucker won't expect it, I'd bet. Tsunade then said, finally chuckling after a long period of sadness. As long as her precious boys were happy, she will be happy too. Of course she will pester them in letters, but that was beside the point. With Jiraiya. All aboard! All aboard! The captain of the Hylian boat yelled as soon as Jiraiya jumped on board. Full speed ahead! I want to get back home fast before Telma forgets about me, Jiraiya ordered with a wide smile. Bwahahaha! You heard the man! Let's take the lost puppy back to his beloved girl, the captain replied with a thunderous laugh mirrored by the rest of the crew on board as the boat rapidly disappeared beyond the horizon. Nobody in the elemental nations ever saw Naruto and Jiraiya return, and after a while, everybody simply accepted the fact that they were now happy elsewhere they could not reach and life for them too slowly got back to normal. Epilogue, a short slice of normal, peaceful life. Snow Peak Mountain area, highest peak not too far from Yito and Yetta's house, 5 years after the defeat of Ganondorf. It was amazing how much one could accomplish with the help of the Zora and Gorons working in tandem with the best craftsmen Hyrule Castle Town had to offer, especially if backed up with a simply ludicrous number of shadow clones forming an army on their own to act as workforce. The rock people had been extraordinary since they had literally carved an entire castle out of one of the mountains by turning its sheer rock into the fortress main body, and using the amazing source of ore they found midway to further decorate/upgrade the structure as they built, while the Zora, a bit more artsy when it came to both decorations and furniture, took care of the finer details. And Midna was ecstatic to have entire wings she could fill with art pieces she herself carved and painted. The place thus looked sturdy and unbreachable from the outside, but once past the outer ring of walls covering the front of the fortress, the whole place gained a more majestic, elegant appearance once entered the inner gardens decorated by hundreds of ice sculptures and pools of natural warm water. Again courtesy of the Zora that found and moved part of an underground vein of thermal water they found during construction so that it would briefly surface on ground level to form several hot springs for the guests and royal family in a more isolated area, along giving warm water to the palace itself. Really, Zora plumbing was the best around. And even if the giant walls on the front and an entire mountain of hard rock covering the back made sure no half-assed attempt would be made to attack it, in the end the castle was merely there as common ground between the lands of Hyrule and the ones of the Twilight Realm, a guest house of sort, since the real royal castle was still the one in the Twilight Realm. That never changed. In fact, the throne room of the castle in the Hyrule side of the Mirror of Twilight was just an enormous room with the farthest wall from the entrance holding in its middle the giant slab of black rock acting as entrance to the palace proper. The very mirror activating it had been instead long moved inside the Twilight Realm, so that in case of dire emergency Midna could collect everybody in the castle staff and take refuge inside the Twilight Realm and seal the passage until help arrived. Although she knew that Moron of her beloved husband and king would need to be dragged through that same portal screaming and kicking so to stop him from staying behind and protect his precious people, goddesses, she loved him to the point of it being unhealthy, but he could still drive her mad. Almost done with the construction, only the final touches remain. Yadajimai, tail flicking left and right in happiness, declared giddily. Good to know. Naruto answered unsure. What's wrong? Midna asked, watching him look at the various squads of experts of mixed races finishing the building in record time. I don't know if I can be considered king material, you know? He said, looking extremely worried. Tia! How sad! My widow hubby has performance issues? It was your idea to remain here and finally connect the Twilight Realm to the world of light. You can't chicken out now! The Twilight Princess answered with an amused laugh, turning into her imp form so to be held in his arms. I am being serious, Midna, he answered, albeit with a tiny smile on his face. I have been teaching you day and night what you need to know. Zelda even keeps giving you lessons about politics, etiquette, management, logistics, strategy, and everything else you may need to know to help me rule the Twilight Kingdom, and I know you have what it takes. She answered proudly, snuggling closer to his chest. I know some tricks myself to teach you. I wish to remind you that I was sealed inside the wives of 2 Hokages, and Mito was pretty much the man behind the man with Hashirama. There were times where if not for her, the first Hokage would have been way over his head in leading a village. You'll do fine. For fuck's sake, you have the Gorons indebted with you so deeply that they managed to push their chief's daughter towards you in a political marriage. And the Zora prince simply loves you too. Ilya added, looking around the frozen lands in great interest since she hardly ever left Orden village before. See? The Twilight Realm is on friendly terms with Zelda, Rallis and Mine, and that means that pretty much 3/4 of Hyrule are your all-yes. Then there is you being, well, you? Yadajimai added. What do you mean? The blonde asked, confused. You make friends with damn near everybody. Midna answered in a deadpan while returning to her true form. I don't. You do. The 3 women the young man loved with all his heart answered as one, making him frown in a childish way, thing that elicited a long laugh from them. It does also help that Din herself has the hots for you. A goddess blessing goes a long way to make a kingdom prosperous. Midna said, smirking. She clearly does not. She does. Prove it. Last night she was in the room with us. The Twilight Princess answered, annoyed. She was? He asked back. You were blindfolded and handcuffed to the bed. You could not notice it was not Ilya taking her turn. She answered, growling. Oh. The blonde replied, mollified. I knew it was a bad idea to use the blindfold. Yadajimai muttered in scorn. She forced us all to watch in silence. It was horrible. Ilya commented with burning eyes. Wheel, I got word from Agatha. She just finished packing and will join us here tomorrow. Naruto said, trying desperately to switch subject. She'll come here with the bugs too? Midna asked in dread. Hey! It's her kingdom. You can't ask her to abandon it, he replied. Fine. She can have one of the rooms in the back to rebuild her kingdom of giant, shiny bugs. Midna answered, huffing annoyed. A big one. A big one, she conceded, rolling her eyes and shaking her head. I'll make it up to you, Naruto promised. How? Let's hear. What he whispered in her ear could not be clearly heard, but the widening of Midna's eyes was still very telling. Deal! The woman conceded immediately. God damn it, how can a woman with her head perennially stuck in her privates have been a princess? Yadajimai wondered in disbelief. Ah, yes! Because you instead are the epitome of virtue, Lady Yadajimai, Link said with a smirk. Oh, do shut up! Why you even decided to stick around? Because I love it here, there is never a moment of boredom with you all. I can now easily come and go as I please to spend time with both my family here and the one in the other world thanks to the goddesses, so that too is not an issue. TCH. That is why I hate dogs. The Biju woman muttered with a frown. Meanwhile, Hyrule Castle Town, Telma's bar. Good evening. The usual? Jiraiya asked from behind the counter of the pub while cleaning a glass. Yep. Also, letter for you, the postman answered while handing him a letter. Who's the sender? Tsunade. I thought she simply stopped writing. Oh, wow, she finally wrote me a new one. She took her sweet time for this one. Go see what she wants, I'll take care of things here, honey. Telma answered while coming out from the back. Kay, the former Toad Sage said with a wink. I can't believe you two married, the postman said in wonder. Hey! Love knows no age, the old man answered, sticking out his tongue like the adult he was. Once exited from the pub, he sat on a near wall and unfolded the letter. Dear Jiraiya, while I do not condemn you for finding a different path, I shall never stop saying that it is unfair that you between the two of us got to retire first. Even my youth illusion is starting to find hard to hide the white hair this job is giving me. Jokes aside, I never curse Naruto for escaping a fate such as one of a living weapon, since we both know that it would only take an Hokage with ideals just slightly similar to Danzo to put the peaceful life we would have promised to Naruto in jeopardy, and that would have put the village itself at risk because he would have not gone down without a fight. In each one of your letters you talked about a life of peace, in a land with maybe a tenth of our troubles if not even less, a place where one such as you and Naruto, people that only knew fights and hardship, had been given the chance of building a life of normalcy from next to nothing, away from struggles of power and with the biggest threat being on the level of the common thugs we usually merely dispatch Chunin for. To be honest, I envy the two of you. So how's the life of a simple pub owner treating you? I bet you still keep writing that sorry excuse of a book, isn't it? Does the people in charge in Hyrule too accept your poor excuse of its porn with good plot to justify its lewd content? I hope that princess you talked about will be lenient in her punishment, my dear pervert of a best friend. In your last letter you said that Naruto is no longer farmer but is getting into politics. To be honest, that does not surprise me. He always had a great future ahead of him, so I am not as shocked as one would expect, even if he went for the prince title instead of Hokage. I can only hope nobody will come bother the two of you, you two deserve it. Things here in Konoha are hectic as always, even if now that the tailed beasts are gone, with the eight-tailed one being just a powerless spirit living in Kumo, the status quo of power had suffered a little, but after 5 long years we have finally found some form of balance again, even if between me and you, I know that soon some other power-hungry moron will pop up. I mean, there was this guy just last week that tried to kidnap the Hyuga heiress and said he was from the moon. Well, long story short, thanks to Sasuke, me, Sakura, Hayashi, Hinata herself and Gaara that was visiting us during the attack, the guy's head now is surveying Hayashi's office from the plaque it has been mounted on. I also heard Gaara and Hinata are dating now. You should see them. The girl made it a point to make him crack a smile whenever she can. She seems happy even if we know who will always be number one in her heart. And somehow Gaara seems to be happy to be second only to Naruto. That boy still creeps me out even after years I have known him. Kakashi is almost ready to take my place, and after him, maybe Shino will be the next Hokage. Because for some reason everybody else refuses the job, especially Sasuke that actually threatened to go missing mean again if we dare even put him anywhere near the top 1 billion list of possible candidates. He doesn't want the title and promised pain and misery to whoever tried forcing him. Any idea? Without a sucker like Naruto willingly getting trapped behind that desk, we are open to suggestion. Hyrule must be a very damn good place if it seduced the two worst case of knuckleheadness I ever met into ditching us for greener pastures. I also want to meet my grandkids in real life. They must have grown up even more since the last letter he sent me. I want them to call me Granny and hug me. Sad face. With love, and seething, burning envy. Tsunade Senju. Well, she seems happy at least. The Toad Sage commented with an amused chuckle. Oh. There is a P.S. Good God, it takes forever to deliver a letter to Hyrule? He read aloud, unsure. Yeah, I sent it before coming here and I actually reached shore before the letter. I even could intercept it midway and add that small thing at the end before it could reach you. I know. Coming here by ship is a pain in the... Jiraiya started answering the voice behind him before his eyes bulged out and he slowly turned around. Boop! To meet the eyes of his old friend that immediately booped him on the nose with a knowing smirk. Kawaii! Screaming like only a manly, 4-year-old girl could, Jiraiya jumped away from the laughing woman. Ha 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 ha! Naruto was right! This is hysterical! Tsunade declared while holding her stomach in agony from the strength of her laughter. Tsunade! Jiraiya yelled. Why yes? She asked, still with troubled breathing from her laughs. You are here, he said, pointing at her with an accusing finger. Yep. Been here for a week already. And Naruto knows about this? Yep. Scaring you was his idea, she answered, still smirking. What about Konoha? Kakashi will do just fine, give him some credit. Shizen insisted in remaining by his side, so I thought about not coming between two lovebirds and left her there to help him, she answered, winking. And you? I have just opened a small clinic in Kakariko village. The place is once again flourishing and they needed a medic. It's hard work, but also honest work. And it gives me a lot of satisfaction, the woman answered proudly. What about your little gambling problem? Jiraiya asked, smirking. Yeah, Naruto alerted Renedu of that, so he is on me like a hawk, only games between friends with no money involved. She answered, her expression turning sour. You still got to play at least. But there is less thrill like that, she said, whining. But also less debt collectors out for your blood. Jiraiya countered. Touché. Have you seen the brats? His kids are growing up nicely. Yes. They are so cute. If only they did not get temper and mean streak from their dad. Tsunade answered. Bwahahoho. That's Uzumaki blood. You can't stop it. Yeah. Well, me and Telma are trying to get kids too, and since we are no longer two youngsters, we are also considering adopting. Oh. Gee, good for you. Do you want me to help you find your Prince Charming? Jiraiya offered. I was so used about you pining after me that I got a bit sloppy in romantic department, she admitted in shame. It's never too late. Come, I'll offer you a pint, and you'll see that between me and Telmaheim we'll find you at least a dozen candidates. They do not know about your numerous flaws after all. Oh, come on. I am not that bad, Tsunade said in scandal, making him roar in laughter. Idiot, she grumbled, annoyed. What about your student Sakura? Oh, she'll be okay. She is a badass woman like me. I know she will be more occupied by finally having her boyfriend take his head out of his ass and finally marry her than looking for me. Last I heard about her before coming here, she was hunting the last Uchiha all over the elemental countries as he kept escaping her. Bwahahaha. Oh. Poor bastard. Jiraiya admitted, highly amused by the image of a young man desperately running away from the prospect of getting married. You tap it, you marry it, was a sacred rule of the Haruno family. That is why Sakura never went all the way with Naruto. It was custom that the one that takes the virginity of a willing Haruno then must to marry the guy/gal, no excuses. But apparently nobody had ever alerted Sasuke of that little bit of trivia. At the same time, Death Mountain, deepest caves. Since things in Hyrule were finally back to normal, with the last vestiges of Zant and Ganondorf's passage having been fully erased and almost forgotten, life returned to its former, repetitive, dull glory everybody surprisingly welcomed back with open arms, even the Hylian and Goron working in the deepest, hottest, most inhospitable sections of the mines where Gorons kept extracting ore from. Especially now since Darba's transformation and bout of madness caused a cave-in that brought to light the biggest vein the guys had ever seen. And in one of those new sections, working tirelessly and alone, a young new recruit was celebrating his first month as a miner by pickaxing a wall extra hard on the notes of his solitary humming. Hoi! Hoi! The man's boss, a tall Goron with spiky and thick eyebrows, called out from the entrance of his tunnel. Yes? I have bad and good news. Which one do you want first? The Goron said. The bad one first, Gorgororin, the young miner answered, never stopping his attack on the stone. Well, the bad news is that the high-ups accepted your request for the graveyard shift. Who! The scream sounded way too happy for the Goron's ears, considering how long that shift was compared to normal ones. Really, I am starting to think you don't want to ever leave our mines, Susake, the rock man said, shocked. That's my business, do not concern yourself with that. The young man with black hair answered while moving a finger on his strangely plastic-looking brown mustache to dry his sweat away. You sure those mustache are dash? They are not cheap fake mustaches. It's just a genetic quirk, Susake answered with a screech. Hooah! Well, I am starting to believe this, especially since your brother decided to join you and work here, the Goron answered, making the young man's pickaxe stop mid-swing. My brother? The human asked in confusion. Yeah, that is actually the good news. Your brother Sakura has just yesterday joined our team. Why you never told us you have a brother? Is it because he has pink hair? Pink, oh no, Susake asked, blanching in abject horror. Well, he wanted to help you, so from now on you both will work in this section together, so please teach him the ropes, will ya? The Goron said with a proud smile as a new worker. A feminine-looking young man with short pink hair tied in a ponytail and similar brown mustaches joined the scene. Hello, Susake, the young man hissed with a growl. Oh God, how did you find me here? Not even the dobe knows I am here. The other whimpered in answer. Well, I would love to stay and chat, but we are way behind our schedule, so if you two have to talk, do it while picking rocks. See ya, the Goron said with a happy smile before rolling away, soon leaving the two alone. Really? His friend Susake must be really happy to work together with his brother. His sobs could be heard everywhere in the mines as he was clearly crying his eyes out in happiness. At the same time, with Zelda, things were back to normal. The castle her ancestors had inhabited for centuries finally repaired and refurnished to the point nothing seemed to have happened, and she was once again hosting her bi-monthly session of prayer to the three goddesses in the throne room, right under the sparkling new giant statue depicting the three of them holding up the Triforce. Are you sure this is the proper way, Your Highness? A new initiated asked, unsure. Of course. Clothes would just get in the way. Doing this naked shows that we fear not the eyes of the goddesses, as we do not need to hide anything from them. The princess answered nonplussed. And the pillows? Another young girl asked. A long time ago it was done with whips and thorns, but it was then changed to pillows, as such barbaric bloodshed sounds hardly as something our benevolent goddesses would appreciate. Those pillows have been purified by prayers and other holy rituals by myself and other priests, so that by hitting each other with them we will still exorcise our sins without causing damages. Zelda answered with a straight face. Oh, the girl answered in wonder. And the whipped cream? A young boy asked. That is a little treat from myself to you. We all will lick it off from each other's chest as a sign of trust and camaraderie, she answered. Awesome! Of course, every single girl and boy present, all of them above the age of consent, knew that her excuses were utter bullshit. But hey, it was a naked pillow fight with Princess Zelda they got to have every 2 months. They will play along. Everybody needed a way to unwind, and if their beloved princess needed to spend an hour or two licking whipped cream off the tits and abs of willing 20-year-old boys and girls, those hormonal perverts would gladly play along and keep the secret. Especially since they all got the occasion lick and suckle on her rocking chest. Heck, A few lucky ones even got to spank/get spanked by her too. Good! They fell for it. Nobody must know of my bisexuality. Zelda thought in relief, still oblivious somehow about her sexual preferences being widely known and yet completely ignored. Remember to giggle. I love it when, the goddesses love it when you all giggle, she added, sounding utterly serious and dignified somehow. While this was happening, Zora Domain classroom. And then you add big wheel of cheese, it adds punch to soup. Yito, wearing chef hat and apron, explained from behind a big cauldron to the huge mass of students of every race from all over Hyrule in front of him. But not too much, goat cheese has strong flavor and is hard to digest, just 2 slices per person are enough. Yetta added as she walked through the various rows of students to help them. Yes, teacher. The assembled students of the by now legendary Cook Good with Yito and Yetta cooking course answered as one. I am impressed, this cooking school is actually working quite well, Browless admitted while watching the thing from a corner. Yito was sure this could happen. Everybody likes good food, yes? The giant creature answered smugly. True, my friend. The Zora Prince answered, laughing. Now that stock is ready, you need to clean reekfish. So put on the silly masks and Yito will teach you how to prepare fish for final touch? Yes, teacher. The students answered, looking in dread the sealed box holding the stinky fish inside. Ho. Be strong. Great chef has great stomach too. Yetta encouraged them with a soft giggle. In the meantime, Arbiter's ground. Shad! Ashe roared. Yes? The scholar asked. Can you please drop that book for a second? I have almost done. Once finished deciphering this wall, we can move to cleaning the next room. Yeah, but before that, help us push back these skeletons. The swordswoman bellowed in answer as while they were talking, she and several dozen soldiers were valiantly fighting back the horde of undead skeletons still roaming the place. Well, the princess never said that turning this place into a monument about Hyrule's past would have been easy. We only need to collect some pieces for the new museum. Shad tried saying. Just shut up, take a spear and help us. Ashe barked back in answer. Yes. The poor guy yelped in answer. Hyrule Castle Town. Buy a lot. Buy smart. Buy everything at Malo Mart. An overly enthusiastic man with thin mustaches declared with a flourish, as he chanted the shop's motto as soon as the doors opened to let the huge crowd clamoring outside enter, and finally buy what the place had to offer. Everything is going according to plan. The very young kid Malo said with a pleased tone from the sidelines. The third branch in the Zora domain is operative too, same going with the one in Kakariko. We are ruling the market. The kid's Goron assistant answered. Good, I knew I was right in starting this franchise. Malo concluded with a court nod, already watching the total income of the 3 shops surpass even their wildest projection with a wide margin, further consolidating Malo's image as the youngest businessman ever. Naruto will keep commenting that a kid that young should not be that good at being a cutthroat king of business, but hey. He got an everlasting 40% discount on everything for his being a major shareholder of Malo Inc. He could look elsewhere if the kid kept that up, and the opulent gift baskets Malo sent him and Midna at every Goddess ES day, and did not overdo in his quest for market supremacy. Pretty much the Hylian equivalent for Christmas. Hidden village between the mountains. What was once a dilapidated, abandoned village was now a cheerful land as the houses had been rebuilt and filled back in life, all thanks to Naruto and Jiraiya that had spared no effort in making sure people would return to live there, especially the descendants of the ones that had abandoned it in the first place years ago. The village, it's alive again. Impaz muttered with watering eyes as she could finally see again her beloved home back to its former glory. And even if it was years since this had happened, every morning to her the miracle happened again, as it clearly was not just a dream. Thank you, O benevolent goddesses, for giving us another chance. Great is your wisdom, your courage, and your power. Now I can live the few years I have left with a lighter heart, as our legacy will continue. The old lady prayed with a joyous expression. Her favorite blonde and old man would also often come to visit her, to the point of becoming part of her family deep inside her heart, and her gratitude towards them was boundless for the gift they gave her. Even Naruto's children had started calling her Granny, and that warmed her heart fiercely every time. Peace was finally back in Hyrule, with the shadow of evil slowly but surely fading away from memory, even if the various heroes never truly forgot, just in case they were called back in action and saved the land again, even if they would prefer to just enjoy their retirement in peace. And while this was happening, the wheel of fate kept turning and turning, slowly building up the moment where the next iteration will happen, only now with an added variation. Thousands of years later, Neo Hyrule Farms. Link! Come out to play! A young kid with golden blonde hair called from under the window of a farmer house. I am coming, Naru! Another kid answered, donning a green cap and tunic before coming out of the same house. Are you still wearing those clothes? The blonde boy Naru asked. I won it at the fair, of course I am wearing it. Link answered. Ahoo! And the fact Princess Zelda personally gave them to you means nothing? No, he answered lamely. You like her, do you? The blonde boy asked with a mischievous smile. What if I do? I thought you liked the daughter of the blacksmith, Link said with a scrunched nose. Of course I prefer Midna. She is prettier than Zelda, Naru answered immediately. Unlikely. And what about Yodajimai? I like her too, I like both. I don't think you can like two girls, Link said, unsure. Why not? We three like each other, what's wrong with that? I dunno, Grandpa says he will explain when I am older, Link answered. My dad says the same. But he also says that if we three are okay with this, then there is no problem, the other answered with a helpless shrug. Adults are strange, Link admitted. Yeah, just a bit, Naru conceded. Let's go though. I want to see if we can sneak inside the castle again, Link said while running ahead. To play tag with Zelda? Of course. Hurry up. Wait for me. Up in heaven. So that is the new me? I am adorable, Naruto said with a pleased expression. Yup. And we also keep being together, that's a relief, Yodajimai added. And already setting up our love triangle. We sure work fast, Midna said with an amused chuckle. A little present from yours truly. Never let it be said I am not magnanimous. I would never separate three lovers, Din said haughtily. How long before they will have to, you know? Hero of power and courage? Naruto asked, sighing. 7 years at best, then the new Ganondorf / or similar bad guy will pop up. It's one of those iterations where the chosen ones are 2 kids against an adult Ganondorf. Only from now on they will be 3. The goddess of power answered with a sad expression. So even if the entire Triforce in the hands of the good guys, this will continue? Yodajimai asked. Unfortunately, yes. But at each iteration, the curse becomes weaker, and with how many times this happened, soon it will weaken enough that me and my sisters will break it ourselves. This has gone on for far too long, the goddess answered. They will manage, they inherited our spirit, they will discover that they are far stronger than what they themselves believe and save Hyrule. Naruto answered. Of course you will help us guide them? Din asked, smirking. Damn right. I won't leave that poor mini-me alone in a mission bigger than himself. So he too will blast every door in a dungeon instead of looking for a key? Midna asked. What can I say? It's tradition, Naruto answered, making the other around him start laughing without control. He honestly did not like to see a boy forced to go through a mission to save the world just because he happened to be his descendant / reincarnation / whatever. But if that really had to happen, Naruto would be there to help as much as he could. He will be there, for every iteration, over and over, guiding each Naru / Naruto through the path of the hero of power and its many trials, sometimes appearing like a hazy vision, a ghostly voice, or even a helpful old man pointing the young chosen in the right direction, all this alongside the first Link doing the same for his descendant / iteration, even if the original Naruto will never stop find it ironic since he did everything his own way the first time. Really, being a kick-ass hero was such a pain sometimes. The end. And now, Obligatory teaser to the sequel/spin-off. Ruins, near the entrance to the Cave of Rebirth. So, this is another me? Naruto asked to the him blocked inside a pure white tree. Well, yes and no. More like an alternate version of you, a version of you that instead of running away went sealed into the coma and, for a series of overlapping incidents, remained in there for way longer. Then the goddess answered. An alternate version of me? Naruto asked, confused. It happens sometimes. Divergences that take a different path, sometime darker and sometime lighter, it's pretty much random, she answered, shrugging helpless. He'll be okay? He's you, maybe a bit more jaded, but he'll pull through, like you always do. Jaded? Naruto asked, worried. He had a lot of down moments before going into a coma. But don't worry, he's still you, she answered, winking and making him chuckle. I'll trust you, and I'll trust him, the blonde said with a small smile. You mean yourself? The goddess asked, smirking. I always trust myself, Din-chan, he countered with a charming smile, while presenting her his arm. Good to hear, now let's go home, darling. Din answered pleased, making both fade away completely before a lonely old man with a thick white beard reaching his belly could see them on his way to pay the white tree a visit. It's time, my boy. I hope Hagoromo is right, because Hyrule and Zelda need your help against Calamity Ganon. The old man muttered with a tired voice as a demonic roared faintly behind him, making him flinch faintly in dread. Our ruined land needs a hero. And that concludes the final part of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed The Legend of Zelda, Twilight Princess Tremor 230 style, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Tremor 230, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.